Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into brand new what-if story. Bella Swan found love with Jasper after Edward's betrayal. Here's a quick summary. Heartbroken after Edward's betrayal, Bella finds unexpected comfort in Jasper. As war closes in around them, they must heal, trust each other, and discover whether their bond can become something more. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Let's start the story. We walked across the dock, and onto a beautiful white sand beach. The dark water was lapping at the sandy shore, the sound soothing in the quiet of the night. In the distance there was a cabin, with lit torches in the front by the entrance. Behind the cabin, near the center of the small, private island, there were tropical trees that seemed to tower over everything in sight. As we crossed the lonely beach towards the cabin, I took in the beauty of where we were. This was more than I could have ever imagined for myself. Living a somewhat lonely life, I never even dreamed of being in a wonderful place like this. It was undeniably breathtaking. Edward wrapped his cold arms around me and carried me back into the house. I squealed, surprised at the sudden movement, and tightened my arms around his neck. Edward, the first have two legs, you know. I huffed as we walked into the small house. I know that, love, but you see, thresholds are in the job description. He said, winking at me and laughing when my heart thudded unevenly in response. Stupid vampire and his dazzling abilities. He set me on the floor and I was suddenly aware of what was about to happen, what was finally going to happen despite Edward's reluctance. Then, suddenly it was hard for me to breathe. I was about to make love to Edward. My Edward. Bella, he questioned, bringing me back to earth. I'm fine, I said immediately, not wanting him to start changing his mind about doing this. He had promised to try, but I knew how persuasive vampires could be, especially this one. Are you sure about this, Bella? I mean, we could wait until you were changed so you wouldn't get hurt. We don't have to do this now, he said, his golden eyes sincere and almost pleading. Was he regretting promising this? Did he not want me anymore unless I was a vampire? Unless I was perfect and flawless, just like him and his family? It was our wedding night, why did it feel like he was avoiding me? Do you not want to? I choked out finally, surprise slipping into my tone. Oh God, Bella, no. Of course I want you. I'm just not sure if you're ready, he replied, lying through his teeth. I felt a flash of anger, and wished more than ever that we were on equal footing so I could smack some sense into the vampire in front of me. Was he completely oblivious? After all this time, did he not know me at all? You're not sure if I'm ready? I scoffed, crossing my arms over the navy robe that I had thrown over the small pajamas that Alice had picked out for me and packed without me knowing. Don't even get me started on her meddling. He didn't think I was ready yet. After all we'd been through. After all I had done to make it clear that I wanted him fully and completely, he still doubted my affection. He still treated me like a child who needed looking after. Well, forget that. I'll show him that I'm some infant that needs protection. I'm his wife. And it's damn time he treated me like it. I reached up on my toes and, grabbing the sleeves of his shirt, pulled his lips down to mine. Pressing my lips harder to his, I ran my hands down his arms before tangling my hands in his bronze hair. He stood frozen for a split second, until I felt him hesitantly place his hands on my waist. Almost screaming in frustration, I started pulling him forward in the direction that I thought the bed was. Then I felt the back of my legs bump into the bed and, being me, I lost my balance and started falling backwards onto the bed. Thankfully Edward realized this and maneuvered us so that he fell onto the bed with me on top of him. My heart was beating in overtime now, but I was too distracted to care that he heard. It was happening. Edward and I would finally be together in the most intimate way possible for the first time. Truth be told, I was a little nervous, but I knew Edward would take care of me. I trusted him with my life. With my heart. Bella, Edward murmured, pulling his mouth away from mine and pressing a small key on my forehead, his hands brushing the small bit of skin that was visible between my shorts and tank now that my robe had come undone. I regained my breath and peppered light key across his jaw before reaching up to bring our mouths back together. I noticed that Edward seemed distracted and annoyingly restrained. I tried to ignore his hesitance, but finally I couldn't take it anymore. Okay, what's wrong? I asked, pulling away from him and looking up into his eyes questioningly. He rolled off me with a sigh and we laid side by side for a while in the silence. I would be patient and wait for his response. There was obviously something bothering him, and I didn't think it was because he was worried about my safety. "You know I love you, Bella, don't you?" he asked quietly, breaking the silence. "And I love you," I responded, turning over onto my side and watching him. He kept his gaze on the ceiling as he continued. I can't do this. I'm so sorry for what I did, and for what I'm about to do." My heart dropped into my stomach. This conversation sounded dreadfully familiar. I bit my lip anxiously. "Whatever it is, Edward, we can get through it. We made it through James, Victoria, the Volturi, the wolves, we can get through anything," I said fiercely, trying to prove to him that I wasn't a weak little girl, that I was his equal, and that we could conquer anything that stood in our way. If anything, my words made it worse. He cringed at my response and took my small hand in his cool ones. "Bella, love, do you remember your 18th birthday party?" he asked, and I nodded grimly. That was not one of my greatest memories. Well, after I left you, I went back home and was a complete mess. I had just told the love of my life that I couldn't be with her. I was in a terrible place mentally and emotionally. In my devastation, I thought the house was empty, so I went to my room to think. I was so consumed in my thoughts that I didn't realize that I wasn't alone. Alice was there. She joined me and we started talking about our relationships. And then, he stopped suddenly and then closed his eyes. "Go on," I said encouragingly, even though my thoughts were full of dread. What could have happened to make him this visibly distraught? Ed. I sat there in shock for a second before I formed a response. "But that was all right. I mean, you guys didn't." The look on his face answered my question. "You, and Alice?" I questioned hoarsely, my eyes wide with betrayal and pain. "Bella, answer the question, Edward. Did you or did you not sleep with my best friend?" I said, pushing away from him and looking him directly in the eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered, and I felt my heart shatter into a million pieces. I pulled myself up and moved to the very end of the bed, as far away from him as possible. Edward had cheated on me. He had gone and had sex with someone else. And not just anyone, my sister. My best friend in the whole world. How could he do this? How could they do this? And my 18th birthday was a year ago. Was he planning on never telling me? We were married now, and he finally tells me about it right before what I thought would be the most important moment of my life was about to happen. "Bella, my Bella, I'm so sore," he started as he reached to wipe away tears that I hadn't realized were rolling down my face. "I am not your Bella," I interrupted coldly, causing him to flinch at the tone of my voice. "How could you? I thought you loved me. How could you cheat on me with my best friend? I didn't mean for it to happen. I swear to God, Bella, it just. Why did it have to be my best friend? Why, Alice?" I whispered, the tears flowing freely down my face. "I'm sorry. You don't know how much I've regretted that night ever since it happened. That's why I left the family for a little while. I couldn't take the guilt," he said, his voice full of sorrow and regret, his golden eyes glistening with tears that wouldn't be shed. "Oh, but you must have gotten over it since you let us be married without telling me." "Edward, how could you do that?" I asked, hearing the hurt and betrayal in my voice. "I'm so sorry, Bella. I thought we could get past it. I just didn't want to lose you," he pleaded, trying to get me to understand. "And I did. I understood perfectly. You already did. Just go," I said, turning away from him. I couldn't stand the sight of his flawless face. Every time I looked at him, I couldn't help but picture Alice's small limbs tangled with his, her face pressed to his. "Please don't do this. Bella, I love you, not anyone else," he begged, making the tears fall harder. "Please, Edward, just go. I need time to think," I said, and then I heard the house door shut and I knew I was alone, for a little while at least. I stumbled to the bathroom and didn't bother to lock the door. He'd just force his way in if he wanted to. Digging through Edward's suitcase, I found the spare phone he kept there. Why he would need a spare, I had no idea. I opened the phone and dialed the only number I felt I should. "Hello," the voice asked, answering after only the second ring. "Hello, Edward. What is so important that you just had interrupt your honeymoon to call?" "Bella probably isn't very happy." The musical voice trailed off. "It's not, Edward," I managed to say, my voice sounding weak even to my own ears. "Bella, are you crying? What's wrong? I need to leave," I said quietly as silent tears streamed down my face. Did something happen? Where's Edward? We're fine. Please, I just can't stay here. Is there a way for me to come back early? I pleaded, my voice breaking. Of course. Carlisle is getting a flight scheduled as we speak. Are you and Edward okay? Did you guys have a fight? The voice asked timidly, sounding concerned. Just hurry please. I responded, unable to say the truth out loud to someone else just yet. I was still trying to wrap my own mind around that fact that Edward and I were over. The flight leaves in an hour. But Bella, I just want you to know that no matter what happens, you'll always be my sister. Rosalie admitted quietly, almost bringing a smile to my face. Thanks, Rosalie. And could you meet us at the airport alone? I don't want anyone else to come. I whispered, hoping she would agree without asking questions. Of course, Bella, she said, making me sigh in relief before I thanked her again and hung up. What was I going to do when Edward returned? I had to get him to drive the boat back to the city to get to the airport. Would he even drive me there? What if he didn't? Would I have to stay for the remainder of this pathetic almost honeymoon? You're leaving. I tensed, hearing Edward's voice from the door to the bathroom. You were listening, I stated, annoyance filling my tone. We don't have to leave, Bella. We rented out this place for the week. We could just stay here and figure this out. Edward pleaded, ignoring my comment completely, and only succeeding in further annoying me. There's nothing to figure out, I said decidedly. I wasn't going to let it go just because he was sorry. Sorry couldn't take back the fact that he cheated on me. Sorry couldn't make me go back to him. Sorry couldn't take back that night. Sorry couldn't fix anything. Bella, please just think about this before. I have thought about it. Edward, you broke my heart. And it's not like this is the first time either. I yelled, angry tears gathering in my eyes. He froze. I am so sorry, Bella. He said, the pain evident in his voice and face. So sorry for what I've done. I didn't mean to hurt you again. Whether you meant it or not, it happened. I said, lowering the volume of my voice at the sound of his remorse. And Edward, you want to know what hurts the most? He nodded, incapable of speech at this point. It was odd, I'd never seen a vampire speechless before this moment. Then a thought hit me, making me laugh sardonically, startling Edward with my sudden change in emotion. It's ironic really, but a while back when we were in my room after returning from Volterra, I was so afraid that you would leave again, but this time it's me who's leaving. I said, no tears falling this time. I had cried all my tears out. All that is left is the cold reality of what is. Edward stared at me, his mouth open slightly in shock at what I was saying. In that moment I knew that if vampires could cry, Edward would be right now. And as much as I hate to admit it, I was glad. Glad that I wasn't the only one suffering. Glad that I wasn't the only one losing something in this relationship. Are you sure you want to go back to Forks now? He murmured, his dark golden eyes burning into my brown ones. I nodded and started for where the boat was docked. Your stuff? Edward asked, curious to why I hadn't grabbed my bag to bring back. I don't want it, I said quietly, knowing he would hear as I continued towards my way back home. I didn't want to bring anything back to Forks that would remind me of this horrible night. I didn't want anything that would remind me of what was supposed to be one of the best weeks of my life. It should have started tonight with Edward and I joining as one physically and ended in 7 days with me changing into a vampire. Instead, it was over before it really began. Edward helped me into the boat and I immediately moved to the back as he drove us to the city that was closest to Isle Esme. I turned and watched as the island that I first thought of as beautiful grew smaller in the distance. My fingers tightened the hand rests in a death grip as the plane made its descent towards Seattle. I had asked Rosalie if she could be waiting there with a car. I wanted to be away from Edward as soon as I could. I wasn't sure how long I could compartmentalize my emotions. As soon as the plane landed and the passengers were allowed to stand, I made a beeline for the exit, surprisingly not tripping once. Edward, of course, was right beside me just in case I fell. Which was the main reason I was relieved not to trip. I didn't want his arms around me. When I saw Edward's body tense and his head snap suddenly to the right in surprise, I knew he had realized Rosalie was here to meet us. He immediately looked down at me with hurt covering his features, but I purposely didn't make eye contact as I started towards Rosalie. I'm giving Bella a ride home, she said quietly, venom clear in her tone and eyes, knowing he would still hear. You can meet us at the house in the Volvo or not. I don't really care. You already told her. Edward asked me, making me pause before responding. No, actually she doesn't know anything yet. I just didn't think I could stomach sitting next to you like everything was fine and you didn't just destroy our sham of a marriage. I said coldly, not needing to look at him to know my words would cause him to flinch. When I reached Rosalie, she wrapped her cool arm around my shoulder comfortingly and we walked to her car. In that moment I couldn't help but think that maybe, with my family, that everything would be okay. Previously, when I saw Edward's body tense and his head turned to the right, caught off guard, I knew he had realized I had invited Rosalie to meet us here. He immediately looked down at me, hurt covering his features, but I purposely didn't make eye contact as I started towards Rosalie. I'm giving Bella a ride home, she said quietly, venom clear in her tone and eyes, knowing he would still hear. You can meet us at the house in the Volvo or not. I don't really care. You already told her. Edward asked me, making me pause before responding. No, actually she doesn't know anything yet. She just trusts me, I said, not needing to look at him to know my words would cause him to flinch. When I reached Rosalie, she wrapped her cool arm around my shoulder comfortingly and we walked to her car. In that moment I couldn't help but think that maybe, with my family, that everything would be okay. I sat in the passenger seat of the car, staring numbly ahead. Had my life really just gone from happily married, to terribly betrayed and divorced in just 24 hours? Even thinking about getting a divorce was surreal. Was this really happening to me? God, I didn't think it was possible, but my marriage turned out even worse than my parents'. I know you probably don't want to talk about it, but what happened between you two? Rosalie asked curiously, breaking the silence that had remained ever since we had gotten in the car. I was grateful that she hadn't immediately started asking questions, but I knew the suspense was probably killing her. Eventually, I knew that I would have to tell everyone why Edward and I were not going to go riding off into the sunset, happily ever after. If I was honest with myself, I realized that I did have too high expectations for us. What did I expect? To live happily ever after? My life revolved around vampires, for crying out loud. I think it would be better if everyone found out together, I answered finally. She nodded in understanding and sped up slightly. You really want to know what happened, don't you? I said, smiling slightly as she drove way past the speed limit. Well, yes, I want to know what had you calling me in tears and why you didn't call someone else. Like Alice or something, she said, sounding bothered. But I knew she was just confused and frustrated, and I didn't blame her for feeling that way. I knew Rosalie would notice how I froze up and my heart beat faster at the mention of Alice, but I really didn't care. She would know the reason why soon enough. Well, that answers part of my question, she commented, exasperated. Is Edward following us back to your house? I asked, quickly changing the subject. Of course. He doesn't know when to give someone space, she said, and I knew that she was thinking something to him along the same lines. I scoffed, rolling my eyes at her statement. There was also a thing called too much space, which Edward and I obviously had. And it drove him to sleep with my best friend. Ex-best friend now. Edward saw it happened the night he left me in the forest by myself. Where was everyone else then? Why had Alice chose that night to return to Forks? In New Moon the rest of the Cullens had left ahead of Edward, while he stayed behind to break up with Bella. Why was fate dead set against Edward and I not being together? First there was the fact that I was his La Tua Cantante, his singer. There was James tracking me, forcing Edward and me to separate. Then shortly after that, there was the disaster that was my birthday party. Jasper had become overwhelmed with bloodlust and tried to bite me, which made Edward determined to leave. And there was the whole my inadvertently befriending Jacob and the werewolves. Then most recently the war Victoria started, in which there was a group of bloodthirsty vampires out for my blood, endangering me and my family. Of course I couldn't forget about the Volturi, who wanted me changed into a vampire, and for Edward to join them. I vaguely remember that Alice is also wanted by the Volturi. Maybe now they could both join and be the perfect, happy sleeping together without causing pain to those around them. Bella, you with me? I shook my head to clear my thoughts and turned my attention back to Rosalie, who was staring at me, a look of amusement on her flawless face. You okay? You were pretty quiet for a while there, Rosalie asked, concern creeping into her voice. Just thinking, I said, smiling reassuringly at her. I'm fine, really. Are you fine with exposing this big secret that has you so obviously hurt and upset now? She asked, making me realize that we had pulled into the Cullens' driveway. I blinked in shock, my heart rate increasing, and my head starting to spin. I tried to respond, but my thoughts were all jumbled. They were all in there, probably waiting to find out why Edward and I had returned early. Alice included. Did she have a vision of Edward telling me? Or was she just as blind to the situation as everyone else? Well, there was only one way to find out. With a deep breath I reached for the handle only to have the door open for me. Ignoring the pale hand extended to help me, I exited the red car. Unnecessary, I muttered, brushing past Edward and entering the Cullen house. If he thought opening the King door would win me back, he was clearly delusional. Rosalie appeared by my side in an instant and opened the front door for me. Stepping into the spacious home, that suddenly felt stuffy and crowded, I was immediately enveloped in Esme's motherly embrace. "Bella dear, we heard about your call to Rosalie. I hope nothing has happened," she whispered in my ear, making my throat go dry. She let go of me and I was immediately swept up in another pair of arms. "Bellarina, why'd you come back early? Was little Eddie here not putting out?" Emmett teased, ruffling my hair after he placed me back on my feet. "Not quite," I murmured wryly. "It was actually the opposite that brought me home." "Welcome home you too," Carlyle said, entering the room still in his work clothes, and putting his arm around Esme. "Bella," Alice screeched, running down the stairs and wrapping her slim arms around me. I froze, keeping my arms at my side. "I missed you so much. Not that I'm not thrilled that you and Edward are back, but why are you guys here?" I found myself unable to speak as my eyes darted helplessly to Rosalie. "You guys are overwhelming her," Jasper inserted, staring at me curiously, reading my emotions, and immediately everyone quieted down. Jasper speaks. Lol. Then, seeing my discomfort, Rosalie motioned to the open seat next to her. Eagerly, I pulled away from Alice and moved to take the seat. Everyone followed her lead, taking a seat in the living room. Well, everyone except Edward, who remained stock still at the front door. I figured he was still in shock about what was happening. "You all are probably wondering why Edward and I returned early." I started, my voice already breaking slightly. I paused, gathering my strength and continuing. "I'm going to get to the point. Edward and I are getting a divorce," I said bluntly, ignoring the gasps and confusion my statement caused. "And as much as it pains me, I will not be joining your family," I finished quietly, my voice firm and regretful. "I don't understand," Esme said, shaking her head. "We all love you very much, and you are already a part of this family." "What happened?" "Bella, please," Edward choked out, startling his family. "Do you want to tell them?" I questioned in a clipped tone, gritting my teeth at his emotional display. What gave him the right to be sad? How did he have the audacity to play the victim? He stared at me with agony in his dark, almost black, eyes. "Oh," Alice gasped, grasping what was going on, and turning her shock-filled eyes to me. "Oh, Bella, what the hell is going on?" Emmett interrupted suddenly, his booming voice making me jump. Later on I would realize that Esme was just as bewildered and, for once, didn't correct him on his cursing. Alice looked at Edward with panic clear on her face, but Edward's eyes remained glued to me. "Why don't you ask them?" I said suddenly, gaining courage at Alice's reaction. She looked more worried about her family finding out than the fact that I already knew. Alice cared more about her secret getting out than our relationship as sisters. That revelation alone made it clear to me that our friendship will never be the same. Or what was left of it wouldn't be. "Edward," Carlyle said in a stern voice. "Tell us what happened." "It happened after Bella's 18th birthday party. After you all had left Forks already. After I had ended things with Bella. I returned here to grieve the loss of my only love." Edward started, stressing the word. "While I was here, Alice returned as well." Then Alice interrupted, "I had a vision of you staying in Forks and contemplating going to the Volturi." Alice answered, her usually bell-like voice sounding strained. "So I came back while everyone was hunting to show you that you still had a family." She showed him a little more than that. "Right. And so Alice and I began talking. Me about my pain at having to leave Bella. And me about my frustration with Jasper struggling with vegetarianism." Alice finished, looking at Jasper apologetically. His eyes dimmed slightly, but he squeezed her hand reassuringly to show her that she was forgiven for that small, inconsequential thing compared to what else they did. That was when we made the mistake. Then one thing led to another, and then we were keying. I don't know who initiated it, but it just happened. Edward sighed in such a rush that I could barely understand what he said. I couldn't bear to look at Edward or Alice, so I kept my gaze locked on the floor. The story wasn't over yet. You didn't stop there, did you? Jasper guessed, his face stoic. It wasn't a question, but rather a statement of fact. Jazzy, I'm so sorry, Alice blurted out. I don't know what happened. I mean, I had no idea that it would happen, no visions, or anything. We were just both really depressed and disappointed and were looking for comfort. How many times? Jasper interrupted, pulling his hand from Alice's. How many times did you cheat on me with my brother? It was only that one night, but it was more than once that night. Alice confessed, her normally bubbly voice filled with regret and dread. But I only love you, Jazzy, you know that. It was just a bout of weakness on both our parts. And I wish it never happened. She's telling the truth, Jasper. That's all that happened, I swear. Edward inserted, finally entering the living room where the rest of the Cullens sat in shock. A loud crack resounded through the room, and Edward was sprawled on the floor with his hand on his jaw, his eyes betraying his shock. Had Jasper punched Edward? I turned my eyes to Jasper and recoiled in shock. Right now, Jasper truly looked like a vampire. Why, Edward? Can you answer me that? Why did you sleep with Alice? Jasper demanded, almost in a growl, his eyes furious. It just happened. I'm sorry it was her, but you can't take back the past. Edward sighed, jumping back up and going into a defensive crouch. Jasper snarled at his pathetic excuses, and that was when Carlisle decided to intervene. Boys, I know emotions are high right now, but the last thing we need is a fight. Carlisle said, coming between the two brothers. I didn't realize that I was crying until Esme's arms wrapped around me. Shish. It's okay, Bella. We're going to figure this out. Bella, Edward started. Don't. Jasper interrupted coldly, his eyes murderous. How dare you think that you can even speak to her after what you did? It's none of your concern. Edward snapped, taking a step towards me. What concerns Bella concerns all of us. Emmett said, standing up from his seat next to Rosalie. She's part of this family too. Edward's eyes darted to Emmett and, apparently deciding that he couldn't take down both furious vampires, with a growl he tore out of the room at vampire speed, disappearing into the forest. Thank you, I said, looking gratefully at my two protectors. Any time, little sister. No one hurts you and gets away with it. Emmett said, ruffling my hair. Don't worry, Bella, we're not going to leave you. Jasper said, suddenly drawing my attention. How? I stammered, my cheeks turning pink. How was he able to read me so easily? Oh yeah, you're an empathy. His gaze met mine kindly, shaking his head. It was written all over your face. Fear of being left alone. Our eyes held for a few seconds before the moment was broken. Do you want to go home? Carlisle asked, voice sincere and regretful. I weighed the idea in my head. What would I be going home to? It was only with the Cullens that I felt complete and loved. They accepted me for who I am and invited me into their home, into their family. How could I give that up now? No. Well then, of course you're welcome here. Esme said. Why don't you go upstairs and get some rest? Well, you can just go up to Edward's room and, oh. Rosalie trailed off. She can stay in my room. Jasper offered before turning to me. If that's all right with you. I nodded, agreeing, and followed him up the stairs. I was dumbfounded at his sudden decision to be so kind to me. I mean, Jasper was never rude or anything, but we never were close. This was mostly because Edward thought he was too unstable to be around. Why are you doing this? I asked, blushing slightly at my lack of tact. I mean, we've never really talked much before. Well, Alice wanted to corner me and beg for forgiveness, and I don't want to speak to her just yet. Jasper answered quietly as we entered the room. Sitting down on the soft mattress, I realized that I was exhausted. Bella, do you mind if I ask you a question? Jasper asked as I started to drift off into sleep. Why did you not want to go home? I would have thought you would want to be as far away from here as possible. He asked, seeming curious. I don't want Charlie seeing me like this. I already put him through enough with what happened when you guys left. I answered groggily as sleep threatened to overtake me. Bella, All that matters now is taking care of you. Jasper said, exasperated. What about you? I said quietly, before I gave in to my inevitable drowsiness and succumbed to sleep. Previously. Bella, do you mind if I ask you a question? Jasper asked as I started to drift into sleep. Why did you not want to go home? I would have thought you would want to be as far away from here as possible. He asked, seeming curious. I don't want Charlie seeing me like this. I already put him through enough with what happened when you guys left. I answered groggily as sleep threatened to overtake me. Bella, all that matters now is taking care of you. Jasper said, exasperated. What about you? I asked quietly before I gave in to my inevitable drowsiness and succumbed to sleep. I opened my eyes to the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling. I sat there in confusion before past 24 hours all came rushing back to me. Edward's confession. Rosalie giving me a ride home. The rest of the Cullen family finding out. Jasper bringing me upstairs to his and Alice's room. I looked around the room that I spent the remainder of the night in since I didn't have the chance to last night, being so tired. The walls were painted a light green color, and the carpet was a light cream. Unlike Edward's, it didn't have a wall-sized window, instead had two floor-length ones, about 2 feet wide, on each side of where the bed sat. The two windows had thin purple curtains pulled back on the sides of them that didn't block any light out of the room. Somehow I doubted that Jasper chose the color scheme of this room. In fact, the only thing that seemed to be Jasper's was the lone bookshelf in the corner. That thought alone dumbfounded me. How could Alice cheat on Jasper? He gave Alice anything and everything she could ever want. From going out of his way to protect her from anything, which I witnessed when Victoria came, to small things like going on her impossibly long shopping trips and letting her design their room. I just couldn't comprehend why Alice could ever do this to him. I'm not saying that Edward was right in doing it, but Alice and Jasper have been together years. What would prompt her to abandon a relationship like that? Edward and I were never completely and fully together because of the huge and unavoidable fact that he is a vampire, while I'm not. But Jasper and Alice were equals. They both had unbeating hearts, and needed blood to survive. They didn't have to hide from each other because they were the same, or at least I thought they were. Maybe if Edward had told the truth about he and Alice's affair and not tried to keep it a secret, it wouldn't be so impossibly difficult to forgive him. Of course, I would have still been devastated, but at least I wouldn't have been living a lie for the past year. Then there was the fact that Edward and I were apart at the time, while Alice was still married to Jasper. If I feel so unbelievingly and overwhelmingly despondent, then I wonder how Jasper feels. He had still been married to Alice when it happened. Thinking I heard voices downstairs, I sighed and slid out of the bed, stretching as I did. How long had I been sleeping? Judging from the sunlight coming through the window, it must be early morning. Realizing that there wasn't a clock in their room, I attempted to smooth the wrinkles out of my t-shirt, in vain, and slipped out of the room. Standing on the top step of the staircase, I could just make out the words that were being exchanged. It was Alice and Jasper. Not wanting them to realize I was there, I froze and I pressed my back against the wall, listening. I'm so sorry, Jazzy, I didn't mean for this to happen. Didn't mean for what to happen? For us to find out. Jasper growled, already knowing that he was right. That Alice and Edward planned on keeping it a secret forever. We thought it would be best if we didn't tell anyone. Alice said defensively. We didn't want anyone to get hurt. Well, that worked out well, didn't it, Alice? Sarcasm. Look, I said I was sorry, and I am. You have no idea how much guilt and regret that I've carried for a year now. Jazzy, that night was a mistake. It meant nothing to either of us. Alice pleaded, making me cringe. If it meant nothing, then why did they do it? Why would they throw everything away for a one-night stand? Is that supposed to make everything better? Do you want me to pretend that nothing happened and go back to pretending like everything's fine? Because that is not going to happen. What do you want me to say then, Jasper? I've apologized, and told you the truth of the matter over and over. I was confused, and vulnerable that night. Edward came to me. I didn't ask for anything from him, he was the one who initiated it. Alice revealed, making me take in a surprised breath. Edward had gone to Alice. What can I do to make you forgive me? She continued pleadingly. Space. Jasper sighed, lowering his volume. Well, if that's what you want. But I will be there when you want me to. I'll wait for you, Jazzy, just like I did the day we first met. Alice promised, and I heard a door shut. I started down the stairs hoping that Jasper was the one that stayed and that I wasn't about to come face to face with the vampire that slept with my husband and had the audacity to still call me sister. Lost in my thoughts, I slipped on one of the steps and stumbled down the last few, just managing to stay upright. Isabella? Jasper questioned, raising an eyebrow at my clumsy entrance. I heard everything. I blurted out without thinking, mentally berating myself for my complete lack of social skills. I honestly didn't mean to, I just woke up and heard yelling. Oh, he said, running a hand through his hair absent-mindedly. Sorry if we woke you. Sake, I replied with a shrug. It's not your fault our significant others decided to ruin everything and then tell everyone the night after my wedding. He chuckled darkly, shaking his head. Terrible timing. Understatement. I commented wryly, taking my place on the other side of the sofa in the living room. You know, I think this is one of the longest conversations we've had. He shot me a contemplative look. Well, I guess we'll have to change that, won't we? I felt a small grin overcome my face, before reality set back in. God, my marriage was crumbling apart in front of my eyes and here I was joking and smiling like nothing was happening. A sense of loneliness washed over me. Now that Edward and I weren't together, would I no longer be welcome here? Hey, Jasper said lowly, getting my attention. We're in this together. I bit my lip and nodded, feeling my eyes burn with oncoming tears. Bella, this is not your fault. Jasper said roughly, after reading my emotions. I've been so blind, I whispered, staring at my hands. If I would have just accepted that I wasn't good enough for Edward and let him go, then none of this would have happened and... Shut up. Jasper interrupted me. I looked at him shocked and snapped my mouth shut. If you don't stop belittling and blaming yourself for what Alice and Edward did, I swear to God, he growled before stopping a moment to cool his anger. Don't you dare let them turn this around on us. They are entirely at fault, okay? There's no excuse for what they did. I sat in silence, absorbing his words. How could you possibly think this was your fault? You did nothing except love Edward unconditionally. If he can't see what a huge mistake he made and what it's caused him to lose, then he's clearly the blind one. Jasper said, sincerity ringing through his voice, his dark eyes boring into my brown ones. I wordlessly reached a hand up and traced the shadows under his eyes. Glancing at him I saw that he had closed his eyes, turning as still as stone under my curious hand. When my brain caught up with my actions, I quickly placed my hand back in my lap, feeling a blush creep up on my cheeks. You look thirsty, I said weakly for explanation. He grinned at me and stood up. You're right. I should probably head back to Charlie's anyways. I said, sighing. Everyone, your father included, still thinks you're on your honeymoon. After that it was planned that you would go to the University of Alaska. If you go home then you'll have to tell Charlie everything. Jasper explained, his eyes showing his concern. Is there a second option? I asked after a moment's hesitation. I didn't want Charlie to find out how quickly and disastrously my marriage ended. I'd rather have some time to think about how I want to break the news to him. As soon as Carlisle gets back from the hospital I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about. Jasper said reassuringly. Is there anything you want me to pick up from your house that you want while you stay here? No thanks. I'll be fine, I said, declining his offer. Okay. You're welcome to any books of mine then. Jasper said, as he headed for the door. Jasper, I called, and he turned around questioningly. I felt the sudden urge to give him a hug, but wasn't sure if it would be accepted. Oh, to hell with it. Throwing insecurity to the wind, I slipped my arms around him lightly, in a tentative embrace. Thanks. He stood still and silent for a split second, before gently returning the embrace. Like I said earlier, you're not alone. Group hug. Emmett yelled, bounding the stairs and entering the room, throwing his arms around Jasper and I. I laughed breathlessly and Jasper rolled his eyes just as Rosalie entered the room. Way to ruin the moment, Em. She said smirking. And I think you're suffocating Bella. Right, sorry Bella. It's just hard to remember that she's only human unless she's tripping. Emmett said laughing as I blushed. Or doing that. Ha ha. Good to know you find my humanity amusing. I said sarcastically. Okay enough laughing at Bella's expense. Rosalie said, saving me from further embarrassment. I'll stay here with her while you two go hunting. Rematch from last time? Emmett asked Jasper with a grin on his face. You're on. Jasper called before flying out the door. Hey, no head starts. Emmett whined, following after him quickly. Rosalie and I both rolled our eyes in sync. Boys. After Emmett and Jasper left, the house felt emptier than ever. The sudden quiet that Emmett's absence caused was expected. He was absurdly childish and loud at times. Jasper was another matter entirely. Even though I didn't know him that well, probably the least out of all the Cullens, it was surprisingly easy to carry on a conversation with him. Our newly formed camaraderie left me feeling out of sorts. Usually Edward kept me to himself when I visited, with the occasional non-optional shopping trip with Alice. But now that the two of them were nowhere in sight, the chance to interact with everyone else without Edward watching my every move was undeniably refreshing, even if Rosalie was intimidating as hell. How long are they going to be gone? I asked tentatively. I was a little anxious about being here alone with Rosalie. We had become closer after she told me the story of her human life and being changed into a vampire. Despite this, I was waiting for the old Rosalie to make her appearance. After she told me what happened to her, I understood the open hostility she showed me. Her own fiancé had beaten her, leaving her behind to die. The cold, tough exterior that Rosalie put forth made sense if one knew all the troubles that she faced in life. There was definitely more to her than being probably the prettiest vampire I had ever seen. Why? Think you could have more fun with them than with me? What? Of course not, Rosalie. I protested immediately. I'm just kidding, Bella, she said, rolling her eyes. Come on, let's go do something fun. Just the two of us. Like what? Well, I'm not sure, she said sheepishly. You're making it too easy for them to be more fun, I said teasingly, prompting her to narrow her eyes. Then her eyes lit up and a devious smirk settled on her face. Oh no, I just had the perfect idea. But first you have to change. She wrinkled her nose, observing my jeans and t-shirt. Usually it annoyed me to no end when someone, usually Alice, acted as if wearing ripped jeans and a t-shirt was a heinous crime. But, in this instance I couldn't help but agree with the owned. The band shirt I was wearing was horribly wrinkled, and was in desperate need of a wash. I don't have any extra clothes here. I shrugged. How was I supposed to know my honeymoon would end disastrously and leave me without anything to wear? What happened to that huge suitcase full of new clothes you took with you? She demanded. You didn't throw them into the Atlantic Ocean or anything, did you? Damn, that would have been a great idea. No, I answered, trying to make light of what I was about to say. But I did conveniently forget them on the island. Her eyes saddened and she quickly changed the subject. You can borrow something of mine. Oh, are you sure? I think I'm fine going like this, I said dubiously, not wanting to borrow her clothes. What if they didn't fit or something? That would be beyond mortifying. Relax, Bella. You'll be surprised at how good you'll look with some decent clothes on, she said scathingly. Any requests? No, Pink, I replied immediately, snorting at the offended look on her face as she disappeared upstairs. Hoping to God that she wouldn't try and force me into anything too girly, I turned and stared out of the window into the forest. I wonder where Edward and Alice were now. A thought occurred to me, but I immediately shoved it away. Edward wouldn't go to the Volturi again, would he? I mean, I may be unbearably hurt and angry with him, but I didn't want him to die. He wouldn't do that to his family again, would he? I mean, he swore he wouldn't. Then again, he didn't seem that opposed to lying lately. Okay, so I picked the least girly outfit possible, Rosalie said, re-entering the room. I snapped out of my morbid thoughts in time to see the clothes she picked out. They actually were not as bad as I had expected. Dark blue skinny jeans and a gray versus neck shirt. She definitely could have picked something worse. Seeing the look of surprised approval on my face, she snickered. What? Did you expect me to pull out a giant pink cupcake dress for you? Please, I'm not that evil. Honestly, I expected you to bring something I normally wouldn't be caught dead wearing, I admitted sheepishly, blushing slightly. Well, it's a good thing you're not, yet at least, she amended, making me look at her in surprise. She would be okay with me being changed. I thought for sure that if I ever did become a vampire that our slowly developing friendship would immediately dissipate. Why do you look so shocked? She asked, amusement in her tone. No offense, but you weren't exactly the most welcoming person at first. So I just assumed it was because you didn't think someone should want to be a vampire, I explained truthfully. But you should know that I do want this. I can't explain it, but with you guys, it feels like home. Now it was her turn to be taken aback. Yeah, I was kind of a bi. Wasn't I? She said, laughing slightly. I guess since I wasn't given a choice, watching you choose to give up something as precious and fragile as your humanity is just incomprehensible to me. You don't have to be a vampire for me to consider you my sister. But, it is your life, I want us to be friends, no matter if it's until the end of your human life, or forever. I blinked back tears that threatened to fall. Thanks Rosalie. I think that since I call you Bella, and not Isabella, that it's only fair that you call me Rose. She said, smiling with her teeth. Despite myself, I had to repress a shiver. Even though she hadn't meant to, she could be very intimidating at times. She smirked knowingly, noticing my very human reaction. Go get changed so we can go already. I shut the first floor bathroom door and changed into the clothes Rosalie Rose picked out for me. Sighing internally, I slipped on the dark-colored skinny jeans, and to my relief they slipped on me without trouble, even though they fit snugly like a second skin. I pulled on the gray shirt and tucked the jeans into my black boots. This wasn't so bad. Better, Rose said approvingly when I re-entered the living room. Now let's go. We should probably be getting back soon. I called to Rose, who was in the dressing room at Victoria's Secret. Rose didn't need to try it on since she'd been buying the same size for years, but she claimed that it had to look absolutely perfect. Personally, I just think she liked to have an excuse to admire herself in the mirror. Hold on a second, she called, so I turned and sat on one of the fancy sofas outside the changing room. Honestly, I don't understand why women make such a big deal out of undergarments. Do I want to spend $40 on a damn bra? No thanks, can someone point me to the nearest Barnes & Noble? I sat there contemplating the past 2 hours. It actually hadn't been as bad as I had feared. Don't get me wrong, shopping still will never be on my list of favorite things to do. But it was nice getting to know Rose, and it was just a bit different going with her than with Alice. Alice was always in a rush to get to every store and proceed to shove me into every frilly, floral outfit that I hated. While Rose was okay going at a human pace to only her favorite stores, not the whole mall. Not to mention she didn't comment on the abnormal amount of black t-shirts in my closet. Bella, I heard a familiar voice gasp. I froze and plastered a fake smile on my face, turning to greet him. Mike, what are you doing here? Just picking up a few things, he said, regaining his composure. Here? I questioned, raising my eyebrow. Well, I mean, we are in a lingerie store. Well, yeah, I mean, why would I be here if it wasn't to buy something? He said before finally seeming to realize what I meant. Oh, you mean why was I in this store? I mean, of course I'm not here for me. I mean, this is an girl's store and I would never want anything here. He rambled, his face turning red in his mortification. So then why are you here? I asked, wary of the answer. I saw you when I was walking by the store and thought I'd say hello. He said smoothly, shooting a grin at me. Michael Newton, where are you? I'm done checking out now. An older woman announced, coming up to Mike. Mom, he hissed to the woman, whom I now knew was his mother. I'll meet you outside the store. Don't speak to me in that tone. Oh Bella, I didn't see you there. How are you doing, sweetie? The red-haired woman pulled me into a hug and Mike groaned. I'm fine, thanks. I coughed out as best as I could while being assaulted by the strong smell of perfume. Pulling back from the hug, I smiled tightly and glanced at the changing room Rose was in. Hurry up, Rose. You haven't been down to the store lately, dear, she said disapprovingly. I had picked up a part-time job down at the Newton's outdoor equipment store over the summer, hoping to get a little money so I could leave Charlie with some retirement funds. But after getting engaged, Edward had made it clear that I didn't need to work there since we would be married and the whole "what's yours is mine" thing would come into play. But now I wasn't sure what would end up happening to me. And frankly, I was relieved to not have to go there every weekend, wear a bright orange vest, and deal with Mike's persistent attempts at flirting. But I couldn't say that. I know, but I'm going to be going to college soon and so I don't have much spare time anymore. I explained, trying not to mention Edward. Because if I did, Mike was bound to remember that I was supposed to be on my honeymoon right now. Mom, didn't you want to check out furniture for the house? Mike interrupted quickly. Oh, that's right, I'd almost forgotten. She said laughingly. Well, maybe you and Mike can get together sometime and play board games, or go bird watching, or whatever it is you kids do nowadays. Did she just try to? Let's go. Mike interrupted suddenly, grabbing his mother's arm. Nice seeing you again, Bella. She called as her son led her towards the exit, practically running out of the store. What just happened? Rose chose then to emerge from the changing room. Have fun catching up, Bella. You heard all that and didn't feel the need to, oh I don't know, save me. I exclaimed, shooting her a glare. Please, you were fine. And I was enjoying listening too much to want to interfere. She said, smirking at me. I rolled my eyes and sighed. Are we done here? Most definitely. But I was thinking about going to look at furniture for the house. She said teasingly. I continued to glare at her in silence. Okay, maybe it's too soon for jokes. She said finally, after seeing my response. Come on, you're probably ready to go back now. I nodded quickly in agreement, and spent the drive back home lost in my thoughts. My mind was still trying to wrap itself around the fact that Edward and I weren't together anymore. He had been a huge and seemingly constant part of my life up until the day before yesterday. Before 2 nights ago, I had naively believed that he was my life and my future, that we would have eternity to spend together. For so long now I had been dependent on Edward, therefore, as much as I hated it, it would take a while to adjust to the huge changes that occurred in the last couple of days. My whole future had been altered in just a moment. From that second when I discovered the truth, my life had changed, and it was my job to make sure it was for the better. But there was one thing that confused me. Jasper had been taking the situation better than I expected him to. I was anticipating yelling and fighting, but so far the house, and its inhabitants, remained intact. Rosé, can I ask you something? I started tentatively. Does this have something to do with why you were so quiet most of the car ride back? She asked wryly, and I took that as an invitation to go ahead and ask. I don't want to pry into something that is none of my business, but why, I mean, how is Jasper taking this so well? I don't know how he feels, but I know that I am a wreck. And I am completely distraught and broken. Rose started to interrupt sympathetically, but I continued. But they were married for years. Years, Rose. I just don't understand. Rose sat in stoic silence for a couple of seconds before she hesitantly responded. I'm not Jasper, so if you want a better explanation you should go to him. But, people all deal with pain and suffering. In their own way. You remember my story, don't you? I nodded. Well, in order to move on, and keep my sanity, I had to make sure he never did that to anyone again. To put it delicately, I had to distribute my own penance. She said, a proud smirk upon her face. That's a way to put it lightly. I commented, making her shrug. Do you want to hear it the way it really happened? With all the gruesome, morbid details included? She asked skeptically. I shook my head frantically. No thanks, I'm good. She snickered, amused at my adamant refusal, and we pulled into the driveway. My heart leapt into my throat, rendering me incapable of speech. I felt my heart rate increase, and was sure every vampire within the vicinity could hear the blood rushing madly through my veins. And suddenly, I felt closed in, trapped with no way out. Everyone was in there, and we were going to talk about me. My future, whether it was immortality with the Cullen family or a regular human life, was about to be determined. The thing I was dreading the most was having everyone there to talk about it. Last time we attempted to have this conversation we didn't get anywhere. No decisions were made since everyone had different views and input on the subject. When we last had a family meeting about this, everyone except Edward and Rosalie had said, yes, to me becoming a vampire. Now, I wasn't sure what everyone's reaction would be to my request. After all that had happened because of me, would they still welcome me with open arms? Don't even think about second-guessing your choice to talk to the family about this now. Rose said sternly, guessing my train of thoughts. I looked at her, shocked by that statement, but she wasn't finished. After all that Edward's put you through, are you just going to give in to what he wants? No, what he demanded. It's time you stood up for yourself and stopped letting him think for you. It's bad enough that it took your relationship with him ending for you to realize what a tight leash he had you on, but don't let him have any say in your life anymore. If you're going to be a part of this family, Bella, then being around Edward is inevitable. And for you to be truly happy, you have to break free. You have to sever those tight bonds he kept on you." Rose finished, sincerity and passion ringing out in her voice. My throat was so choked up I was left speechless again. I nodded and took a deep calming breath, somehow controlling my emotions. Everyone had heard what she said. She had most definitely gotten herself out of Edward's good graces with that speech. Biting my lip nervously, I opened the car door and stepped out rather ungracefully, even for me. Rose's speech had both empowered and frightened me. But she was absolutely right. Edward no longer had any say in my life. If I wanted to become a witch then go elope with a crazy werewolf, then goddamn it I would. The thought of werewolves reminded me of Jacob, and brought a wave of sadness into my heart. God, I missed my best friend so much right now. Compartmentalizing yet another depressing thought, I focused on the present. Rose and I entered the house and she ascended the stairs to put her bags away. I turned and faced the rest of the family who were all in the living room. Esme and Carlisle sat on one end of the sofa, Carlisle's hand on her shoulder, comforting her no doubt. Emmett was sitting in one of the two love seats and Rosalie quickly joined him, sitting in his lap. Edward was sitting in a chair right next to the sofa, his gold eyes glued to me. I saw Alice sitting in the other love seat by herself, looking dejected and slightly frustrated. What was wrong with her? She got what she wanted, didn't she? I blinked those thoughts away when I noticed Jasper standing by himself. And leaning against the wall, his face looking pained. Probably because of everyone's unstable emotions. I felt a pang of sadness for him. He had to feel his own emotions along with everyone else's. Esme extended her hand towards me and, smiling at her display of affection, I took a seat on the sofa by her. She smiled contented with my choice to sit by her and put her arm around my shoulder, hugging me to her. No words were necessary. I understood that she was trying to offer me some support without upsetting any of her family. Well, you all know why we are here. Carlisle started, and 7 sets of eyes turned to look at me. And I know we are all going through a rough patch right now, some more than others, but we still are a family and need to act accordingly. He eyed Edward warily for a second before he continued. We all know of Alice and Edward's infidelity, and I'm going to give them time to speak and explain themselves before we move on to other matters. Carlisle said sternly, ignoring Emmett's snarls and Rosalie's hiss. Thank you, Carlisle. Edward murmured and Carlisle nodded tightly. Oh, it looks like Carlisle isn't as unaffected by Edward and Alice's actions as I originally thought. Edward nodded to Alice and she started her tale of what happened between my former best friend and soon-to-be ex-husband. Previously. Well, you all know why we are here. Carlisle started, and 7 topaz-colored eyes turned to look at me. And I know we are all going through a rough patch right now, some more than others, but we still are a family and need to act accordingly. He eyed Edward and Jasper each for a second before he continued. We all know of Alice and Edward's infidelity, and I'm going to give them time to speak and explain themselves before we move on to other matters. Carlisle said sternly, ignoring Emmett's snarls and Rosalie's hiss. Thank you, Carlisle. Edward murmured and Carlisle nodded tightly. Oh, it looks like Carlisle isn't as unaffected by Edward and Alice's actions as I originally thought. Edward nodded to Alice and she started her tale of what happened between my former best friend and soon-to-be ex-husband. Okay. On September 17th, 4 days after we left Forks on Bella's birthday, I saw something. Alice started, her eyes staring blankly ahead, lost in the memory of what happened. The family had left the day of my birthday. Edward had left 3 days after my birthday. He must have graced me with 3 more days in his presence before abandoning me in a forest as if I meant nothing to him. We all witnessed how devastated Edward was when he decided that the best thing for Bella was to move. After he ended things with her, he returned to the empty house and reached his breaking point. I had a vision of Edward planning to go to the Volturi. Alice continued, her voice sounding detached. Edward. Esme gasped, horrified. Later I would realize that she was the only one who reacted so strongly. Sorry, Esme. Edward sighed, his eyes full of unrestrained pain. She nodded, still looking shaken as Carlisle wrapped an arm around her shoulder, and let Alice continue. Immediately, I returned to Forks, hoping that I got to him in time. It took me nearly 6 hours of constant running to get back in time. When I got here, the whole house was trashed. The TV, the door, the stairs, even the piano. Alice said, making my eyes flicker over to the empty space by the back door. How had I not noticed that before? I turned my eyes back to Alice as she delved into what exactly happened that night. Alice paused flashback. Damn it. Come on Edward, don't do this. I growled running past the dilapidated, "Welcome to Forks" sign. I stopped as a sudden horde of visions came to me. Edward running. Edward on a plane. Edward in Italy. Edward before the Volturi. Edward. 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 Once the vision was over, I returned to the present, increasing my pace. I imagined that to the humans I would be nothing but a flickering blur of color. Only one more mile, thank God Forks is such a small town. But I swear if Edward ever tries something like this again. The threat fell flat as I burst through the door and darted up the stairs. Edward, what are you doing? I hissed, making him jump and turn his pitch-black eyes to me. I'm sure you know just as well as I do, Alice. He replied wryly, standing up and easily towering over me, and I was wearing 4-inch heels too. Edward, you can't do this. Think of what it will do to everyone. How could you be so selfish? I snapped, pushing past him and entering the room. Oh, I'm being selfish. I'm only doing what's best for Bella. And that is living a normal life without any interference from us. He replied back, just as quickly. Even if that means she marries a human. I questioned cruelly, and watched as he flinched and his fists tightened. If that's what she wants. He intoned, gritting his teeth audibly. And you're saying that you'll stay away from her. And you will have to exist with the fact that some other man is living the life you desire. Is accepting smiles from your love. Exchanging laughs with her. Making love to someone you will always feel belongs to you. Can you live knowing that? Then, before I could react, I was crashing into the wall of Edward's room. Dust flew up around me and I was overcome with the smell of paint and plaster. What the heck? Okay, I kind of deserved it after what I said, but it's the truth. And he didn't have to throw me through a wall. Oh, I'm sorry, Alice. I can't handle this. Not knowing what she's doing. Not knowing if she's safe or who she's with. He growled, sitting on the sofa with his head in his hands. I pulled myself up out of the rubble and, dusting myself off, I went to sit by Edward. Couldn't he see how this was going to affect Bella? How it would impact the whole family? And it was obvious that he wasn't taking this decision lightly. God, Edward, how could you be so clueless and utterly stupid? I can hear you. Edward Said, interrupting my thoughts. Good. I snapped, getting annoyed with him. Look, Alice, I'm sorry that leaving Bella is causing you to suffer too. But you just don't understand the situation I'm in. You couldn't possibly relate to what I'm going through. Maybe I can better than you think. I said quietly. Truth be told, I had been struggling with something. And it was eating me alive, not saying anything to anyone and keeping it to myself all these years. And I couldn't do it anymore. I wouldn't do it anymore. Edward raised an eyebrow, probably hearing my thoughts. So I came clean. About everything. About how much Jasper had been struggling. About how it was putting a strain on our relationship. About how sometimes since I had to constantly watch him, I felt more like his guardian than his lover. About how hard it was to love someone who was constantly thinking about killing others. Edward was silent through my confession, for which I was grateful. After my confession, I felt utterly free. Liberated. Like I had finally gotten something that was weighing me down off my chest. I laughed suddenly, earning a weird look from the vampire next to me. But, it was like I couldn't stop. I was so full of uninhibited relief and joy. And it felt good to feel that way for the first time in 4 days. Since Bella's birthday when Jasper nearly took her life. That thought sobered me up pretty quickly. Edward, we will get through this. I know it will be hard for all of us, you especially, but we'll all be there. For each other. We have to stick together and move on. I said, grabbing Edward's pale hand in my small, equally pale ones. Okay. Edward Said after a few minutes passed. But promise me one thing. Of course. I agreed instantly, happy to see Edward coming out of the dark hole he was drowning in earlier. Don't go looking for Bella's future. If I'm going to get through this, I don't want to know who is replacing me. He said with pain and self-loathing clear in his voice and eyes. Edward, don't ever think that. I said sternly, cupping his face in my hands, forcing him to look me in the eye. You are perfect the way you are and no one can replace you. And then we were key-ing. I'm not sure who initiated what, but I was key-ing Edward, and I didn't want to stop. It felt good to feel loved, and comforted, without having to worry about anything else. I'm sorry. Edward Said, breathing heavily as he pulled away suddenly. I know you don't want this and I'll take full blame when everyone finds out. Who said I didn't want this? I asked cheekily, grinning at his shocked expression. Are you positive? What did I have to lose? Jasper and I's relationship was falling apart, he was being distant ever since he almost attacked Bella. Besides, no one would ever have to find out. I was the one who could see the future and Edward was the one who could read minds, so we had nothing to fear. No one would ever have to know of this indiscretion. We would all move on as if nothing had happened. So I threw caution to the wind and Edward and I became closer than ever before. End flashback. I'm pretty sure we could guess what happened next. I interrupted coldly, my steely glare fixed on the two offenders. God, this is what happens when you grow to love the family of your ex. You're trapped in the same room as him, forced to hear the details of how he King broke my heart. This was all kinds of messed up. What the hell was I doing here? If I didn't love the Cullens so much I would be back at Charlie's house, trying to forget this ever happened. What, do you mean the first time I slept with your ex? Or the second time? Alice asked Faux innocently, making my mouth drop open. A loud smack resounded through the room. My eyes were glued to the two furious vampires across from me. Rose had just slapped Alice. Rosalie. Alice. That is enough. Carlisle said sternly. No, you heard what she said, Carlisle. That little CH deserves so much worse for what she's done to his family. Rose said venomously, before Emmett pulled her back into his lap. It's okay Rosie, I think you got her. Let's just think before we mindlessly attack our family members. Emmett cooed in her ear, even though a small, proud grin was adorning his face. Rose calmed and silence filled the room for a moment. Alice, I am appalled by your behavior. This is not how I run things in my house. Now either apologize to Bella, or I think you should leave. Esme said from where she was sitting next to me. That statement was very uncalled for. Sorry if I hurt your feelings, Bella. Alice said, not sounding sincere at all. Why was she acting like this? Before she actually seemed sorry for what she did, but ever since we started this meeting she has been acting like a spoiled brat. Leave it to Alice to cause all these problems and then play the victim. I nodded to my former best friend and Carlisle spoke again. Now I think it's best we go on to other matters for the time being. We can continue that conversation when everyone is better controlled and calm. He said, shooting looks at Alice and Rose. Now there is the topic of Bella's future to be discussed. Edward growled. We could take a vote to decide. Alice offered, shrugging. Yeah, because that worked out so well the last time. Rose said, scoffing and shooting Edward a smirk. I wasn't in control of my emotions when I broke the TV, now's not the time to be judgmental, Rose. Edward snapped, glaring at the offending owned. Dude, you didn't break it. You obliterated it. Emmett crowed, his booming laughter filling the room. Shut up, Emmett. Not in control of your emotions again. Rosalie said, patronizingly. That seems to be happening quite often lately. It's not the only thing he's not in control of. Emmett interrupted, shooting a glance at Alice and wiggling his eyebrows suggestively towards his brother. Emmett, for the love of God, would you shut the foo? Edward. Language. Sorry. Edward sighed sheepishly, before glaring at Emmett and Rosalie. I don't know about you guys, but I find it ironic that no one has stopped to hear what Bella has to say on the matter. Jasper inserted, sending waves of calmness through the room. I blinked, surprised. Oh, I hadn't even realized that I hadn't voiced my opinion yet. I was too caught up in what the others were saying. It took all of my attention to keep up with them since they spoke so quickly. My apologies, Bella. Carlisle said. Do you still want to become one of us? I know you might not still hold the desire to be changed after all that has happened. But you will always be a part of this family no matter what you choose. I paused, finding the right words. 2 years ago, when I first met all of you, my reasoning behind wanting to be changed was to be with Edward and save both of us the pain of me aging and eventually dying a human death. I started, forcing my eyes not to look at him. But now I've grown close to all of you. And I feel like you all are more my family than anyone else. So I would like to go through with the changes planned. But, I wanted to hear everyone's opinion before it's decided. I don't want to force myself on you guys if I'm unwanted here. I finished, looking at each family member in turn except two. And what I said was the complete and utter truth. That day when we were at the baseball field and the family was playing, I saw a totally different side of them. At school they had this untouchable feel. They didn't fit in there with all the humans, and had to hide their true nature. But when I witnessed them running, laughing, and being themselves, I realized that I did want to get to know Edward's family. And now that I knew them, I didn't want to let them go. Okay, well, we're back to my initial suggestion then, Alice said smugly. To vote. My answer is the same as before, Edward stated, his eyes trying to meet mine, unsuccessfully. I think Bella should remain human and live her normal human life like she is supposed to. I rolled my eyes. His answer was obvious and I hadn't expected anything different from him. Not that his opinion mattered to me anymore. I wouldn't mind Ballerina becoming a vampire. One more person to wrestle with, Emmett said, grinning at me. I couldn't help but smile back at him. He would have made a good big brother. You're on, I shot back, making his grin widen. You know that I would love to have another daughter. Especially one as sweet, caring, and beautiful as you, Bella dear. Esme said, hugging me. I was overcome with longing to see my own mother. But then I realized that in my mother's absence, Esme had taken on the motherly role in my life at Forks. I smiled my thanks to Esme and turned to look at Jasper as he spoke. Isabella, is this what you want? Jasper asked, as serious and unreadable as ever. Without a doubt, Jasper. I responded back just as serious, trying to convey that I was completely, absolutely, positively sure of what I wanted. Well then I say yes. If Bella wants this life, who are we to say no? Jasper said, grinning slightly at me. I mouthed my thanks even though his answer was the same from last time. But the last time he voted for me to be changed, it was for his family and Alice's safety. As long as I remained human, I was a liability, and a dangerous one at that. But this time he really wanted me to officially join the family. And I was glad. I vote no. I froze as if I had been electrocuted. What? I turned to face the speaker and was greeted with a perfectly malevolent smile. I think everyone else was just as mystified, because they looked just as surprised and befuddled as me. Alice didn't want me to become a vampire. And despite everything that she had done, everything that she had put me through, this hurt the worst. Sleeping with Edward was a horrible betrayal. But not wanting me to be a part of the family, that was malicious. Rose interrupted my thoughts with her vote, and I was glad for the change of speaker, until I remembered that she also voted no last time. Bella, you should know that I already think of you as a sister. And you all know how I feel about humanity and how irreplaceable it is. But I'm starting to think Bella was destined to become one of us, with all the near-death experiences she's had. Well, either that or she's extremely unlucky, Rose said, shrugging her small shoulders. So I guess since Bella is choosing this life and it's not being given to her against her will, that she should be changed. Her response left me pleasantly surprised. Last time we voted, Rose said she wanted me to remain human and living. But now she wanted the opposite. What brought on that change? I'll have to ask her later and thank her. Though I'm sure the gratitude was clear on my face. Well then I guess I'll be the first, so say. Carlisle started smiling warmly at me. Welcome to the family, Bella. Bella, are you okay? Can I get you anything? Esme asked through the door, sounding like concerned parent. No, I'm fine, I croaked back, immediately clearing my throat after. She got to sound angelic while I sounded like a dying cat. Great, as if I wasn't already self-conscious about a family of vampires with super hearing listening to me while I puke my guts out. I groaned in embarrassment and rested my feverish forehead against the pleasantly cool wall. Stupid Emmett and his stupid ideas. Bella, Esme called again, probably hearing my noise of discontent. I'm fine, I said in a normal voice, knowing she would hear. Again, super hearing. Damn, when were those aspirins going to start working? I had taken 2 of the tiny pills about 10 minutes ago to help with my pounding headache, but alas, the headache remained. I closed my eyes and thought about what had gotten me into this position. 2 days ago, after the meeting about the possibility of my change, Emmett had decided that I needed to have what he called human-only experiences before I was a vampire. So that's why I'm currently sitting on the Cullen's bathroom floor, eyes burning, throat aching, head pounding, and stomach hurting. I felt like crap, and I probably looked like it too. At least so far everyone was abiding by my wishes and letting me suffer through this out alone. Too exhausted to stand up, I curled up on the fluffy rug on the bathroom floor and rested my eyes. Sighing in relief, since my stomach seemed calm for now, I relaxed and drifted off to sleep, dreaming about what had caused me to end up passing out on the bathroom floor. I can't believe you got her drunk, Rosalie hissed, smacking Emmett upside the head. What? I didn't want my favorite sister to miss out on any important human things. Emmett whined, pouting. You know Edward is going to kill you when he finds out. Jasper pointed out Riley, glancing at me. So, I think I can take him, Emmett said confidently, cracking his fists. I'll help. I cheered, excited. I think he needs some payback for what he did with the Alice. He's gotten off way too easy. Yeah, I don't think so, Bella. Emmett responded, looking at me weirdly. But why not? Because he could snap your neck with a flick of his wrist. Rose said nonchalantly as she looked at her nails. Way to be blunt, Rose. Jasper said, rolling his topaz eyes. They were pretty today. Like diamonds. Please, you should be used to it by now. Aphrodite scoffed, flipping her golden bee-owned hair over her shoulder. Her hair was shiny under the lights. I like Rose's hair. I wish my hair was pretty and shiny like hers. Thanks, Bella. Rose said, smiling at me, while Emmett laughed loudly, and even Jasper cracked a smile. Oh, I guess I said that out loud. I just giggled with them, not getting what was funny, and reached for another glass. Bella. Bella, wake up. Bella. You. I groaned, returning from dreamland, my eyes cracking open with great effort on my part. And Sleeping Beauty awakens. A voice said. I think it was Jasper, but I can't be too sure. I could barely open my eyes, yet alone comprehend anything right after waking up from what must have been a very deep sleep. I squeezed my eyes shut again, and rolled over on my side, willing all the voices to go away. I don't think she's fully awake yet. A tinkling voice announced, sounding amused and not at all remorseful about waking me up. Thanks, Rose. It was way too early for laughter, or talking, or being awake. I think I can help with that. A deep voice boomed before I was suddenly exposed to bitingly cold air, the warmth of my blanket disappearing onto the floor where Emmett threw it. Unfortunately, leaving me curled up on the bed uncovered and freezing my ass off. Just because the rest of you don't need sleep, doesn't mean I don't. I grumbled, grabbing a pillow and covering my face with it to block out the light and the noise. Wake up, sunshine, Emmett boomed, making me groan in pain. Too loud. I yanked the pillow off my face and jumped out of the bed, only to trip over the sheets. Internally cursing at whatever made me this unbelievably clumsy, I glared at the three vampires in the room. Why exactly did you guys wake me up? I hissed, clutching my forehead and feeling lightheaded. You had been asleep for 14 hours, Bella. Sleeping for any longer would have seriously messed up your sleeping pattern. Rose said pointedly. And how did I get into the bed anyways? 1 second I'm laying down in the bathroom and the next thing I know I'm waking up in a bed. I asked, reminding them of their promise to leave me the hell alone while I was sick. I raised my eyebrows at the three of them, who all looked guiltless back at me. We didn't mean to upset you, Bella, but when we realized you had fallen asleep we thought it would be best if we moved you. Believe me, you do not want to wake up with a hangover and back pain from sleeping on the floor. Trust me, darlin'. Jasper said from where he stood leaning against the wall beside the bed. Only starting slightly at the term of endearment, I reluctantly nodded in understanding and apologized for overreacting. No problem, Bella, just promise to try and not verbally attack us next time we try to help you. Emmett teased, ruffling my hair. I rolled my eyes and turned to Jasper. Since this is your room, do you mind if I used your bathroom to take a shower? I asked. Yeah, sure. He agreed, pushing off the wall and heading for the door after Rose and Emmett. Thanks, I called. Then, seeing him nod, I gathered my things to go take a shower. Today's looking like it's going to be a good day. It certainly can't be any worse than the past few anyways. Oh, and Bella. I turned. Yeah, Jasper, if you didn't mind, after you finish with your shower I would like to speak with you privately. He requested, his dark golden eyes locked on mine. I laughed, unable to help myself, and he cocked his head at me. I'm glad I could amuse you, Bella. But what exactly did I say that was so funny? He asked lightly, his eyes full of amusement. Nothing. It's just, you don't have to sound so formal, Jasper. I smiled at him and walked over to the own vampire in front of me. We're friends now, which means you don't have to talk to me as if I'm your boss. He rolled his eyes at my teasing. Yes ma'am. Hey, what did I just say? Oh, right. Sorry Bella, my friend whom is not in any way superior to me. He said, humoring me. Wait a second, I never said that. I teased before going back to the bathroom. Talk to you in a second Jasper. Glancing back I saw him shaking his head, a slight grin playing at his lips as he left the room. I was right. This was going to be a great day. Sue tempted to end it there, but I decided that I owed you guys a longer chapter. Lol. I set my clothes on the marble sink counter and turned on the shower mechanically, immersed in my thoughts. I was happy that Jasper and I were getting closer. When I had been with Edward the first, never had the chance to even start to develop a relationship with Jasper. First, there was the fact that Edward was overbearing and was reluctant to let me be around Jasper. His overprotective nature only increased after my 18th birthday, when Jasper had lunged at me. But I didn't blame Jasper. I mean, I had cut my finger, which made Edward think that for some reason he had to dramatically push me into a glass table. Which ended up causing me bleed more, only making things worse. And I had a theory about that. Since Jasper had to feel everyone's emotions, did that mean he could feel their bloodlust too? I mean, my whole freaking arm was bleeding. It affected every vampire in the room. But if my theory is correct, that means Jasper not only had to feel his own desire for my blood, but everyone else's. I would have to talk to him about that, because if it was true then maybe it would help relieve some of his guilt about it. Because I could tell it still bothered him that he had been the only one to react that badly to my blood being spilt. And I would have to make him see that it wasn't anyone's fault, especially since he was acting on pure instinct alone. Jasper wouldn't intentionally attack me. And even though we weren't that close when it happened, I knew it then too. That I was safe with him, I mean. That's why I could forgive him so easily, because there was nothing to forgive. I rinsed out my hair and turned off the water. Wrapping a towel around myself, I wrung the water out of my hair and slipped on the jeans and red band t-shirt I had set out. I ran a brush quickly through my tangled brown locks and wrapped the towel back up in my hair before stepping back into Jasper's room. After glancing around the room I saw that he was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. I stared at him for a second, taking the chance to run my eyes over him. Hell, I might be in the process of filing for a divorce, but that didn't mean I couldn't appreciate beauty. Jasper's lips twitched, his eyes staying closed, and I immediately blushed. I really should be used to having to hide my emotions by now. You wanted to talk, I said before he could mention me ogling him. He was Alice's husband. Or ex-husband. I wasn't really sure, but the point was that I knew Jasper as Edward's brother. That's how he was introduced to me, and that's how I saw him. Right. Yeah, but not in here, he said, rising and leading me down the hall to another room Edward hadn't included on the tour he gave me on my first visit here. Jasper paused at the door with his hand on the knob. My room, he explained, before opening the door and leading me inside. Wow. I breathed, my eyes flickering over the tall shelves of books on one side of the wall. If Edward's room was a music store, then Jasper's room was a library. He chuckled at my reaction and shut the door. I thought we'd have more privacy in here. I looked at him questioningly. Had he forgotten that the occupants of this house all had supernatural hearing? It didn't matter how far away from the others we were, they would still hear. Soundproof walls, he said, tapping one of them. Nice, I said appreciatively. How come all of the rooms didn't have this? It would sure be useful, with the clear lack of privacy in this house, even if it didn't block against their gifts. I ran my hand along one horizontal shelf of books before sitting down on one of the chairs in the corner of the room. Taking it as an invitation, Jasper sat on the black leather seat across from me and I waited for him to speak. As much as I wanted to deny it, I had no idea what to say to the vampire in front of me. I didn't really know anything about him besides his past life, which I didn't have many details of, just a basic story of what happened. Jasper was an enigma. He was older than everyone in the Cullen family, with the exception of Carlisle. He had seen and done so many things, and I was only 18. It was surreal to imagine living, or existing, for that long. Then I realized something I had missed earlier. Why did you call this place your room? I mean, I thought the other room was the one you stayed in. You know, the one you shared with. I trailed off awkwardly, regretting bringing up something that could cause painful thoughts about Alice. Don't hesitate to ask me anything, okay? I'm not going to lose it if you say Alice's name, Bella. He rolled his eyes, and predictably, I blushed. And I referred to it as my room because it actually reflects who I am. And I like to spend my time here whenever I can. He explained, motioning to the walls where my eyes automatically looked. Is that a real flag from the Civil War? He finished my thought, looking at it with an unidentifiable emotion on his face. It was the one that flew when I lead my troop for the last time before I was changed. So how old exactly is that? I asked, awestruck. I had no idea Jasper would keep something like this in the Cullens' house. April 12, 1861. Which makes that very flag exactly 148 years old. Jasper, that's amazing, I said in awe, turning my eyes back to him when I heard a scoff. What? I think it is, I responded defensively, crossing my arms. No, it's just that out of everyone I've showed this to, you were the most positive about it. He explained, and if I would have known that you would have had this reaction, I would have showed you it long ago. Why didn't you? I questioned, anxious to hear his answer. He thought it would bring up unpleasant thoughts and questions. Jasper said, his tone showing his distaste for the choice. Edward, I said, knowing it was my overprotective ex who Jasper was referring to. But what do you mean I was the most positive about it? Jasper chuckled lightly before responding. Well, let's see. Carlisle wanted me to turn it into a museum. Alice wanted to get rid of it and buy a new one that didn't come with all the dirt and holes. Rose really didn't have an opinion about it. Edward was enthusiastic because of the death the war where it flew caused. Emmett wanted to reenact the whole battle vampire style. And I think it almost made Esme cry. Okay, I see what you mean, I said, grinning at each of the Cullens' predictable reactions. Jasper sighed, drawing my attention back to him. What? Carlisle said he wanted you to go to his office after I spoke with you. I guess we'll have to postpone this conversation until a later time, Jasper said wryly. Or we can ditch the meeting and run away, I suggested, grinning, and successfully improving his mood. Where would we go? He asked, playing along, his gold eyes shining. Texas, of course, I said immediately, chuckling at the surprised look on his face. I had just caught a vampire off guard. I smirked inwardly, feeling pretty accomplished. Why exactly? Jasper questioned, his eyes serious and probing now. Because Jasper, even if all your memories from there aren't the happiest, it's still where you were born. Well, that, and I've always secretly wanted to learn to ride a horse, I confessed, expecting laughter from him. He didn't disappoint. As much as I would love to continue talking about our escape to Texas, Carlisle will be at the door in a few seconds if you don't head down to his office, he said, standing and opening the door for me. Oh right. Well, talk to you later, Jasper, I called, turning and walking down the hall. Bella. I turned back around, from where I stood halfway down the hallway. I might just take you up on that idea of yours, he said with a wink, before disappearing back into his room. Bella paused. Sorry if I interrupted anything, Bella, Carlisle apologized, as I took one of the seats across the desk from him. After the chaos the last two meetings caused, I decided it would be best to converse with you alone, Carlisle continued, a small, wry smile on his lips. About what? I asked, even though I had a pretty good idea what he was talking about. Since your change into one of us is inevitable, the only thing that needs to be discussed is the timing. I know you planned on being turned after the first week of your honeymoon, but now that things have changed, I was wondering how you wanted to go about this. Because frankly, I don't want to have to replace the television again. If things were to go on as planned, I would be changed on Sunday. And I want to continue as we arranged. I want to be changed tomorrow, I answered resolutely. I knew that this was my home. This was where I belonged. And no matter how much I had to give up, it would be worth it if I still had the Cullens, my family. I had a feeling that you wouldn't change your mind about the change, but you really want it to happen that soon, he asked seriously, looking only mildly shocked at my request. I don't see any reason to put off the inevitable, I answered, making it clear that I wanted to live the rest of my life as a vampire with them. I was really glad Carlisle wasn't asking if I was sure I wanted to be changed. I had been asked that enough now, and I'm not changing my mind. But why his surprise about how soon I want it to happen is understandable. Okay then, I assume you don't want Edward to change you anymore, is that correct? He asked cautiously, an apologetic look on his face. I nodded, reining in my emotions. Do you know who you would prefer to change you? I know it would probably be safest if I did it, but it's your choice if the vampire you want to change you agrees. I'm not sure, I answered in an unsure voice. Don't worry, you have plenty of time to think about it, Bella. A whole 24 hours. I had many difficult decisions to make and so little time to make them. My change has seemed like a distant hopeful dream that would never occur. And now it's happening in just 24 hours. Half of which I'll probably spend sleeping. You should go somewhere quiet where you can have some peace. You have a lot to think about, Carlyle suggested, standing up and opening the office door for me, a reassuring smile on his face. Thanks, Carlyle. Really, I said gratefully, before exiting his room and going to search for a private place where I could be alone with my thoughts. Alice Pav. How could this happen? Why did this happen? I can't believe I could be so stupid to really think that Edward wouldn't tell anyone. How could anyone be so naive and impulsive? And I shouldn't have listened when Edward told me not to look into the future the night of their honeymoon to give them some privacy. I had listened to him though and studiously avoided all visions of my brother and best friend, but only because I never expected him to do anything like this. But I knew right when I saw Bella that he had told her. The hurt and betrayal was written clear as day on her face. And that was the first time I truly felt guilty since right after Edward and I cheated. The look on Bella's face would have brought me to tears. I had been able to cry. And I had wanted to make amends with Bella, until I saw how close Jasper was becoming to Bella. Edward and I make a mistake and suddenly it's like we're in an episode of Wife Swap. How dare Bella think she can move on to Jasper now that her and Edward broke up? She has no claim on Jasper whatsoever. They barely even spoke up until now and suddenly they're comforting each other, confiding in each other, spending time together. What is Jasper thinking? How could he try and replace me with Bella? She is just a mere human. Does he honestly think that they can form a friendship when her blood calls to him? He already tried to bite her once, who's to say he won't lose it again? But despite my anger at them, I don't want Bella to get hurt. I don't want her life to end, I just don't want her living my life with my husband. I don't want them anywhere near each other after what I've seen going on between them in my visions. I thought that maybe this camaraderie between the two of them wouldn't last this long. I'm not a fool though. I knew Jasper wouldn't automatically forgive me when he found out. At worst I thought he'd run off for a couple of days. But this is worse. Every time I see them together, or even look at each other, it makes my blood boil. And the worst part is that he knows it too. Jasper, I mean. He knows how angry it makes me that he is getting closer to Bella, but when he first noticed it he didn't apologize or back off. He warned me to stay away from Bella and that I had already hurt her enough. Way to twist the knife in deeper, you bastard. God, what am I going to do? I wouldn't be worried if I knew Bella wasn't going to be changed. If she stayed human she could only amuse him for so long before he got bored or she died of old age. But she still wants to be a vampire. What is wrong with her? She broke up with Edward, so what desire for eternity does she have left? Why in the hell would she want to live forever with an ex who cheated on her and lied about it for years? All I know is that I have to try everything possible to stop her from being changed. I can't let her become a vampire, because that would make my chances of getting Jasper to realize that we belong together even harder than it already is. I heard a gasp and turned my head toward the noise. What is it? I asked Edward in my head. He opened his mouth but was incapable of speech. Edward, you better tell me what's going on. Why aren't you saying anything? Carlyle. Edward sighed in a deathly calm voice. You found out. Carlyle sighed, his eyes disappointed in himself for not guarding his thoughts well enough. You were going to hide it from me? Edward questioned, in an unnervingly calm voice. His dark eyes fixed on Carlyle. It's not my story to tell. Carlyle answered after a second's hesitation. What are you guys talking about? I demanded, standing up from the couch. I have a right to know. She's my wife. You lost that right when you chose to break her heart, son. Carlyle responded sadly. And I know you're sorry, but Bella is sure of her decision. And it is solely her decision now. He can't be talking about I won't let her be changed, Carlisle, especially not this soon. Why are you thinking listening to her? She's a human, Carlisle. She doesn't know what's best for her. Edward sighed darkly, his eyes filled with anger. No, I hissed. No, 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 she can't do that. It's not fair. This isn't supposed to happen. All my fears were coming true. No, it can't be too late. I still have time to fix this before she is changed. She wants to be changed, tomorrow. Edward sighed to me after hearing my thoughts. F.K. He cursed, pinching the bridge of his nose and breathing deeply. Probably so he wouldn't explode in anger. I froze. No King way. There is no way that can happen. I won't let it happen. She will not worm her way in between Jasper and I. Too late. Edward sighed lowly, to himself. But I heard. Just because it's too late for you to salvage your marriage, doesn't mean it's too late for mine. I hissed, glaring at him. What are you going to do? Edward asked, his eyes alight with some emotion I couldn't name. Find them. Bella Pav. You're being changed tomorrow. Oh, you heard. I stated. Yeah, Edward knows. I heard him and Carlisle talking about it downstairs when I was in my room, so I came to find you first. Jasper interrupted, knowing what my question was. Great. Edward knows about my decision before I even get to tell anyone, or even think about it. They were right about not having any sense of privacy in that house. But I am glad Jasper found me before anyone else did. Why? Jasper asked suddenly, drawing my attention back to him. Why do you want to be changed tomorrow? He repeated patiently. Well, I started slowly. I don't see any point in waiting any longer. I want to be a part of this family. I don't want to die and know that after a few decades I'll just be a distant memory for you guys. You know that's not true, as if anyone could forget you. Now what's the real reason? I told you, Jasper. I want to be a part of the Cullen family. I repeated, getting aggravated with him. Why couldn't he just leave well enough alone? You are already part of this family, Bella. No amount of venom will change how important you are to us all. He responded, sounding just as frustrated as I did. Why was he annoyed? He was the one asking questions and then not accepting the answers I gave him. And they were all true. Are you accusing me of lying? I asked incredulously. No, I'm not, Bella. Jasper sighed. I'm just trying to get past the walls you put around yourself and figure out the real reason you're pushing so hard for the change to be tomorrow. So don't give me any more bullshit about not being a part of this family until you're changed, because you know that's not the reason. Well, you sound like you don't believe me. I snapped. So either accept my answer or not, I don't care. Just stop acting like Edward. I froze, my eyes wide. Shit, had I just really compared Jasper to Edward? You really think I'm acting like him? Jasper, I am nothing like him. Jasper growled, his gold eyes fierce. I'm not the one who left you, Bella. I'm not the one who lied to you and slept around behind your back. I think you need to get your facts straight before you start hurling accusations. I'm sorry, I said, my voice breaking. I'm just really not over what Edward and Alice did, I guess. But I shouldn't take it out on you, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay, Bella, Jasper said, his eyes softening. No matter how alone you feel, you have to remember we're in the same boat here. And that you're not alone, because I'll be here for you as long as you want me to be. Then I was in his arms. Shish, it's okay, darling. I'm here. You're right, Jasper. You're completely all right. About everything. I want to become a vampire because I don't want to be alone. I confessed through my tears. Bella, what are you talking about? Every day I get older and my life gets shorter, Jasper. Every day I get closer to dying and you guys stay the same. And what happens when you all have to move again? You guys are probably moving soon because people are not going to believe that Carlisle is 40. IDK how old he's pretending to be in Twilight, but in my story he's pretending to be about 35ish currently. And then I'll be here alone, Jasper. Renee has her own life, and I can't live with Charlie forever. I'll have to move on and start a new life, and I don't want to do that. I can't do that. My life is here with you guys and every day I'm in danger of dying. Death is uncontrollable and omniscient and you never know when it's going to take you. I mean, I could get hit by a car tomorrow and lose the rest of my life with you guys. And I can't bear the thought of that because I love you guys. You're my family. I confided, burying my head in against his chest in mortification. God, Jasper probably just wanted me to shut up. He probably thought that I was some soppy girl that burst into tears at the smallest problem. We'd only just started becoming close friends and I'm probably already scaring him off. That won't happen, Jasper said, after a moment's silence. What? I wiped the few tears on my face with my shirt sleeve, rolling my eyes in embarrassment. Jasper put his hands on either side of my tear-stained face and brought his face level with mine so that we were staring straight at each other. I will stay by your side until your heart beats its last beat if I have to, Bella, because I want you to be with us forever. I need you to be with us forever, he said sincerely, his light gold eyes staring into mine. It sounds really cliché, but in this moment, it feels as if he's seeing straight through me. As if he's looking into my very soul. Thank you, I whispered to him. He froze and his eyes hardened suddenly. What? I asked, my heart rate increasing. What was with his sudden change of emotion? Did something happen? We've got company. Bella Pav. Victoria. That was the first name that came to me. Then I remembered that Edward had destroyed her right in front of me a couple of months ago. The memory of him ripping her apart would haunt me forever. That was the first time that I saw that side of him. The Cullens always acted so human, it was startling to see their true nature brought out. I moved on to my second guess, the Volturi. Had they arrived to see if I was a vampire yet? Jane had threatened to inform Arrow of my unchanged status as a human. But surely they wouldn't come all this way just for me. Arrow did say that I had two options, be change or death. Had they come to eliminate me and my family? Bella, you alright? Jasper's concerned voice brought me back to the present. I inhaled deeply, and realized that I had inadvertently ceased breathing at his warning. I blinked, took the deep breath that my lungs were screaming for, and unclenched my hands. Jasper sighed in relief and faced me, holding my shoulders in a firm grip. Then, he bowed his head, yet still managed to tower over me with his excessive height. He seemed to recover after a moment and lifted his head, his face just inches from my own. Bella, you don't have to worry. With me you never have to, okay. I nodded, annoyed and embarrassed at my clearly vulnerable state. Jasper grabbed one of my hands in his. That's when I realized my hands were trembling. He seemed to notice the state I was in and wrapped a protective arm around my shoulders. Come on, let's go back. In the next moment Jasper's arms weren't around me anymore. There was a loud crashing sound, similar to two boulders smashing into each other. Or the loud sound of thunder really close by. I stumbled, disoriented, and fell onto the grass. Ignoring the scrapes on my hands and knees, I stood up. A loud growling caught my attention. My eyes widened when I caught sight of the source of the sound. Jumping up, I ran towards the two very pissed-off-looking vampires on the other side of the meadow. Edward must have come into the meadow looking for me and seen how close Jasper and I were standing. That's the only explanation for why Edward had tackled Jasper in rage. Rolling my eyes in frustration, I glared at them and resisted the urge to just leave. Just stop it. It's no use, Alice said, suddenly appearing next to me. I knew it was only time before Edward snapped. Seeing you and Jasper must have really pushed him over the edge. I stared at Alice for a second before looking back at Jasper, who seemed to give up on convincing Edward to yield and decided to bring the fight to a quick end. What were you and Jasper doing anyways? I mean, isn't this you and Edward's meadow? Alice pointed out bitingly, accusingly. No, not anymore, I said resolutely, trying to stop her questioning. I don't think your husband agrees with you, she said, scoffing. Quit acting like everything's the same. Edward is not my husband, just like Jasper is not yours. I exploded, losing my temper. I was okay with not regretting my outburst at all. She had it coming with all those nasty remarks. Alice's eyes seemed to harden in anger. Well then I guess I forgot the part where I signed divorce papers. She said sarcastically. You lose the right to call someone yours when you cheat on them. Edward is his brother, Alice. That's just wrong. I shot back, steeling myself against whatever response she had. Get off your high horse, Bella. What are you and Jasper doing? You don't think that seeing you with him hurts us? Or did you decide to ignore our feelings after we were unfaithful? The vampire I once thought of as a sister shouted. I stiffened and recoiled as if I had been slapped. Did you ever think that maybe Jasper is just using you to pass time? I mean, he followed me without a second thought when we first met. Do you honestly think that you can break a bond like that? She continued, her vindictive words twisting the knife in deeper. My body felt numb and time seemed to slow. How could I have been so selfish? My hurt was my own. I had no right to come between Alice and Jasper's relationship. Maybe they would still be together if it wasn't for me. No, that can't be true. What am I thinking? Alice is just being her usual manipulative self. Jasper wanted to be my friend too. He felt the same connection to me that I did to him. He said that we would stick together. He promised. K off Edward. Jasper snarled, drawing my attention back to them. Only if you stay away from Bella. She and I are going to work things out. Edward retorted, gritting his teeth in concentration. If you would just stop speaking for her and actually listen, you would realize that you're wrong. Jasper growled, tensing for Edward's reaction. He had said that to intentionally make Edward mad, knowing that he would be reacting out of anger. I've never noticed how strategic Jasper is. It's probably one of the many traits he picked up from being a soldier. Edward roared in fury and slammed Jasper up against the tree again. Taking advantage of this, Jasper escaped his grasp and tackled his brother to the ground and held him there. Let go of me, Edward hissed, struggling to get out of the older B.O.'s grip. You didn't exactly extend that courtesy a second ago, brother. Jasper shot back, tightening his grip on Edward. I watched in horror as Edward got one arm free and swung his fist towards Jasper's face. I released a shocked breath in horror when I saw Jasper's head snap back and Edward try to free himself. Somehow, Jasper's grip on his brother held firm and Edward growled in frustration and humiliation at being unable to escape. Never in my life had I felt so useless. Is this what my future would be? Would I always feel inferior to everyone around me? Forget that, if they refused to change me I would be done. I can't live like this if I'm constantly being made to feel insignificant. I breathed a sigh of relief when Emmett and Rose showed up. I guess Alice had gone to get Emmett, knowing that she couldn't hold back both Edward and Jasper at the same time. Shit, Emmett muttered, his eyes widening when he caught sight of his two brothers. He jumped and grabbed Jasper around the arms, hauling him off Edward. Rose and Alice quickly took Edward and pulled him away from Jasper, barely able to keep a hold of him. Edward, get a grip, Rosalie said scornfully as he struggled against her and Alice's restraining hands. Give him about 30 seconds. Alice said, then she turned to Emmett. You can let Jazz go now. The second Jasper was released he was at my side again. He asked if I was okay, concern showing in his eyes. I'm fine, I lied, shoving my inner turmoil to the back of my mind. I was quickly becoming adept at compartmentalizing things, though that is certainly not a good thing. He didn't believe me, but accepted my answer and nodded anyways. I knew he was just saving the conversation for later. Dude, what the F.K. happened? Emmett asked, his eyes on the vampire next to me. Why don't you ask him? Jasper drawled, inclining his head towards Edward. Edward shook his sister's grip on his arms off and Emmett looked at him expectantly. I needed to speak with Bella alone and Jasper seems to have taken it upon himself to be her guardian and not allow me to. Edward explained through gritted teeth, his eyes squeezed shut in an attempt to calm his clearly unstable emotions. Jasper folded his arms across his chest and shot Edward a look full of disdain. Here's an idea. Next time, why don't you try asking her to speak with you before deciding to senselessly attack me? Really now, you know what ironic about that? That only a short while ago you were the one that had to keep his distance for Bella's safety. I've never tried to kill her. Edward spat, his eyes narrowed. Jasper's whole demeanor changed in that second. A growl rumbled through his chest and he moved into an offensive crouch. Dude, shut the F.K. up. Emmett muttered to Edward, shoving him back in an attempt to disengage the oncoming fight. What is wrong with you? I turned on Edward. His shocked eyes flew over to meet mine before he regained control of his expression. What? It's true, Bella. Don't even attempt to deny that Jasper didn't try and bite you. I don't care, I replied honestly, proud that it came out strong and insistent. Edward flinched at my words, his controlled facade crumbling. It dawned on me that those were the exact same words I told Edward that night in Port Angeles. Back when Edward was the one I felt most safe around. How things had changed. My eyes met Edward's and I knew we were both remembering that night. We were both mourning what was lost, Trust. Edward had been everything. Now I see how naive I had been. Sure, Edward had made me happy, but we would never have lasted. So much had changed since then, and though things seemed impossibly bleak right now, I knew that they would improve. They had to. I don't care because I trust Jasper. I continued softly, breaking our eye contact to look at the person I was talking about. I trust him with my life. Suddenly a loud, scornful laugh filled the meadow. Do you honestly think anyone will agree to that? Alice asked, joining the conversation, smothering the remainder of her amused snickers. My eyes widened in surprise. She knew. She must have had a vision. This CH was going to ruin everything. I don't know, I admitted, but I have to try. I have to ask. What are you guys talking about? Rose asked, looking impatiently between Alice and I. Bella here has decided that she wants Jasper to change her. Alice announced, before I could even reply. I felt 4 pairs of shocked eyes on me, and I flushed in disbelief and anger. She had brought everyone into what was just supposed to be between Jasper and myself. I had wanted to talk to him about it, and I planned to, but then Edward had shown up unexpectedly. And now Jasper had to find out like this, from the last person who should ever have told him. Edward's presence only made things worse, which was exactly what Alice had counted on. That is not happening, Edward ordered sternly, as if he actually had a choice in the matter. I don't think Bella was asking you. Rose snapped at Edward, before glaring at Alice. And why the F.K. did you decide that you should be the one to tell everyone? Everyone needed to know, Alice said defensively. Bella wasn't planning on telling everyone until the last minute. I was so sick and tired of everyone making my decisions for me. Just because I'm human doesn't mean I can't think for myself. Alice needs to stop trying to make herself so superior. She had no right to do this. Just because she has a gift doesn't mean she can use it to get the best of people. I shook my head to clear my thoughts before I responded. Oh, give me a break. She turned towards me, caught off guard at my tone. Stop trying to play God, Alice. In case you didn't notice, no one is falling for your innocent act. So quit being a manipulative CH and move on already. Everyone stared at me shocked. My face flushed under all the attention. Heck, I was shocked that I just said that. But surprisingly I don't regret it. I meant every word I said, and I wasn't going to apologize. She needed to get off her high horse and realize that she made a mistake when she thought that I would be okay with her sleeping with Edward, hiding it, and then trying to worm her way back into my life, and Jasper's. That wasn't happening. Bella, are you feeling okay? Maybe you should come lay down back at the house. Edward suggested hesitantly, stepping forward and placing his cool hand on my forehead. I smacked his hand away and stepped back away from him. I feel fine, and don't touch me. I'm just trying to help Bella. You're not acting like yourself and I just wanted to make sure you weren't getting sick. I took a deep breath and tried to calm the urge to scream. Why don't we go back to the house? We can all talk there. Rosalie suggested from where she stood by Emmett's side. I'm going to take a walk. Jasper said, speaking for the first time since he found out that I was going to ask him to change me. I'll go with you, I said quickly, trying to escape Edward and Alice for a little while. No. I stopped and looked up at him surprised, and hurt. I wanted to ask why he didn't want to be around me anymore. Why he was leaving me. To deal with Alice and Edward alone. I wanted to cry because I was hurting and the one person who understood my pain didn't want me. I wanted to demand why he was breaking his promise that he would stand with me through this. But I didn't. Okay, I said, biting my lip and stumbling as I backed away quickly. Trying to hold back tears that I didn't want him to see. Bella. No, it's fine. I'm fine. Just go. I interrupted, trying, and failing, to keep my voice from trembling. Gold met brown as I locked gazes with him. And then he turned around and left. Come on, Belle C. Emmett said before picking me up. What are you doing? I said, attempting to sound positive, and appreciating his effort to cheer me up. Even if it was futile. Man, Bella, you need to eat something. You're as light as a feather. He teased, swinging me up on his back. Says the monstrously strong vampire. I quipped, before rolling my eyes at Rose. She laughed before taking off towards the house, Emmett and I right at her heels. I closed my eyes and let my thought wander while Emmett ran. Speaking of which, he wasn't as fast or smooth a runner as Edward, but he made up with it with his strength. I could feel his power with every stride he took. Within minutes we were back at the Cullens' house. I got off Emmett's back and sat down on the sofa in the living room. I ran a hand through my windswept hair in an effort to make it not look like a haystack. "Bella dear, I cooked you a little dinner if you're hungry," Esme said coming from the kitchen. "Thanks. I might get some later, I'm not hungry right now," I said before turning to go upstairs. I felt everyone's eyes on me but couldn't bring myself to care at the moment. I just wanted to get upstairs as quickly as possible and be alone. "Bella." I paused my ascent up the stairs. "I'll be downstairs if you need me," Rose continued, looking at me with sympathy written all over her face. I nodded and continued up the stairs. I am forever grateful to her for everything she had done to help me get through this. She really has stepped up and became the sister I need to help me through this. I think I would probably be an emotional wreck without her. After I got to the top of the stairs I realized that I had no idea which room to go in. Edward's room was a definite no. Alice's was also. And I would feel uncomfortable going into Rose and Emmett's or Carlisle and Esme's. I bit my lip undecided, before I remembered something. I walked down the hallway that somehow seemed endless now, and turned the doorknob to the room. Almost sighing in relief when it opened, I swiftly entered the room and shut the door behind me. I turned around and allowed my eyes to sweep over the room again even though it was only this morning when I was last in it. I curled up on the brown leather sofa, hoping Jasper wouldn't mind me staying here in his room. His name sent a fresh wave of hurt through me and I squeezed my eyes shut tight. The memory of his rejection played over and over in my head, and I bit my lip to keep the tears at bay. I shouldn't be surprised that he didn't want me to come though. I mean, who wanted to spend time with someone whose very essence tempted you to ruin all that you had worked for and taste human blood again? Edward saw it himself that time in the forest when he was leaving, and Alice made it even clearer earlier today. I was just too naive and blind to see it. Did you ever think that maybe Jasper is just using you to pass time? I mean, he followed me without a second thought when we first met. Do you honestly think that you can break a bond like that? Her words were clear to me now. She was right, I should have known not to bet against Alice. I scrubbed the tears off my face and stood up off the sofa. Jasper wouldn't want me in here. He ran off to get away from me and here I was basically waiting in his room for him to come back. God, no wonder he didn't want me to come. I was being horribly clingy and probably suffocating him. My breath caught when I realized what he probably thought of me, and I all but dashed out of the room and back down the hall. As I neared the stairs I heard a heated conversation going on downstairs and decided that I didn't want to be a part of it. I walked to Alice's room and opened the door to the guest room across from it. No even bothering to survey the room, knowing it would be set up with impeccable taste, I went to go take a hot shower. Then I could clear my head and let the tears fall, and maybe even fool myself into believing that it was just the shower water running down my face. After I showered I wrapped a fluffy towel around myself and stepped back into the guest bedroom. I almost smiled when I saw the extra set of clothes sitting on the bed. Esme or Rose must have lent me some clothes. I unfolded them and slipped the shorts and t-shirt on. Everything fit fine, but was a little baggy, so I knew I was borrowing Esme's clothes. Rolling up the sleeves, I slid under the covers and closed my eyes. Unsure if I even wanted to sleep because I didn't want to have nightmares, I laid there lost in thought until I succumbed to sleep. I opened the door to the room, stretching after my nap. I smelled Esme cooking downstairs and shut the bedroom door behind me. In front of me Alice's bedroom door was cracked open, and I saw her inside the room. Curious, I peeked inside and saw she wasn't alone. I saw a flash of own hair and knew that Jasper was in there with her. There was no question as to what they were doing. I backed away from the room and slumped against the opposite wall. Bringing my legs against my chest I buried my head in my hands and shed silent tears, my body trembling. The door opened and Alice came out smirking. She told me that I never should have bet against her and that she was shocked I hadn't seen this coming. She sneered that no insignificant human could hold a vampire's attention for long and that Jasper had sought her out and chose her over our friendship. She claimed that even Edward would soon tire and be rid of me. I thought things couldn't get any more horrible, until Jasper walked out and wrapped an arm around Alice's waist. I called his name but he didn't even look at me. I shouted his name but he didn't even flinch. Finally I broke down and cried. The next time I looked up I was alone. I walked to Rose's room and knocked on the door. When there was no answer I opened the door and saw her sitting in front of the mirror. I stood in her doorway waiting for her to acknowledge my presence, and when she did it was not a cordial reception. She demanded what I was doing in the room and told me that since Edward was through with me that I had no further use. She pushed me out of the room and slammed the room shut behind me. I sought comfort in the arms of Esme but was met with the same attitude that came with everyone else. Resentment, annoyance, aggravation, bitterness, irritation, and negativity. So I stood up and walked out of the house that I used to call home. I was alone. I sat up on bed gasping and turned on the small lamp by the bed, before I broke down sobbing. It was a dream. They didn't throw me out. It didn't really happen. Just a dream. Just a dream. I'm still welcome here. Okay. They didn't give up on me yet. I still have time to prove that I can do something for them besides tear the family apart. It was just a dream. Bella. I stiffened at the sound of his voice. What was Jasper doing here? I left his room so he could go there in peace. Without having me there. If he didn't want me around earlier I don't understand why he is here. He must have felt the confusion and rejection that I'm sure was pouring out of me because he approached. I felt him kneel down by the edge of the bed where I was sitting in the dimly lit room. He rested his head on top of the bed by my legs and I felt the cold from him seep through the blanket that covered me. He stayed there in silence, out-breathing the only sound in the room. What did this mean? Why wasn't he as far away from the room, and me, as possible? It was apparent from his reaction that he did not want to be the one to change me. I actually don't blame him. If I had never cut myself on my birthday in the first place then none of this would have happened. Edward probably would have found some gorgeous vampire sweetheart and Jasper would still have his wife. All I brought to the Cullens was grief and trouble ever since they first met me. They all should have listened to their first instinct about me and left me alone. Or better yet let me get hit by Tyler's van that day. Then at least they would have gotten something out of my presence without harming their family and would have been rid of me guilt-free. They would have gotten the only thing I was capable of giving them, my blood. Stop, Bella. Just stop. I can't take it anymore. Jasper growled, startling me and making my heart speed up at his tone. I stared at him confusedly but that seemed to only frustrate him more. Don't you remember what I told you that day in that hotel in Phoenix? He asked, working to calm his emotions and soften his voice. What? He sat on the bed in front of me and leaned forward so that his face was just a foot from mine. I averted my eyes, not wanting to make eye contact with his glorious ones. He put his hand under my chin and lifted my face so that my eyes met his. You are worth it, he said quietly, his eyes staring into mine. But I'm not Jasper. I confessed, my voice breaking. All I do is bring problems to this family. There was James, Victoria, my birthday party, the Volturi. How can you stand here and tell me I've done anything except make trouble? Bella, I know I don't just speak for myself when I say that you mean so much to us. He started, sounding exasperated. You gave Emmett the little sister he always wanted. Rose is actually starting to be nice and more open around others. Esme and Carlisle always love having you here, and though it didn't end well you brought Edward out of his desolation. I noticed he left out a certain person's name. With good reason, of course. I didn't see Alice as a sister anymore, not even as a friend. And Bella, you've been there for me at a time when I most needed someone. And I'll owe you for the rest of eternity. I need you, Bella. He finished sincerely, grasping my hand tight in his. Like he never wanted to let go. I get what you mean, but you owe me nothing, Jasper. If anything I owe you. I interrupted, squeezing his hand lightly. Do you understand though? He mused quietly, before we sat in a comfortable silence. A considerable amount of time passed before he spoke again. I owe you an apology. He murmured, his smooth voice ringing through the otherwise quiet room. I looked at him questioningly, cocking an eyebrow. When you asked to accompany me on my walk. Oh, that. I didn't mean to react so harshly. Honestly, it wasn't until I felt your emotions that I realized how my words sounded. I was just so taken aback by what you were requesting of me, and overwhelmed by all the possible outcomes if I did end up changing you. And everyone's emotions added to the mix didn't help at all. And so I just needed to be alone where I could sort out my emotions, and not accidentally pick up on theirs. He continued, sounding quite contrite. So it wasn't because you didn't want to be around me? I asked meekly, daring to hope. God, no Bella. I love your company. Did you really think that? At me not, he cursed and apologized again, raking a hand through his straight own hair. It's okay, I assured him. You're here now and that's all that matters. He sighed before moving over to sit next to me on the bed. Both of us were leaned back against the headboard, shoulder to shoulder. So I was thinking about you asking me if I would be the one to change you. He answered, keeping his eyes on the window across from us. Oh, I said dumbly, unable to form an appropriate response. But before I give my answer, I was wondering if you would tell me why you wanted me specifically to be the one to bring you into the wonderful world of vampires. He said sarcastically. Because, I licked my lips nervously. You're the one I can identify most with. I'm not the same girl I was when I wanted Edward to change me. And I think that if I have to have something as personal as someone's venom running in my veins, that I want it to be yours. I nervously played with the edge of the blanket, flushing at the admission. He didn't respond verbally. Instead, he wrapped an arm around my shoulders and pulled me against him in a sort of side embrace. Burying his face into my hair, I felt his cool breath on my neck as he exhaled. I shivered. Okay, he whispered finally. I'll do it. What? I questioned in elated disbelief. So I guess I should be greatly honored or something. I'll be the first and last vampire to taste your blood. You must feel pretty special. I replied sarcastically, not bothered in the least with his casual reference to biting me. He winked, flashing a wide grin at me. I laughed and rolled my eyes, trying to calm my heart rate that had suddenly increased. Must be because of the stressful day. So do you need to, prepare or something? I asked hesitantly. How exactly was he going to go about doing this? Did he need to go hunting beforehand? God, I hope he didn't. I don't think I want to let him go now that I know we're still friends. His face turned serious. That's probably best. I know I won't hurt you, but it's better safe than sorry. He stood up and extended a hand to help me up also. Are you going hunting? Yes. I won't be gone long though. I'll be back by mornin' at the latest. At my fallen expression he stopped. Hey, you want me to do this right? I nodded. Well then take that sad look off your face, darlin'. Smiling suits you better, he said with a smirk before disappearing down the stairs, and leaving me breathless in the hallway. Damn him. Stupid know-it-all vampire. He probably knows he left me gaping and practically swooning after him. Sometimes, I really hate the power of appeal that they possess, it's embarrassing. After I was sure that the blush had faded from my face, I ventured downstairs. Thanks goodness, everyone's upstairs or out. Whoa, how long had I been upstairs? It's dark outside now. I walked to the window and pressed my forehead against the cool glass, closing my eyes. I was standing there for a while before someone found me. Bella, are you okay? Oh yeah, I said sheepishly, just shocked at how late it is. Time's really flown by. He smiled sympathetically. You know you don't have to be changed tomorrow, Bella. No one will be mad if you change your mind, or postpone the date. Thanks, Carlisle. But I do want this. I can't help but be a little nervous though. I confessed, leaning back against the wall. That's perfectly understandable, Bella. This is a very important decision that you're making and no one would expect you to be completely calm and unbothered. In fact, I'm very impressed that you have the composure that you've shown. He replied, sending me a small smile. Oh, thanks, I said, smiling back gratefully in response. I really had come to think of Carlisle as a second father to me. With not being able to tell either of my parents about this whole other life I knew here, I really had gotten closer to Carlisle and Esme. They had been really good to me when they accepted me into the family, even though I am still human. So I heard that you made your decision on who you want to change you. I started to interrupt. It's okay, Bella. You don't have to explain your decision to me. It is your choice. And as weary as I am of putting you in harm's way, I do think Jasper is deserving of your faith in him. He has grown stronger in his resistance, and his will to stay with our diet has increased ever since you became an important part in his life. And for that I thank you. Do you have any questions about how things will go tomorrow? No, but I do have a request. I stated, biting my lip in apprehension. I don't know if he'll agree to this, but I think it will make things easier for Jasper. Of course, what is it? Carlyle asked curiously, his gold eyes not showing any worry or negative emotion. I don't want anyone else around when Jasper changes me that doesn't have to be there. I said firmly, trying to convey confidence and not let how nervous I am show. What do you mean exactly? He asked looking at me seriously, his brow furrowed. This was the part one I'm anxious to tell him about. I've thought this through though and it is the best way to make things easier on Jasper and me. I just hope that he can see the idea the way I do. Is there some place that we can go to during my change besides this house? Well, yes, we would have to go elsewhere because of the treaty with the Quileutes. We would have to find another place to do it so that it would be harder for the wolves to find out that you were bitten by a cullen. I'm not even positive that they would consider the treaty to be valid if the change occurred somewhere else. He explained patiently. In that case then You can't seriously be considering this, Carlyle. I gasped in surprise at the interruption. What the heck? Where did he come from? I thought everyone was out of the house now, that's why I brought this up with Carlyle. Dang it. I can't talk about this with him here because he's going to react the way he has been previously, then his actions before will be nothing compared to what his reaction to my idea will be. Edward, I think you should think about this rationally and rationally. He scoffed, cutting the other vampire off. Alice and I are the only ones who are thinking rationally. Oh really? Alice and you, just like old times, huh? I said sarcastically, unable to completely keep the hurt from the betrayal out of my voice. No Bella, it's not like that. I haven't done anything with anyone since then, and I've only thought of you. You have to believe me, love. Edward sighed, having the decency to look like he felt guilty. Don't you understand, Edward? It's not about how often, the circumstances, or even who, the fact is that you cheated on me. How could you? Do you even know what that did to me? What the thought of you with her does to me still? I cried, angry tears gathering in my eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't know, I have regretted it since it happened. He said feebly, before his eyes were alight with anger again. I just think it's unnecessary to show that you're hurt by trying to get Jasper to change you. Everyone knows that won't end well. I mean, I wasn't even sure I could do it. Why would Jasper of all people be able to? No, shut up. You don't get to judge anyone, least of all him. I shrieked. Why are you even defending him? Up until recently he meant nothing to you. Edward sighed accusingly. Edward, the first think you should keep your distance from Bella until you both have a hold of your emotions. Carlyle advised, intervening. Just listen, Bella. I wasn't thinking and just let me emotions get the best of me. And then Alice was talking about her pain with Jasper and I felt that I could relate. He said, looking lost and yet fuming at the same time. Typically, when you relate with someone other than your girlfriend, that doesn't include King them. Jasper hissed, appearing behind me and joining the conversation. I felt instant relief at the sight of my own savior. It doesn't include changing them either. Edward growled. You are not changing my Bella. Not ever. We'll see about that. Snarls filled the room and I pressed myself back against Jasper, which only made the sound increase. Edward. Jasper. Stop that at once. I can't believe you two are acting like this in front of Bella. Carlyle said sternly, looking pretty peeved. The menacing sound stopped at once and Edward shot Carlyle an apologetic look before glaring at Jasper again. Ignoring his physically younger brother, Jasper turned me around to face him. Frowning, he took my hand and pulled me towards the stairs. I'm guessing the lack of protest was Carlyle's doing. Thank goodness for that. What are you doing? I asked after we were safely inside his room. Which by the way was soundproof, an enhancement that comes in handy at times like these. You look dead on your feet, he said by way of explanation as he brought me to the guest room. Wait, he stopped. Can we go to your room? I requested nervously, biting my lip in apprehension. Wordlessly he pulled me to his room and shut the door behind him before pulling out a thick blanket from on top of his chair and setting it down on the sofa. You can sleep here, though I doubt it will be real comfortable. I'm sorry, I haven't slept in decades and I have no idea what's okay for you to sleep on without dying of discomfort. Oh, this is fine, I reassured him as I curled up under the blanket on one end. I mean, I won't die after just one night on it. Morning. What? It's early morning now. He clarified, going to sit next to my feet on the other end of the sofa. It really was a big piece of furniture, and wasn't that uncomfortable. Oh, so that's why you're back so soon, I said, feeling really stupid. I said I would be back by morning, so I am. And listen, if Edward's giving you trouble, just let me know, okay? Sure, as long as you promise not to rip his head off, I said jokingly before turning around and moving so that my head was by Jasper, not my feet. He rolled his bright topaz eyes at me and smoothed a hand over my hair. It really was remarkable what a small hunt could do to his eyes. Before he left they were a darker color, almost brown looking, and now they were a vibrant gold. Change me alone, I blurted out unthinkingly. His hand in my hair froze. What makes you ask that of me? He questioned calmly, his eyes full of curiosity and confusion. You said that everyone's emotions affect yours, right? I started. Jasper nodded. Well, wouldn't that mean that you have to feel their bloodlust in yours? I think that's why you attacked me that day on my birthday, because you were battling against your desire for blood and 6 other vampires wanting it as well. I explained, ignoring his pained look at the mention of my birthday party. So the fewer vampires present, the easier the battle against my instincts will be. Jasper concluded, comprehension dawning in his eyes. I nodded and waited for his input. The fact is, I think Carlisle should be there, he said finally. Not because I don't agree with your point, but because I won't risk your life by not having someone else there to monitor me and make sure I don't lose control. Okay, I agreed quickly, sitting up. I'm so relieved. I was worried that you wouldn't agree and you would have to suffer through changing me with everyone else's hunger tempting you. Silly girl, he said softly, turning me to face him. Always thinking of anyone else but herself. But you're not just anyone, I replied, burying my face against his chest, and fisting my hands in his shirt. After a slight hesitation he put his arms around me loosely as to not crush me. This is what I would miss throughout the change. Wait, what would happen to Jasper while I was changing? Would he feel the horrifying pain too? The Cullens said that when the venom was traveling through your body that it caused excruciating pain, like you were being burned alive. Would Jasper have to go through that again? No, I can't let him. I can't let him go through that at my expense. I would never forgive myself if I put Jasper through that. Bella Pav. What does one wear to their death? I sifted through all the clothes that Rose had bought for me while she and Emmett were at the Port Angeles Mall, trying to find anything that looked remotely appropriate. Am I supposed to dress for comfort? Or formal? I mean, this is a huge deal, so dressy clothes might be okay, but on the other hand it sounds kind of strange to dress up, to die. I groaned and threw the khaki skirt and polo I had in my hands on the floor. This was all so overwhelming. I need to calm the heck down and focus on one thing at a time, like the fact that I'm going to be changed in a matter of hours. Jasper is with Carlisle in his office, Carlisle speaking to him about the easiest ways for this to happen, I assume. God, I can't believe this is really happening. It seems like I have been waiting my whole life for this. I mean, the first time I realized that I truly did want to spend the rest of eternity with this family was the night that Alice and Edward dragged me to the dance. It feels like so much time has passed since then. And I guess that's what happens when so much takes place in so little time. Bella, what on earth are you doing? Rose said from the doorway. I looked at her sheepishly. Picking out something to wear. She shook her head. Who are you and what have you done with the girl who would throw on whatever her hands touched first? Hey, for all you know I could have carefully planned out all those outfits. I quipped. Yeah, but you didn't. She concluded. And that is a good thing. Before I could even try and decipher what she meant, she was striding into the room and going through the mountain of clothes. Since this isn't going to be the most pleasant thing ever, you should definitely dress for comfort. And you will want to make sure not to dress too warmly, the heat will get kind of stifling. She advised, before grasping my shoulders in her hands. It will be okay, she said seriously. Jasper won't let anything happen to you, especially by his hands, or teeth, I guess. I laughed and, unthinkingly, pulled her into a hug. Rose was turning out to be the greatest sister and best friend a girl could hope for. Well, what do we have here? Emmett asked, announcing his entrance, his entire frame taking up the whole doorway. Just having some sisterly bonding, Emmett. Nothing you would understand, I retorted jokingly. Can I watch? Rose narrowed her eyes at Emmett, her hands on her jean-covered hips. What was that, Emmett? I flamed red, catching his meaning, which was probably his intention. Nothing, Rosie. Just wanting to say bye to my little sis. She nodded, choosing to forget what he really said. And then she walked over to him, taking his hand in hers. The action sent a small pang through my heart. I missed that. Not Edward particularly, just affection and having someone there. So you finally convinced one of us to bite you, huh? He said, grinning, and earning another one of Rose's glares. She didn't have to convince anyone. It was her choice all along. Rose disagreed vehemently. Okay. Geez, woman. Emmett grumbled. Quote. Okay, I'm going to go now. Bye, Belly, see you on the other side. The brawny vampire winked at me before disappearing from the doorway, Rose right behind him. I sighed, my brief distraction gone, and grabbed a pair of navy sweatpants and a teal versus neck tee. Placing all the clothes back in the closet, I tidied up the room since I wouldn't be back for a while. Is Carlisle planning on me staying away until I get control of my bloodlust? Or is he bringing me back here? Just after I threw my hair up in a messy ponytail, I heard a knock on the door. Come in, I called, coming out of the bathroom connected to the guest bedroom I was using. Alice came into the room, shutting the door quietly after she entered. Alice, I exclaimed, taken aback. What is she doing here? She is the last person I want to talk to right now. After everything she did to Jasper, I'm shocked she even thinks she can waltz in here like nothing happened. She better be here to apologize. Hey Bella, I know you are probably wondering what I'm doing here. Yeah, I interrupted. Because frankly, Alice, I don't really have anything to say to you. Well then just listen, she said, determined to talk to me. I crossed my arms over my chest and waited for her to start talking. I know we aren't on the best of terms, but I need you to do me a favor. My jaw dropped. Was she kidding? She was asking for me to do her a favor. Has she forgotten that I was completely pissed at her for betraying Jasper and I need you to tell Jasper you have changed your mind and want Carlisle to change you. She said calmly, like her request was reasonable. And why would I ever do that, Alice? I asked, sarcasm slipping into my tone. Because I know things you don't. She replied, tapping her head. If you think that you can scare me into telling Jasper that I don't trust him enough to change me, then you are clearly mistaken. I said, irritated with her. Her eyes dimmed, and her mouth set in a frown. And for a split second I wanted to hug her. For a split second she looked like the old Alice that wasn't manipulative and who didn't betray people. She sighed. Fine. Just know that it doesn't mean anything. Jasper is only agreeing to this because he feels sorry for you. And you practically begged him to. Never mind then. She is a scheming vampire, who I am sick of. I can't even stand to look at her right now. Get out of my room. I said, infuriated with her, and holding back angry tears. She smirked and waved before leaving the room. I groaned before collapsing onto the bed face down. How could one person be that horrible? What happened to the girl whose cheery attitude could uplift anyone? Had she really changed this much, or was this the true Alice all along? I curled up on the bed, my fatigue catching up with me, and closed my eyes. One last sleep to remember for the rest of my eternity. Bella, wake up dear. I murmured something intelligible and groggily opened my eyes, and met Esme's gold ones. Suddenly, I wasn't very tired anymore. I sat up and rubbed the sleep out of my eyes. How long was I sleeping? I asked, embarrassed. Not long. Only an hour. She reassured me. Jasper and Carlisle are waiting, but they felt that you would be more comfortable if I brought you there. And I heartily agreed. I slid out of bed and straightened my clothes. Thanks, Esme, really. Of course, honey. I know this is a very stressful time for all of us, and I just want things to go as smoothly as possible. She replied somberly, before cheering up again. Now come on. We don't want to keep them waiting. She led me downstairs and to the back door of the house. I take it we're running then? I asked lightly, unable to help but remember the first time a vampire took me running. I had gotten used to the feeling of the wind in my face and the disorienting view from the speeds they traveled at, so I wasn't worried. She nodded and gingerly lifted me onto her back. She asked if I was okay, and when I reassured her I was, she took off. Where are we going? I asked, keeping my voice at a normal volume, knowing she would hear even with the fierce wind. A little house just around the outskirts of our property. I designed it myself, and even though it's simple, I think you'll find that it is quite lovely." She gushed, pride in her voice. I smiled at her obvious excitement and couldn't help but feel a little giddy myself. Jasper was going to change me. He was really going to do it. And then I will be able to quit being the liability in the family. No more having to be careful not to cut myself, or staying at home while my family went off to fight for my protection. I will be able to take care of myself. I will be valuable to this family. To my family. Here we are, Esme exclaimed, setting me back on my feet. I turned and my jaw dropped open when I saw where I would be staying during my change. A few feet in front of me was a house from a fairy tale. It was a little stone cottage, with honeys, clea vines growing up the sides and front of the house. There was a small flower garden with purple and red flowers there in front of the cottage, under the 2 windows on either side of the wooden door. "Do you like it, Esme? It's amazing. You did all this?" I answered in amazement. "Yes," she replied, pleased that I was impressed. "When we first moved here I designed, and had it built." "Why do you guys have this here? I mean, you already have the huge main house, why build another house in Forks?" I asked, hoping I wasn't sounding rude, just honestly curious. "Because there was nothing she could possibly add to the main house," Jasper answered wryly, a small smirk on his face as he approached us. "Jasper," I said with a sigh, stepping forward and wrapping my arms around his middle in a hug. Even though I had only been away from Jasper for a few hours, it felt like it had been weeks. This thing with Alice and Edward has brought me and Jasper closer, which is something I would have never expected. Before this, the most contact I had with Jasper was when he told the story of how he became a vampire. Just thinking about his past now makes my heart ache. How could someone be so cruel as to put someone as amazing a person as Jasper is through something so horrible? When I'm a vampire and if I ever get my hands on the one who did this to him, I'm going to make sure their last thoughts are ones of regret. "Howdy there, ma'am," he joked, exaggerating his Texan accent. I turned my face into his chest to smother my laughter. "All you need is a hat, cowboy," I teased, wearing a foolish grin most likely. "Actually, I think I have one around here somewhere," he commented with a shrug as we both pulled back from the embrace. "Well, I guess you'll have to show me in 3 days, huh?" I asked, addressing the one thing no one seemed to be able to. "About that," he started hesitantly, running a hand through his tousled owned hair. My heart plummeted. "You have got to be f***ing kidding me. Was he honestly about to try and talk me out of it? Oh hell no. If Jasper wasn't going to change me, then I would get Carlisle to, because I am sick and tired of being rejected and having this put off. I know this is my destiny, and no matter how much I want Jasper to change me, if it has to be another vampire's venom running through my veins, then so be it." "Hold on there, Angel." Jasper interrupted my inner breakdown. "Let me finish." I exhaled a breath I wasn't aware of holding and let my eyes meet his, not daring to hope. "This is entirely up to you now, but I think you should know." Then Jasper said the worst possible thing he could at the moment. "That there's a complication." "Hello, Bella." I stared in surprise at the tall girl who came out of the cottage after Jasper and came to stand next to him. Who the hell is she? I surveyed her shoulder length, perfectly straight, white owned hair, her slender and flawless face, her tall and thin stature, and finally her vegetarian topaz eyes, and was immediately hit with a tidal wave of inferiority. Who is this vampire and why is she here? "Bella. This is Irina. There's our winner, number 3. She's part of the Denali Coven in Alaska." Jasper introduced her. "I can introduce myself, silly man." She practically cooed, smiling at Jasper. "I repeat. What the hell? So you're part of Tanya's coven?" I spoke up, trying to take her attention off of Jasper. "It's not her coven," the lofty owned corrected. "But yes, we are in the same one." "Irina," Esme exclaimed. "It's so nice to see you. What are you doing here? Where are your sisters?" "Oh, they are all inside. We heard Carlisle was here at this lovely vacation house and, assuming you were with him, we came directly here." Irina explained before shooting Esme a curious look. "Why don't we all go inside? I can think of one person who is probably freezing right now." Jasper suggested, winking at me. "Sounds good to me," Irina said approvingly before disappearing into the house with Esme. "Guess you'll have to wait a little longer." Jasper murmured quietly, shooting me an apologetic look. Oh great. Just when I thought nothing else could get in the way of me becoming a vampire, some supermodel Barbie shows up with her family and ruins everything. Well, they couldn't be staying that long, right? What's another couple of hours? I said, shrugging, as if the very thought of putting it off another minute didn't aggravate me to the core. His brow furrowed, probably sensing that my emotions didn't match my mouth, but he didn't comment as we entered into the much warmer house. When Jasper and I walked into the living room, I saw everyone was already seated and speaking amongst themselves. Carlisle was sitting with Esme in a love seat, their hands clasped together, and right next to them were the three sisters all seated delicately on the sofa. Tanya turned to look at me, a surprised look on her face. Why are you here? What? Me? I asked, just as shocked as she was at the moment. What does she mean, why am I here? She knows I'm a part of the Cullen family since she saw me at the shit. She was at the wedding. Yes. I thought you and Edward would be on your honeymoon now. She clarified, a look of incomprehension on her face. Did something happen? Where's Edward? There was a beat of silence. Well, Tanya, Carlisle started, taking it upon himself, seeing as I was still in a state of speechlessness. As of a week ago, Edward and Bella are no longer together. 3 bell-like gasps echoed throughout the room. Even though it wasn't the time, I found it funny how it kind of sounded like a symphony. I'm sorry, Bella. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked. Tanya chirped, sounding apologetic. No, it's okay, you didn't know. I reassured her, hoping to God she didn't ask why we broke up. We can leave if now's not a good time, the black-haired vampire in the middle inserted. Of course not, Kate. Esme exclaimed. We would love for you all to stay. We rarely see each other as it is. I'm just glad you guys called us and invited us to come up. Tanya said, a small smile on her face. Wait a second, what the heck is she talking about? All the Cullens knew that I was supposed to be bitten today, they wouldn't call the Denali Coven. That is just wrong. I mean, what kind of person would? Alice. I bet it was her. She has been trying to stop me change every chance she gets. I thought asking me a favor was insulting me to my face was low, but this was 100 times worse. What is she trying to accomplish anyways? If anything, all she's done is put the inevitable off for a little while. But goddammit, I will be a vampire in the next couple of days, and it will be Jasper's venom in my freaking veins. I glanced at Jasper to see a dark look on his face. Good thing I wasn't the only one who was pissed about this. I'm sorry, Tanya, but I'm not sure I follow. Carlisle said hesitantly. You said someone, one of us, called and invited you. Who? I'm not positive because Eliezer answered the phone, but I can call him later and find out if you like. Kate offered generously. I would appreciate that, Carlisle said, forcing a calm, grateful look onto his features. Thank you again, Esme, for allowing us to stay. It has been way too long since we've seen everyone. Kate said, a huge smile on her face, as she stood up and hugged the taller vampire. Well, you know what they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Irina inserted her eye, straying to Jasper for a split second, a movement I'm sure that only I noticed. Okay, I am seriously starting to wonder if Jasper and Irina have a past relationship or something. I mean, he was with Alice the whole time they knew each other, so it is impossible, right? But as far as she knows, Jasper and Alice are still happily married, so why would she come onto him so strong? Is she that selfish and uncaring? Jasper couldn't possibly have any strong feelings for her since they have known each other a while and he hasn't pursued her. Or is it just that he was so consumed with his feelings for Alice that he didn't notice her? I mean, he is free to pursue her now that he and Alice are over. The thought sent an unexpected pang through my heart, but before I had time to reflect on it, I realized that while I was lost in my thoughts, everyone had stood and was heading towards the front door. Really? I was only distracted for what, a couple of minutes? Were humans really that slow compared to them? That is so embarrassing. Bella, you okay there? You didn't seem to be present through most of that conversation. Not to mention that your emotions were not the most positive. Jasper said, startling me. I hadn't even realized that we were the only two in the room. Okay, this is just sad. I need to snap out of whatever trance I'm in before I humiliate myself any more than I already have. Do you want the truth or a sugar-coated lie? I asked sarcastically. The truth would be good. And all my frustration, wearing patience, annoyance, and pessimistic feelings came out in a current of hurried words. It's just I am ready to move on with my life already. My change is a rebirth of sorts. A chance for me to start over, and delaying what I have been waiting so long for hasn't put me in the best of moods. I explained sheepishly, shrugging at Jasper. And that overly flirtatious "and" isn't helping anything. At all. Who? You mean Irina? Jasper asked, causing my eyes to widen, my cheeks to flame red, and my jaw to drop. Oh my God, I can't believe said that out loud. Ned in embarrassment. Please say the others are far away from earshot. It's all good. I'm the only witness to your true feelings about our guests. He said laughingly, shaking his head at me. I watched him laugh at my expense of a second. Jasper didn't laugh often, but when he did, he laughed with his whole being. Even his eyes seemed to be amused, that's how tangible the emotion was around him. It's like when he was happy you couldn't help but feel that way too. Oh yeah, well then I guess it's only fair that I know yours. I proposed, raising an eyebrow at him. Daring him to tell me. He paused, a surprised look on his face, before he replied. Well, contrarily to what Irina says, Tanya has always been the leader figure of the group and carries herself so. She is confident, and has a superiority complex, but is also fiercely loyal. Kate is probably Tanya's opposite, being the most bubbly, fun-loving, and carefree of the group. But she is also a little on the dimmer side, for a vampire at least. And Irina. Here's what I have been waiting for. She is a curious character. She had a brief relationship with Laurent, you know, which is why she neglected to attend you and Edward's wedding. And Emmett and Rose sure should come out now and stop hiding out there, because I can feel your emotions. And about a half a mile back Emmett stepped on a stick. Wait, what? Emmett and Rose were here. What the heck? Can they not have waited one more second to interrupt? Well, I wasn't letting Jasper weasel out of this. We are finishing this conversation later. I stated firmly, which was answered with a lazy grin. Whatever you say, darlin'. Are we interrupting anything here? Emmett asked, a Cheshire grin adorning his face. Wow, Emmett. I didn't know the undead could have dimples. I said nonchalantly after noticing he was possessed with this certain feature, pleased when he immediately wiped the smile off his face and replaced it with a pout. Oh, so now we're just undead to you? Jasper asked, sounding amused. And I thought we were friends. Suddenly a devilish smirk appeared on his face. But then again, you do seem to form surreptitious opinions about everybody and keep them locked away as secrets. Secrets? Emmett asked excitedly, his good humor returning. I can keep a secret. Jasper. Traitor. I yelled playfully, shoving him with my hand. Now, leave poor Bella alone. She's been through a lot with her change being postponed by the groupies' arrival. Rose said with a grimace. So it looks like I wasn't the only one who wasn't fond of the trio of newly arrived vampires. Excellent. Feel like a drive, Bella? Absolutely. I beamed, before taking in Jasper's slightly disheartened expression. I couldn't deny him anything. Hey Jas, do you guys want to come? Identical smiled engulfed both boys' faces. Hell yeah. Road trip. Bella paw. Wait, what about everyone else? Will Carlisle and Esme be upset if we just run off like this? Bella, you better decide if you want to do this or not. Because either we keep driving or we turn around, because there is no way in hell that we're inviting them. Rose said, practically spitting out the last word. Hey, don't get pissed at me for asking a question. This was your idea. You're right. She sighed. I'm sorry. It's just the Denali's come around, it just puts me on my guard. Why? Tanya and Kate didn't seem all that bad, and Irina just unnerves me a little. What could they have done to annoy Rose this much? Granted, it doesn't take that much. Why don't you ask one of the guys? They know more about them than me. Rose said deliberately, her knuckles tightening on the steering wheel of the Jeep. Come on, Rosie, not this again. Emmett sighed from the back seat. I looked at Jasper expectantly. Don't look at me, darlin'. All I can tell you is that Rose is practically radiating jealousy and animosity. Rosalie opened her mouth to argue, but Jasper beat her to it. Empath, remember. Cocky bastard. She grumbled, speeding up before coming to a sudden stop. We are here. Where is here exactly? I asked, looking pointedly out the car window at the woods around us. Here, you'll need this. Rose said, ignoring my question, and tossing me something. Bella and I will meet you guys there. I turned and looked out the window just in time to see Jasper turn around and look back as he and Emmett entered the forest. I couldn't help but feel a smile of my own spread across my lips in response before Jasper took off after Emmett. What is going on? I turned to look at Rosalie, who was watching me with a smirk on her face. What? Nothing. Okay, whatever. Now what are we? Why the heck are you in a swimsuit? Maybe because we're going swimming, Rose said, smiling and rolling her eyes at me. And for the first time I looked down and noticed what Rose had given me earlier. A swimsuit. Okay, when you said, go for a drive, I was picturing going for a drive. Not driving to somewhere, I protested, trying to hand the red material back to its owner. Same thing, and you haven't even looked at the swimsuit yet. Come on, I really tried to pick one that you would like. Grimacing, I looked at the thing. Well, she questioned impatiently, an almost anxious look on her face. It's not as bad as I expected, I admitted, causing a pleased expression to show on her features. I'll wait outside while you put it on. I glanced at the stretchy material again. It was a white one-piece with cutouts on the sides. It wasn't something I would have usually chosen, but it wasn't as bad as the time Alice got me a yellow polka dot bikini. Yes, like the commercial. I think Alice bought me that one for that sole reason. Ready to go? Rose asked. Yep, I responded, actually feeling myself grow excited. It was rare to have the chance to swim in Forks because of the weather, but today it was sunny and warmer than usual. It's just about a mile over here, I drove us most of the way there, she commented before stepping into the forest. We're walking? I asked, dumbfounded. For once we were going to take things at my pace. I think this is the first time I haven't had to be carried somewhere. Well, yes, I am not carrying you there. And there's no way I'm going to sling you onto my back like a caveman. Besides, you could fall off that way. I snickered, thinking of how uncomfortable I had been when Edward told me that he was going to carry me there on his freaking back. That was really stupid for me to agree to that when I really didn't want to do it. I should have put my foot down and told him no, instead of just mindlessly agreeing to whatever he said. On the way to meet Jasper and Emmett, Rose and talked about anything and everything. Truth be told, I really didn't know much about her until that conversation, since we were just becoming good friends. Gosh, you can hear them from here, Rosalie said, rolling her eyes. I laughed and peered ahead, trying to get a glimpse of where we were heading. Suddenly, swimming in the cool water sounds really nice right now. I looked around the clearing after we walked through the break in the trees. We were in a little treeless area with a waterfall and a lake under it. Where are Jasper and Emmett? I just heard them a second ago. God, they better not be planning anything. Where are they? I asked Rose, who just shrugged. Who cares? They're probably roaming the woods or something. I'll hear their footsteps if they get close again. Warily, I sat on the edge of the body of water and put my feet in. Oh, it isn't as cold as I expected. Hold your breath. What? Who said that? And suddenly something grabbed me from behind and I went tumbling into the water. I resurfaced almost immediately, gasping for air. I stood there in the water trying to regain my breath, when I realized that I actually wasn't standing and that I was in someone's stone arms. Jasper. What the heck was that? I spluttered, pushing my almost black-colored, from the water, hair out of my face. Oh great, and now my jean shorts and tank are all wet too. Couldn't he have waited to throw me in after I had taken my dry clothes off and just had the swimsuit on? Sorry sweetheart, I didn't mean to startle you. But in my defense, I told you to hold your breath. Startle me? You almost drowned me. I smacked him in the chest as I said this. He laughed and I felt the vibration go through his body at the movement. Oh God. Jasper is holding me and he is shirtless. At that thought my entire face flamed red, much to my displeasure. He could probably feel the embarrassment coming off me in waves. But honestly, could you blame me? I had only seen Edward shirtless a handful of times, and Jake, he was my friend. So that didn't count. Jake. Is this the first time I thought of my best friend in weeks? Am I really that selfish that I forgot him? I have been so caught up in my own world of being changed that Jacob completely slipped my mind. I squeezed my eyes shut in fury at myself. What kind of person does that? Bella. What is it? Jasper asked, pushing my hair out of my face so he could see it. I forgot him. I can't believe I forgot him. Forgot who? Bella, what are you talking about? Jasper questioned, setting me down on a rock by the waterfall. I hadn't even noticed that Jasper started moving. When was the last time I spoke to Jake? It must have been at the wedding reception. After Jake and Edward got into that horrible fight, I hadn't heard from Jake, nor had I tried to make any contact with him. He probably hates me by now. I know I would hate me if I was him. Bella, you have to calm down, sweetheart. I took a deep, shuddering breath and opened my eyes. Jasper had sat me on the rock and was standing directly in front of me. We were eye to eye, so I saw the concern etched on his face and in his eyes. The water from the waterfall beside caused a light mist of water to hit us, causing water to soak both of our hair and drip onto our faces. Jasper, have you ever felt so angry at yourself that you wanted to be someone else? Anyone else? All the time. I sighed and laid my forehead on his shoulder. He wrapped his arms around me in an embrace, and we remained in that position for God knows how long. Eventually I sat back up straight and he released the tight grip he had on me, instead letting his hands rest on the rock on either side of my jean short-clad legs. He remained stone still, waiting patiently for me to explain why I was so upset. I'm sorry. It feels like all I ever do is cry, and Isabella, don't you dare apologize. I was thinking about Jacob earlier. That's why I was sad. I confessed, changing the subject. He cocked his head to the side questioningly, before recognition dawned in his eyes. Ah. The bane of Edward's existence. I laughed and rolled my eyes. He didn't know the half of it. Is it because after you're changed you will no longer be the bridge between both of our kind? You will have chosen to go with us, instead of him, and though I know that is not your intention, I imagine that's how he'll feel. I know. I whispered. This is what happened when I was still with Edward. I was constantly having to choose between the two of them. And though Edward won most of the time, Jake stuck with me. But I know that me becoming a vampire will be too much for him. Well, why did you still choose us? I just thought you would have gone to Jacob after you and Edward ended things. I mean honestly, the guy loves you, Bella. What's stopping you from going with Jacob? Jasper asked, sounding honestly interested and curious. The truth was, the thought of leaving the Cullens to be with Jake hadn't even crossed my mind. And now even thinking about leaving them sounded wrong. I couldn't ever leave any of them. They are my family now. And so I told Jasper this. Honestly, Jas, the thought of leaving you guys breaks my heart. I don't think I could live my life knowing that I left the only people I can truly call family. I paused, bit my lip and continued hurriedly before I changed my mind and didn't say it. Especially now that we've become friends. I really don't know what I would have done without you. You are my rock, the sole reason I am not a mess right now, and I feel close to you, Jasper. Even imagining my life without you in it is unbearable. I licked my lips nervously at Jasper's silence. He was just standing in front of me, his head bent downwards with his golden blonde hair covering his eyes. I stayed sitting on the rock between his arms, frozen tensely in anxiousness. What is he thinking? Had I said too much? Scared him away with my strong emotions that, by the way, he could feel as well as heard me confess. He had to have known he was that important to me, though. He had to know that I was utterly lost without him. He was my best friend. But that word doesn't even suffice to describe how important he is to me. Not at all deterred by his lack of vocal response, I put my hands over his and squeezed his hands. Bella, Jasper murmured, stopping my movement by interlocking our hands and bringing them up to his cheek. Thank you. It was just the truth, Jas. Still, it feels good to be wanted and needed for a change. He sighed before smiling a rapturous smile at me. His grin turned to a wicked one as he shook his hair, sending drops of water flying at me. Jasper. He laughed and extended his hand for me to take, helping me off the rock, as a peace offering. You're so lucky. I just want to get back to shore and out of these wet clothes. Really now? Shut up, I said, blushing lightly at his teasing tone. Hey there, you two. Looks like you guys decided to have all the fun without us. Rosalie said by way of greeting us once we swam back to where she was sitting. Her eyes were soft though, so I knew that she had heard our conversation. So you decided to finally share, Bella, huh, Jasmine? Emmett said to Jasper before winking at me. I thought you said you would hear them approaching. I accused, narrowing my eyes at my sister. They were hiding up there, she said, nodding up to the trees. I glared at the bee-owned vampire standing next to me, who just shrugged innocently. Unfortunately we should head back. I hear a couple of hikers a couple of miles off. We all piled back into the jeep and I was relatively silent most of the ride home while Rosalie and Emmett bickered in the front seat. So Rose, I started, trying to get them to stop fighting. Why don't you like the Denali's? You never told me. Frankly Bella, they are a bunch of flirtatious women with no decorum or respect for what, or who belongs to others. Oh, like once I actually had to pry Kate and Irina away from Emmett before they understood that he was taken. They backed off somewhat after I ripped out some of Irina's hair, but now that Jasper is single. Emmett burst out laughing so loudly I jumped. Good luck with Irina dude. Jasper rolled his bright eyes and punched Emmett in the arm. Shut up asshole. I groaned internally. Now I had to fight off two crazy vampires. Great. Have I mentioned that I can't wait until I'm changed? Tanya's not all that bad because she only has eyes for Edward, but the other two, you better keep an eye on them. We pulled into their garage and entered the house, which was relatively quiet except for some voices from upstairs. Well, look who finally decided to come back. Quote, the bronze-haired vampire paused reading everyone's thoughts before continuing. And it looks like it wasn't the most fun little trip. Shit, he knows some of the words that Jasper and I exchanged. He knows about my worry for Jacob. Edward, I said coldly, before turning to go upstairs. I received a very interesting phone call while you were out playing. I really don't care what Seth called. Edward interrupted. I froze. You didn't forget him too, did you? You know, one of the wolves who helped me save you from Victoria. Edward took my silence as an invitation to continue. Well, he called and told me that Jacob had decided to leave the pack. That no one, not even Billy, knows where he is and that he's been missing since the wedding. Seth called me because Charlie is still out of state and this was the only way to reach you. I felt numb. Jacob was gone. I've got to call him. Why would he do that? Doesn't he know that he is needed in the pack? They've already tried calling him, love. He hasn't answered, and I don't think he will. Edward sighed, his voice softer after seeing how distraught I was. I still have to try calling him. I insisted. And maybe I could have Charlie bring a note to Billy just in case Jacob comes back. Why would Jacob run away again like this? And this time it is worse because he actually left the wolves. I had no idea they could just quit like that. Why are you guys all wet? Kate asked, coming downstairs and interrupting our conversation. Come on Bella, let's get you something dry to wear. Rosalie said, walking straight past Kate up to her room. I pulled my hand out of Jasper's and followed Rose after shooting Kate an apologetic smile. You can pick anything from the right side in closet. Rose said, pointing to a door in the corner of her and Emmett's room. That's where I hung some of the clothes you bought. I walked in and grabbed a pair of jeans with ripped holes in the knees and a black V-neck t-shirt. And Bella, I'm sure your wolf friend will be fine. He seemed like he could take care of himself and wouldn't do anything too stupid. Rosalie commented nonchalantly, but I could see that she was really making an effort to make me feel better. Thanks. Damn her. Rosalie growled all of a sudden. What? Who? I asked, shocked at her change in tone. Emmett is going hunting with Edward, and apparently Irina and Kate decided to join them. She explained before taking off downstairs. I'm going also. I heard Rosalie say to the others. I turned to walk down the hallway to the guest room, but saw Jasper's door open, so I knocked before entering his room. He was lying on his sofa, just staring at the ceiling. I sat on the end by his feet silently and closed my eyes in exhaustion. Don't go. What? I asked, confused, opening my eyes to see Jasper sitting up now. His eyes were looking intently into mine. Don't go after Jacob Black. I stared at him in surprise. He thought I would leave the second I heard that Jake was missing. Did he listen to anything I said earlier? Jasper, how could you think that after everything I told you at the waterfall? I am not leaving you. Ever. I believe you now, but what happens the next time I screw up and bite a human? He asked bitterly. He sounded like he was already setting himself up to fail. As long as I'm here you won't. I believe in you, Jas. I said confidently, letting him feel the determination and trust I had for him. You know what you were saying at the waterfall about me. Yes, I feel the same way about you. Sneak peek at next chapter. Why would you do that? I choked out. Why would you get them to come here now? Like I said before, you being changed, it's just not an option. Bella paused. 5 days. That's how long the Denali's have been here. I would be a vampire by now if they wouldn't have shown up. I laid in the guest bed reflecting on the last few days and how awful they have been. It is morning, but the longer I stay in bed the less time I have to spend with the Denali's, Alice, and Edward. Tanya wasn't that bad, in fact I almost think we could be friends. Almost. I remember how Edward went on about how she was after him, but honestly she wasn't as bad as her sisters. Several times I have been close to begging Esme to get them to leave, especially Irina. Every time Jasper and I are hanging out in his room or the guest room she barges in and joins us uninvited. And then I get shoved aside and end up making some excuse to leave the room. She completely monopolizes his attention, and I can see that Jasper doesn't encourage her, but he doesn't discourage her either. He's too polite to outright rebuff her like he should. Damn Southern hospitality. But since they have been here I haven't gotten to spend any time with Jasper at all, and I miss my best friend. Ah, and Sleeping Beauty is awake. Jasper, I said gleefully, my eyes drawn to the sound of his voice to where he stood at the door. Well, it looks like someone needs some company. The bee-owned vampire said with a smile as he entered the room. You have no idea. Not that I'm not happy to see you, but what are you doing in here? I asked, shocked at his appearance. He never came into the guest room where I stayed because we usually just hung out in his room. I wonder what made him come in here this early. Carlisle thinks we should go ahead with your change because we really have no idea how long the Denali's are planning on staying, and he knows how long you've been waiting. Really? I held my breath. Of course, and it probably helped that I faithfully kept reminding him about it every second I could. Thank you so much, Jasper. I said excitedly, hugging him tight to me. I completely forgot about the horrid past few days and was lost in my thoughts about being a vampire. Which means that I'll need to go hunting as soon as possible. I frowned and pulled away to look him in the eyes. Just hurry up, okay? He laughed and let go of me, stepping away towards the door and heading downstairs. I sighed contentedly and squealed into my pillow. Thank God I wouldn't have to wait any longer and wonder if I would ever even be changed. Now that my mood is improved, I decided to head to the living room and see what was going on and what the Denali's reaction was to this announcement. I threw on a pair of skinny jeans and a black sweater and started down the stairs after him. I'm going hunting, nothing too far, so I'll be back in an hour or so. Jasper said, walking towards the back door. Now that you mention it, I could use an afternoon snack. Irina said, hopping off the sofa from where she sat in between Kate and Emmett. I'll go too. Okay, let's go then. Jasper replied, smiling a small smile at her, which she returned enthusiastically. The smile was wiped off my face. Irina brushed past me towards where my best friend stood by the wooden door, not even sparing me a glance. Jasper opened the back door and Irina swept through the door past him, giggling and saying something about him being a gentleman. I watched as they left through the window, their silhouettes becoming blurs in the distance. Bella? Esme questioned, coming up behind me. I'm going for a drive. I muttered, mustering up a pathetic smile for her, and grabbed my keys off the counter. Gritting my teeth, I stomped outside to my truck and started it, slamming the door shut behind me. I started the old truck and backed out of the driveway, my hands trembling with anger, my eyes welling up with angry tears. What is he doing? Why is he with her alone? Have I been so naive that I mistook the times Irina joined Jasper and I as uninvited? When I had been, her feelings had seemed one-sided, but maybe when I wasn't around they were getting closer. I mean, I sleep 10 hours at night. That's 10 whole hours that she has him to herself without me there. Doesn't he still consider me a friend? I got about 10 miles before I realized where I had been unconsciously driving, La Push. I slowed down as I approached the La Push city boundary before making my decision and continuing on. Wait, why am I letting this affect me like this? Jasper and I are friends, I should support him getting over Alice. Instead I'm throwing a tantrum like a child. God, what's wrong with me? I pulled into the driveway and jumped out of the car, approaching the house determined to talk to someone. I knocked on the door and waited. There was a crash from inside the door and finally it swung open and I was met with a sight I wasn't expecting. It was a girl about my age. She had shoulder-length curly black hair that was pulled back into a loose ponytail. I must have interrupted her sleeping or something because she was barefoot in a pair of shorts and a loose tank, both of which were rumpled. My brown eyes met her light blue ones and I noticed that she was just as confused as I was. Hi. Who are you? She asked, finally breaking the silence. My name's Bella. I'm the one who hangs with vampires. She finished disdainfully. Well, I was going to say Jake's friend, but okay. I said, smiling slightly at her, one that was not returned. Okay, so I guess I wasn't everyone's favorite person around here. Look, I just came to find out more about Jake. Do you know anything? Do I know anything? She repeated scathingly. No shit. I'm one of the people who didn't abandon Jacob. What are those people called again? Oh yeah, friends. I blinked, astonished at her tone. And then I was pissed. How dare she talk to me like this after all I have been through? She has no freaking idea. You have no idea what my relationship with Jake is, so don't patronize me. And unless you have anything to tell me about Jake, I really have no reason to talk to you, because all I want to know is if he is okay. I said firmly, crossing my arms over my chest. Well, I'm not telling you anything, honey. So you can just hop back in that piece of crap and run back to your vampires. She said harshly, squeezing her eyes shut and clenching her fists, a shudder running through her body. Oh shit. I forgot she was a freaking wolf. Where's an empath when you need one? Leah, who is it? Someone called, coming up behind her, their eyes widening when they saw me. Bella. Bella Swan. In the flesh. I joked, smiling at Seth. Not for long. The dark-haired girl in front of me muttered, moving out of the doorway. Ignore her, he said brightly. What are you doing here? Oh, Edward told you about Jake, huh? I nodded, swallowing back fresh tears. Do you want to come on in? He offered, motioning over his shoulder. We're watching the house while Billy's on some fishing trip. I glanced behind him and saw Leah watching me with a curious and still upset look on her tanned face. No thanks. Can we take a walk though? Sure thing. Be back later, Leah, he called, ignoring the displeased look she sent him. Is there any news? I chalked out, my voice unsteady, as we walked down the driveway. He shook his head sorrowfully. I'm afraid not. The last time we saw him was at the wedding. Seth glanced down at my empty left hand and his brow furrowed in confusion. What? To make a long story short, things just didn't work with Edward and me, so it's over. I'm an unmarried woman again. I said, the word sounding unfamiliar on my tongue. It was hard to believe that just 2 weeks ago I was married to who I thought was the love of my life. And now I'm right back where I was before I moved to Forks, except I have a real family now. Seth was quiet a moment before he spoke. You ever go cliff diving? I laughed and shook my head at him incredulously. You never heard the story of my grand cliff diving escapade? He shook his head and I dived into the story of how Jake saved my life. He had saved my life in more than one way. He brought me back to life when Edward left, and now I was giving my life up again to become a vampire. Would I ever be able to do anything right by Jake and the Cullens? I don't know how long Seth and I sat there, but soon enough we realized that we had been out long enough. I promise as soon as I find anything out I'll let you know. We exchanged numbers and I gave him a quick hug, thanking him for his help. We walked back to the house making small talk and saw Leah sitting on the front porch waiting. I better go calm her down. Nice seeing you again, Bella, he said, waving at me before jogging up to his older sister. I was really grateful that Seth didn't harbor hostile feelings towards me because of Jacob's disappearance. If I had known him being at the wedding would have been that hard for him, I would have told him not to come. I know now that I can't have it both ways. I can't have my life with the Cullens and one with Jake. And I really have already made my choice. Right now everyone is preparing for Jasper to change me, and I'm sitting in this old truck in front of my werewolf friend's house where no vampire can go, and I'm out of Alice's sight. I really should think before I act, but I just needed to get away from that house. Away from everything. Everyone. I heard a tap on the glass window and jumped. Rolling down the manual window I gaped at the person on the other side. Leah, listen, Bella, and just don't talk. I'm sorry I was so harsh earlier, it's just that Jacob being missing has really messed everyone up. I didn't mean to take my frustration out on you when it's myself I'm really mad at. She said quickly, her eyes sincere and guilt-ridden. What do you mean? He asked me to go with him. She said bluntly, her eyes hard. And I said, no. What? I gasped. Why would he do that? I caught him trying to sneak off and threatened to tell Billy, so he told me to go with him. She explained patiently, her remorseful eyes staring over my shoulder as she remembered. I should have gone or changed his mind. No, Leah, you couldn't have done anything. His mind was made up. I reassured her, my voice sounding strained and foreign to my own ears. There is always something, she interrupted fiercely. Always. I bit my lip and watched as she took a deep breath and gathered herself. Anyways, I just thought you should know. She continued breezily. I'll have Seth give you a call if he turns up. I nodded and wiped my clammy hands, from gripping the steering wheel, on my dark jeans. I backed out of the driveway and headed back to the Cullens. Back to my life. Bella Pav. I pulled up to the house and saw Rose standing on the front porch with her arms crossed in front of her chest. With a sigh, I got out of my truck and approached the livid-looking vampire. Where have you been? Nice to see you too, Rose. What do you mean? Exactly what I said, she replied, her face furious. Where did you run off to? You've been gone hours and we've all been worried sick. Especially Jasper. I just went to La Push to find out about Jake. I said defensively. I was fine. Yeah, well, we had no way of knowing that. Will you think of someone besides yourself for 1 second? We are all going through a tough time and you don't see us running off recklessly. She ranted, scowling at me. I glared at her, my anger rising at her words. Why is she so mad? I was only gone about 2 or 3 hours. You don't know what I'm going through. Don't compare our situations because you still have someone who loves you. Don't you dare tell me to change when you have no idea what it feels like for the man you love to do this to you. Rose's eyes softened and she sighed. Just call Jasper and tell him that you're okay. My eyes watered and I swallowed thickly. I can't. Could you call him? I just can't talk to him now. Sure, she agreed, probably feeling guilty, and pulled out her phone. The phone rang twice before Jasper answered on the other line. Hey Jasper, she's here. Quote ellipsis quote. Yeah, she said she was at La Push. Quote ellipsis quote. Well, I don't know. Why don't you get over here and ask her yourself? Quote ellipsis quote. Okay. See you in a few. She hung up the phone and shook her head at me. He is coming back now, and he doesn't sound too happy. She remarked, moving into the house. After a second I followed her into the living room only to see her sit on the sofa where Tanya and Kate were sitting and talking quietly to each other. No thanks. After seeing Jasper and Irina go off together and then hearing that there was really nothing to do except to wait for Jacob to return, I was not in the mood to socialize with a bunch of self-esteem lowering vampires. If anything, all I really feel like doing is collapsing into my bed and sleeping. Bella. Rose called, seeing me head towards the stairs. Come sit. I quickly plastered a fake smile on my face. I sat in a chair next to the sofa and tuned into their conversation. Where were you, Bella? Everyone was really worried, especially after Jasper and Irina returned from their hunt before you came back. Tanya said, her topaz-colored eyes meeting my brown ones. Just visiting some friends, I replied awkwardly. I know the aversion they have to the wolves. She nodded, but her eyes flashed with indignation like she knew where I had been. God, I hope she doesn't know. But, how could she? She doesn't have any powers. Why did they come back from hunting so early? I questioned, trying to change the subject. Everything was quiet for a second before someone spoke. Jasper kind of confessed to her that. Kate started. Let's let Jasper tell us what happened and not make any assumptions. Rosalie interrupted, narrowing her eyes at Kate. Well, that's probably how it happened. Kate said defensively, annoyed at Rose's interruption. Rosalie rolled her eyes and turned to look towards the stairs as Esme came down. Hello, girls. Esme said before looking at me. I'm glad you're back, Bella. I was worried sick about you. Sorry. I muttered, feeling guilty for the first time since I got back. Only Esme could make you feel bad when you didn't a second earlier. Carlisle and Edward are almost home, she said, warning me that my ex was going to be here. Great. Carlisle thought that you guys needed some space, so he took Edward with him to work earlier. Okay. I sighed, slumping down in my seat. Are you okay, sweetie? I know this must be hard for you. And if you have changed your mind about everything, that's okay. Esme said, sitting on the side of the sofa next to the chair I was in. No, I'm fine, really. I reassured her, trying to be vague about what I was saying so that the Denalis didn't catch on. Just then the front door opened and Edward appeared in the doorway with Carlisle right behind him. Carlisle, how was your day? Esme asked, going to greet her husband. Great. I got a couple of new patients. I kept my eyes on Carlisle and Esme, but I could feel Edward staring at me. Maybe he's learned to keep his distance though. I mean, he has to know by now that I want nothing to do with him right now. Maybe I'll forgive him eventually, but I'm not ready now. And I don't think that I will ever forgive Alice. What she did to Jasper was far worse than what Edward did to me. I mean, they had been married for years and she wasn't planning on ever telling him that she slept with Edward. "Hey Edward," Tanya said brightly. "I'm glad you're back." "Yeah, me too," he said, not taking his eyes from me, much to the strawberry bee's displeasure. Tanya stared at him miffed for a second, before turning back to Kate. Carlisle cleared his throat and broke the silence. "Well, as soon as Rosalie, Emmett, Jasper, and Irina return we can discuss everything." "What do you mean everything?" I asked hesitantly. Did he mean my change? Or me going to La Push? Or the Denali's staying here? There are so many things to talk about, but nothing ever seems to get said or done around here. "Looks like you're about to find out," Alice answered with an almost eerie smile as she walked into the living room. "They're back. What the F.K. Where did she come from?" "The ceiling." "Alice," Kate squealed, jumping up and hugging the small vampire. "Great." Rose stiffened at her sister's arrival and looked at me apologetically. I shrugged and continued to ignore Edward's staring and Alice's presence. This is going to be uncomfortable. "Alice, how was shopping?" "I wish I could have gone with you," Kate said, a frown on her face. Standing next to each other, Kate and Alice looked almost like sisters. They both had short black hair, and topaz eyes. The only difference was that Kate was a little taller and was not as tiny looking. "I know," Alice answered cheekily. "And I got you something, don't worry." Kate squealed and grabbed one of the many bags in Alice's hands. They started towards the stairs but were stopped by a voice interrupting their excited chattering. "Alice, I think you and Kate should be present for the conversation we are about to have, if you don't mind," Carlisle said, motioning for them to return to the living room. "No really, let them go. Please." I watched as they dropped their bags onto the coffee table and both joined Tanya on the sofa. Surprisingly, I wasn't hurt by Alice giving me the cold shoulder. In fact, I was quite the opposite. I actually want her to stay away from me. A few days ago I would have been pained and confused to see her treating me like this, but she has shown what she is really like, a complete who cheats on an amazing person. "There you are," Alice said, startling me out of my thoughts. "What?" I glanced up and saw who her greeting was aimed at. Jasper. My breath caught in my throat when his golden eyes immediately landed on my own less brilliant, brown ones. His whole form seemed to relax in relief when he saw me, before his eyes tightened in anger just as quickly. Damn, Rose was right, he was upset. Irina came through the front door right behind Jasper with a dramatic sigh. "We were out looking for her when she was here the whole time," she said, staring accusingly at me, annoyance clear in her voice. "She just got here," Jasper said, shooting her a look that clearly said, "Shut up, this is none of your business." "Huh, take that." I ignored the urge to grin at his reaction to her. He turned back to me, his annoyed expression morphing into one of anger again. I wasn't sure which expression I preferred to have directed at me. "Where were you?" Jasper asked calmly, seemingly composed on the outside. But I could tell that he had been really worried and confused about why I left without telling anyone. I hesitated. Suddenly I saw Irina gasp and then look fiercely at me. I started at the look of pure anger on her face. "What's wrong? Why is she glaring at me like that?" "You," she said accusingly. "You were around werewolves." "What?" I gaped at her, shocked at how she, like Tanya, knew. "Don't deny it. I smell them all over you. Why were you with them?" "That is really not any of your business," I said, shocking myself with my own words. Where were these responses coming from? "Like hell it isn't," she spat. "They killed one of our coven. They wouldn't do that without a reason. They only attack out of defense," I said, defending my friends. "After all, they killed Laurent to stop him from biting me. To protect me. And I owed them for that. You're going to just defend them like that? They are our enemies," she said, stressing the word. "They're not my enemies. Not yet. But after you are a vampire, if you ever become one, everything will change," she taunted, a sneer on her face. "Irina, please, don't. I think that is enough." Esme intervened, coming to my rescue. I gasped. How did she know? Who told her? Why can't there ever be any privacy in this house? It's either a mind reader, a psychic, and now I find out that Irina of all people has somehow managed to find out and announce to the rest of the Denalis that I was being changed. And she didn't sound too happy about it either. I'm just telling her the truth. Irina defended herself before glancing at Jasper. And if I wasn't supposed to know, then he shouldn't have told me. I froze and resisted the urge to turn around and look at Jasper. Why would he do that? He knows that I had wanted to be changed away from everyone else. That I didn't want anything else to happen that could possibly hinder me becoming a vampire. I felt him come up behind me. Bella, I knew it, Kate interrupted, standing up from where she had been sitting next to Tanya and Alice. I knew he had confided in her, didn't I, Tanya? Please, everyone, can we all settle down and talk about this calmly? I'm sure this is the last thing Bella wanted to happen, Carlisle said soothingly, his voice steady and entreating. Oh, of course, Alice said spitefully. Everything is always about Bella. Just because she's human doesn't mean she should be treated any differently than the rest of us. Is that why you called and got the Denali clan to come here the day I was being changed? Because you thought I was getting special treatment? I asked, disbelief and outrage in my tone. And of course you would blame me for that. Everything is all Alice's fault because she tricked poor Edward into sleeping with her. The black-haired vampire said sarcastically, her dark gold eyes narrowed. Tanya gasped at the same time Kate gave a surprised, oh my gosh. Well, guess again, Bella, dear. I didn't call them. Your precious ex-husband did. Alice finished, crossing her arms over her chest in defiance. The little human isn't as smart as the thought. I swung my gaze over to Edward, who wore a chagrined look on his face. He was upset. Really? He has no right to be upset right now. My whole life is falling apart and he thinks he can go and break me more and then be mad about it. Edward, tell me that isn't true. Esme said, almost pleadingly. The bronze-haired vampire hung his head and nodded. Dude, not cool. Emmett muttered, shaking his head at his brother. That's putting it lightly. Jasper growled, his enraged eyes completely focused on Edward. And everyone wondered why I left to go to La Push. It was never simple here. Everything always involved everyone. Always. I miss the days when my only concern was avoiding prom and what was going to happen in the book I was currently reading. So let me get this straight. Tanya interrupted, her voice cold as ice. We were invited over so that Edward could get back at Bella. No one uttered a sound. Oh well, that is great. Really, Edward the First thought you were a good person, but you are a complete asshole. I don't know why I wasted my time on you. Tanya spit out. Yeah, welcome to my world. Tanya, Kate, Irina, I want to apologize to all of you on behalf of our family. I honestly don't know what has gotten into any of them. Carlisle said, putting his hand on Kate's shoulder. Maybe it would be best if we went home. Kate said hesitantly. What? Why? Irina asked, her voice rising in pitch. Maybe because no one wanted you here in the first place. Ever think of that? I think we've overstayed our welcome. Tanya replied as she stood up from where she had been sitting. Do you guys have to go? Edward was just being a jerk. Alice said, a pout on her small face. Hey, you're the one who slept with him. Rosalie remarked with a bitter smirk. Alice, shut up. Why don't you guys give it a few days? I would hate for something like this to ruin years of being a family. Esme suggested hopefully. Tanya smiled sadly at Esme. I don't know, I mean all this visit has caused us trouble. Tanya. Edward spoke up. I truly apologize for what I did. I had no intention of hurting you or your family. So please stay. Tanya hesitated, her eyes on Edward. Well, if you're sure it is okay. She said, not taking her eyes off Edward. So much for realizing what an asshole he is. Why would she just accept his measly apology like that? Oh, wait, I used to do the same thing, make excuse after excuse for him. Of course it is, Tanya. Alice chirped immediately. We would all love for you guys to stay. Oh, that's so great, Irina exclaimed, squeezing Jasper's arm affectionately. Well, crap. Bella paused. I took a deep shuddering breath. Never have I ever been so aware of my surroundings. It feels like my heart is about to explode out of my chest, my hands feel numbingly cold, every breath I take brings me closer to my last, and yet, I'm ready. I close my eyes as I feel Jasper move in closer until I can feel his breath against me. Bella, sweetheart, look at me. I opened my eyes and met his bright gold ones. He didn't say anything. No words of comfort. No false assurances. But then again, I didn't say anything either. Time passed before he broke our eye contact. His eyes moved from my face down to my neck and I saw him swallow hard. My whole body tensed and seemed to instinctively scream, "Danger." I had to force my hands to unclench and my body to unwind and calm down. This was Jasper. He would never let anything happen to me, especially at his hands. "I'm sorry," Jasper whispered as he leaned over me, his own hair brushing against my cheek. And then he bit me. 6 hours earlier. Bella Pav. "I'm glad you guys decided to stay. Really, I know things haven't been the smoothest for anyone now, but at least we have family." Esme said, embracing Tanya. "Some family," Rosalie muttered to me, a scowl on her face. I bit my lip and wanted more than anything in that moment to sink into the sofa and disappear. But of course, that would appear to be impossible right now. "Can we go upstairs for a second?" Jasper asked quietly, moving from where he stood by Irina. I nodded and let him lead me up the stairs. He walked me straight to his room and shut the door behind us. I stood by his leather sofa, refusing to sit down, and watched him. He remained facing the door for a few seconds before turning around suddenly and standing beside me. "I didn't mean to tell Irina," he said suddenly, his eyes looking pained. "We were talking on the way to go hunt and she started asking all these questions about you and about what we were going to do with you. She was talking like you were our pet or something. And, I don't know, I got defensive, and then I just told her." "Oh, thank God," I said unthinkingly, sighing in relief. Jasper hadn't told Irina because they had some connection, or because they were good friends. He told her because he was trying to defend me. "What?" he said, looking at me in surprise. "You're happy about that? What was she saying about me?" I asked, completely ignoring his questions. I didn't owe him any explanations. And I wasn't going to give him one because it was slightly embarrassing. His face immediately darkened as a hard look overcame his features. "It was nothing." "Well, it obviously was something for it to provoke you to tell her about our previous plans to change me into a vampire. Which is probably not going to happen anymore. And honestly, I was starting to really think that I would never be changed. It seems that every time I get closer to being a vampire, something gets in the way and makes that dream seem impossible. Besides, Charlie would be returning home soon and I wouldn't be able to stay at the Cullens' house anymore. And, knowing how protective Charlie is, he will definitely try to restrict the amount of time I spend here. I think it's about time Charlie and I have a talk about things. He still treats me like the little girl I was when I left, but he's going to have to realize that I'm legally an adult now and can make decisions without wanting him to hold my hand through them. I know things have been hard lately, but you know that doesn't change anything, right? You know that I'm going to keep my promise and change you. How am I supposed to know that, Jasper? It's been a week since the Denali's came over and you and I have barely spoken, let alone about changing me into a vampire. It felt good to say what I had wanted to tell Jasper ever since I saw Irina walk up that first day. And I thought our friendship meant more to you than that, but I guess I was wrong. I finished. He stared at me for a moment, his eyes focused completely on mine. He started. The door swung open and Irina walked in, her heels clacking against the wood floor. "So this is your room. How come you haven't shown it to me before?" Irina pouted, walking further into the room. "Do you think you could knock?" Jasper asked politely. "I'm talking to Bella now and we were in the middle of something. This place could use a little cozying up. It seems kind of dreary." The owned vampire continued obliviously, as she waltzed around the room. "Yeah, well, I'll keep that in mind," Jasper said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. "Now do you think you could give us a minute?" "Oh, yeah. I'll be waiting in the room I'm staying in. Don't bother knocking, just come right on in whenever you're finished here," she said, waving at him as she left. "I love how she pretended that I wasn't even here," I remarked sarcastically, with an eye roll not unlike Jasper's earlier. I glanced at Jasper after a few seconds of not hearing him respond and saw that he had sat on the sofa with his elbows on his knees with his head in his hands. I stared at him for a few seconds, unsure of what to do. Did he want me to leave? Or should I say something? Or put my arm around him? I settled for sitting close to him on the leather furniture and lent him silent support. I know things are hard for everyone right now, not just me. I should be a little more sensitive to how others feel, instead of just focusing in on all my hurt and anger and sadness. If we were really going to be a family, we would all have to be a little more understanding and forgiving, no matter how hard it was. After a while I suppressed a yawn and carefully leaned my head against his shoulder. His only response was to scoot down a little in his seat to accommodate my short height. It made me smile, before I drifted off into sleep. I blinked my eyes and sat up, letting the navy blanket that was draped over me slip off onto the floor as I moved. I debated going downstairs but decided against it and decided to stay in here a while where there was peace and quiet. After my eyes had adjusted to the faint light coming through the window from the setting sun, I moved to Jasper's bookshelf and looked through his collection. Most of his books were about the era he lived in and the war he fought in, but there were also quite a number of classics and even a few contemporary novels as well. A smaller red book caught my eye and I pulled it off the wooden shelves. Oh, I was so not ever going to let Jasper live this down. I smiled, laughing softly to myself as I skimmed through his copy of Pride and Prejudice. Hearing a knock at the door, I set the book down and immediately walked over and opened the door, expecting it to be Jasper. "There you are. What are you doing waiting? Is Jasmine's room?" Emmett said, grinning at me suggestively. I rolled my eyes and smacked him on the shoulder before starting for the stairs. "Wait up. I was joking. You know what a joke is, right? Don't tell me all that time with Edward made you forget," the curly-haired brunette said mockingly, matching my slow pace down the staircase. "Is there a reason that you're being purposely annoying, or are you just bored?" I questioned with a smirk. He gaped at me in surprise and I cracked a smile. "See, Emmett, I can tell jokes too," I announced before walking off the last step into the living room and heading past the others in the living room for the kitchen. "That wasn't a joke. That was cruel and mean, Bella," he protested as he followed me to the flawlessly clean kitchen. "You'll get over it," I commented with a shrug before I set some water to boil. He pouted and muttered something under his breath and was quiet for exactly 3 seconds before he was talking animatedly again. I welcomed the distraction he provided and once again was happy to have a brother like Emmett. "I see you've taken it upon yourself to try and steal my girl." "Jasper," I exclaimed excitedly, forgetting my food and current companion immediately and smiling brightly at him. "Now how come I didn't get greeted like that earlier?" Jasper and I both ignored Emmett. "Sorry, I had to leave the room. I had some things to take care of and figured that I should get them done while you were asleep so that we could spend more time together after you woke up," Jasper explained, leaning up against the counter as I finished my meal. I nodded and drifted off into my thoughts as Jasper and Emmett talked about something like cars, hunting, or whatever guys talk about. "Actually, Bella, I have excellent news," Jasper said, drawing my attention back to him. Carlisle said that we can go back to the cabin today to change you if that's what you still want." "Seriously?" I interrupted, barely daring to hope. "Yes, seriously," Jasper teased, full of good humor as he grabbed my hands and tugged me towards the door. "Well, someone's attitude has changed about this," I remarked as we walked through the empty living room to the back door. He shrugged. "I've simply decided to look at things differently." I let his vague answer slide and asked another question. "What about everyone else? Did they know?" "Esme is filling them in as we speak. And they will all be staying at the main house for the next couple of days so that you have time to get used to the change before being thrown back into all the drama." We walked for an hour in silence, only slowing when Jasper had to help me over a log or tree branch. Finally, Jasper spoke. "I know we have a lot to talk about, and we will as soon as you're a vampire, because after that, everything will change." I kept walking quietly beside him, sensing that he wasn't done talking yet. "I'm not gonna sugarcoat things because what you're about to go through will probably be the most unimaginably intense pain you will ever have to suffer physically. And I just want you to know that I will be there the whole time. I will not leave you, I cannot leave you, and I don't want to. So when you're lying there and feel like you have to give up, I want you to picture me waiting for you on the other side. Because I will be." I slipped my hand into Jasper's and gave his a light squeeze. And I continued to hold on to him the rest of the way there. When we got to the small house, I pushed away the feelings of déjà vu about the last time I was here. It was time to start fresh. To start anew. This was my chance to take back all my mistakes and decisions that I have regretted. This was my chance at a fresh start. And I was ready to take it. Jasper Pav, you did it. You sound surprised, I remarked to Carlisle without turning away from where Bella laid on the sofa in Esme's cabin. We stood in silence as I watched Bella intently, waiting for the moment she felt the fire. Why isn't she making a sound? She should be screaming in agony right now. When I was with Maria, the first witnessed hundreds, maybe thousands, of vampires be changed, and not one of them was this quiet and still. Something can't have gone wrong. Bella wanted this life so badly. Every time she was around our family I felt a longing from her, a longing to belong. Carlisle, what's wrong? I murmured, moving closer to the brunette on the sofa and feeling for a pulse. She has a pulse, so why isn't she reacting to the change? I'm not positive, but my best guess is that it has something to do with the morphine she has in her system. It could have possibly numbed her from the pain. He responded, his entire being alight with excitement. God, I hope Carlisle's right. I hope she isn't suffering right now. Bella has been through enough pain to last for the rest of her existence. I scooped the girl who had grown to be an important part of my life into my arms and carried her to the bed so that she would be more comfortable when she woke up. As I laid her back down, I heard Carlisle moving around in the living room and figured he was cleaning up. I would give anything to know what you are going through, I said quietly, brushing her long hair back from her face. As I sat there by her, I reflected on our earlier conversation. Bella had been completely right. I had been a horrible excuse of a friend to her the past few days. Is that what we are though? Friends. The term seemed inadequate to describe our relationship. It's impossible to think about how close and attached I've grown to Bella in the little amount of time we've spent together. It took me years to develop the closeness I have with the rest of the family. How is it that everything is just so easy and natural with her? Any new developments? Carlisle asked, entering the bedroom. No. Is it horrible that I want for her to react normally to the change? Since when has Bella ever reacted normally to anything? Carlisle asked wryly, making me smirk. Yeah, Bella is different. And I've found that I like different. She is so unlike anyone else I've ever met, and it's refreshing to be around her. You will know if something goes wrong, right? I asked, turning serious again. Of course I will. She already has lost some of her warmth and color. Look, but I was, and he was right. Already, the subtle changes that only a vampire would perceive were visible. I exhaled an unneeded breath in relief and then remembered that by now everyone would know what was going on over here. They were probably all wondering what was going on. And God forbid they get too anxious waiting and decide to come over here. We should let everyone know that everything is fine, I said before hesitantly adding, and I don't think we should tell them about how she is going through the change differently. Are you sure about not telling them? Carlisle questioned, perplexed as to why I wanted to keep that particular fact in the dark. Do you think Edward would sit by idly at hearing that something was even slightly unusual about Bella's change? I bet everyone is having a hard enough time keeping him from barreling over here, I explained, rolling my eyes at the thought of the younger vampire. When Edward and Bella were still together, every single time Edward allowed Bella to come over he was unnervingly tense and on edge. I imagine it's only worse now, even though they are no longer a couple. My presence and the fact that I'm the one who bit her in probably only serving to agitate his anxiousness and jealousy further. And honestly, it is getting to be a bit ridiculous. If he ever does anything to make her feel guilty for becoming a vampire without him or his consent, I will pull some of the things I learned while working with Maria and put them to use. And I'm sure Emmett will only be too glad to help. Carlisle nodded, agreeing with me, albeit reluctantly, and left saying that he would return in a couple of hours. I stood by the bed and listened to Bella's steady heartbeat. It was actually calming, and probably the only thing keeping me from losing my mind right now. I lost track of time as I stood there watching Bella change. Her dark brown hair lightened slightly, her eyelashes were thicker and longer, and her lips turned a naturally red color. So far the changes were subtle, but as the days passed the changes should be more noticeable. I couldn't wait to see what she would turn out like. I wouldn't put it past Bella to be completely different from any other newborn vamp I've ever seen. For it being the second day, it looks like the change is progressing well, Carlisle commented as he re-entered the room, radiating relief and under it a little anxiety. It looks like she could be sleeping, I commented after a moment of silence. He chuckled wryly. I only hope it feels that way to her too. Can you feel any emotions from her? Very dimly. Her emotions weren't always as clear as anyone else's. I confessed, but when I could sense them, they were more potent and strong than any other I've ever felt. Why didn't you ever tell anyone that? Carlyle asked, shock and disapproval emitting from him. No one asked, I said with a shrug. And it was already established that Edward already couldn't read her thoughts and that Alice sometimes had a hard time seeing her. The room lapsed into silence again and I almost missed being here alone with Bella. I missed the rare time when my own emotions were the only ones I had to be aware of. Now that Carlyle was here I could feel the steady flow of his emotions, which was alternating between fascination and concern. He really would have made a good father if he hadn't been changed. Carlyle performed a quick, but thorough, check-up on Bella, checking her pulse, monitoring her heartbeat, etc. before we lapsed into silence again. I felt a throbbing rush of pain unexpectedly, and the emotion wasn't my own. I stiffened, and roved my eyes over Bella multiple times as if searching for any injuries. She was completely still. Nothing had changed. That could only mean, I glanced over at the light B-owned vampire on the other side of the room, who had a grimace on his normally controlled face, and seemed to be deep in thought. What was wrong with me? I should have known right away that the pain I felt was Carlyle's. He is standing far enough from Bella for me to have been able to know automatically that the negative emotion was his. Had this situation with Alice F.'d me up so much that I couldn't even be focused enough simply tell who was giving off certain emotions. No, it wasn't Alice that had been consuming my thoughts lately. It has been her, Bella. When I wasn't with her, I was talking about her. When I wasn't talking about her, I was thinking about her. For Christ's sakes, my dreams would probably be consumed with her too if it was possible for me to sleep. I have never, in my entire existence, been like this except at the very beginning of Alice and I's relationship. This, meaning been so possessive, protective, and devoted. But Alice and I had been together when I was feeling these things. Bella and I were only friends, and had only been for a short while. And those feelings for Alice had most certainly not lasted throughout our entire relationship. In fact, shortly after Alice had saved me I had to give her that from the horror of my past. Those sensations and reactions diminished slowly. So slowly in fact, that I hadn't noticed their absence until now. Jasper, I heard Carlyle say, a strain in his voice. I broke free from my whirling thoughts and turned my attention to Carlyle. My eyes widened and I quickly made an effort to calm myself and to release Carlyle from the intense and conflicted emotions I was throwing at him. I ran my hand through my dirty B-owned hair and spit out an excuse about grabbing something to satisfy Bella's hunger when she woke up, before dashing out the door. When I could barely contain my emotions like this it wasn't good for me to be around anyone, especially Bella. But I wouldn't abandon her. I would go somewhere, get myself under control, and quickly return to her side. And hopefully, never have to leave it. Bella paused. Everyone had said that pain would be unbearable. I had no idea how right they were. I took all my self-control to not cry out in agony, to beg someone to end my misery. I would give anything to know what you are going through. I heard someone say quietly, through the haze that seemed to have clouded my brain. Jasper. I tried to open my eyes to see his face. Wait, why can't I open my eyes? I strained to move my hand, my head, anything. What is happening? Is this normal? No one mentioned anything like this. Is this because of all the morphine that was pumped into my body? My thoughts were lost as another surge of fire rushed through my body. The pain was so strong I couldn't even tell what parts of my body were actually feeling the burn. The only thing that kept me sane was thinking about my family and hanging onto my memories like a lifeline. Because really, what else did I have now when it felt like the fire was all I had ever known? Who are they? I asked, my eyes drawn to a group of students as they walked into the lunchroom. They're the Cullens. Jessica answered my question. The buff guy is Emmett and the B-owned next to him is his girlfriend Rosalie. The short girl with black hair is Alice. And she's with Jasper, the tall B-owned. The last one is Edward, he's single, but he doesn't date. Apparently no girl is good enough. Hey Bella, are you playing? Emmett called as Edward and I approached where the family was waiting by what looked like a baseball field. Sports aren't really my thing, I said hesitantly. That's probably for the best, my family can get pretty competitive, Edward saw Eve pulling me towards where a bench by the sideline was. "You can ref with Esme." I sat and watched as the group of vampires set up for the game. I watched them talking and separating into teams, interested even though I couldn't hear what was being said. I laughed lightly when I saw Rosalie hit Emmett, making him grimace when she turned back around. While I was laughing, I looked up and caught eyes with Jasper. Not knowing what else to do, I lifted my hand in a small wave. His response was a quick grin and a small wave in return before he returned his focus to the game. "Bella, I was wondering if you would like to help me with my gardening." "Of course, Esme." I beamed, standing up from where I had been sitting beside Emmett. "Oh come on, we were just about to finish this game," he protested, trying to put the controller back in my hand. "Go get Jasper to play or something," I replied, crossing my arms over my chest. "Hey, don't drag me into this," the bee-owned vampire said, appearing at the bottom of the stairs. "I get sick of him whining for rematches after I kick his ass." "I do not whine," Emmett argued, turning to Jasper. "Now is our chance," I whispered to Esme as we slunk away before they remembered that we were there. I glanced up over the book I was reading and looked at Jasper. I'm surprised he even let me come into his room. It seemed like a really personal place he kept private. I mean, even the first time I ever was at the Cullens' house and was given a tour, I wasn't brought to this room. And Jasper had said that anyone hardly ever came in here for a long period of time. Well, either that book you're reading is extremely boring or I have something on my face. Jasper interrupted Riley, a smirk on his face. "Oh, shut up," I shot back, grabbing a pillow off his couch and throwing it at him. I don't know how much time passed. I didn't have a sense of time, only of the waves of pain that flowed through my body constantly. Jasper puffed because honestly, how much can I write about Bella feeling pain? Rosalie says to bring Bella to the house as soon as she's awake and under control. Carlisle said, returning from another visit to main house. I nodded idly, not letting my eyes stray from Bella's face. I'm glad we ended up having Bella's change here for exactly that reason. Everyone would forget that Bella is a newborn, and with that many vampires in one place, it is more than likely that Bella would feel threatened and intimidated. For the past 3 days I had kept my gaze on Bella's closed eyes. Newborn vampires tend to be unpredictable and unstable when they first wake up and through their first year as vamps. They have to adjust to their heightened senses, the lack of constant pain, and their new physical abilities and appearance. Between Carlisle and I were going to have no trouble keeping Bella as calm and under control as possible. And hopefully, her choosing the change and preparing for it will help her keep a somewhat clear head. My thoughts cut off abruptly as I heard Bella's heartbeat speed up erratically. Any second now. I slid back from the occupied bed a few steps and Carlisle followed my lead as we waited for the newly turned Bella to open her eyes. And then even after her heart stopped completely, she remained stock still. I stood just as unmoving as she was, unsure of how to react to her not waking up. Is the change complete? Her heart stopped, but maybe she hasn't even registered that the pain is over. Just as that thought passed through my head, her left hand moved slightly. I heard Carlisle exhale heavily in relief and Bella's body stiffened up, and in the next second she was off the bed and crouched in a defensive posture, her face guarded and confused. I remained where I was and searched her face for any sign of recognition. I had seen vampires awaken from their change and not have one memory of their human life. I hoped with all my being that Bella was not a victim of that. "Jasper," she uttered, erasing all my fears with one word. I felt my lips turn up in a smile, unable to keep the joy off my face as I tried to formulate a verbal response. She must have taken my facial expression positively, because the next moment she was standing directly in front of me with her hand resting, light as a feather, against my cheek. I closed my eyes, only to open them again when she spoke. "You stayed." And then she was in my arms. I slipped my arms around her slender and slightly taller form, and pulled her closer to me. After I got over the shock of her not being in a bloodthirsty frenzy currently, I let her go and held Bella by her shoulders in front of me. She may have gotten taller, maybe 5'7", but I still had quite a height advantage on her, being 6'4" myself. Observing the radiant smile on her face, I allowed my eyes to take in the results of her change. Damn, if Bella was beautiful before and she was then, now she was absolutely breathtaking. Her form was slim in a perfect hourglass shape, with her legs and stomach noticeably more toned than before. Her chest was obviously bigger, and I quickly forced my eyes to move up to her face. Her face was more slender than 3 days ago, and her hair had lightened up to a lighter brown, and of course her eyes were bright red. The only things that really bore any semblance to human Bella was her full lips, her big eyes, and her small nose. "So, is it everything you thought it would be?" I asked after I regained control of my brain and my wandering eyes. "So far, it's better," she replied cheekily before leaning forward and letting her pouty lips graze my cheek. My breathing stopped as I felt her hair against my cheek and her breath against the side of my face as she spoke. "Thank you for making my life something to live for. Bella Pav, Carlisle," I exclaimed, slipping out of Jasper's arms and giving my vampire father a hug. "Hello Bella. You finally got to become one of us." The bee-owned vampire responded lightly, returning my quick hug. "Yeah, it's about time, right?" I joked back, pulling away from him and looking back at Jasper who had remained silent. I took a second to really look at Jasper for the first time since my change. Man, was my vision improved 100 times over. With my new eyes I could see every speck of color in Jasper's eyes, every shade of bee-owned in his hair, every haunting scar etched onto his skin. I moved my eyes to his face and saw a distracted and distant look on Jasper's face. Immediately I felt confusion and hurt overcome me. Jasper was all for changing me, and after he barely says a word to me. What's wrong with him? Am I not the same without warm skin and blood flowing through my veins? "So Bella, how do you feel?" Carlisle asked, making me break my gaze away from Jasper. "Overwhelmed, apprehensive, excited, anxious. Yeah, that about covers it," I said truthfully, causing the older vampire to laugh. "It takes a while to get used to." I smiled hesitantly at Carlisle, forcing my eyes to not flicker back to Jasper. "How are you doing that?" Jasper said suddenly, his eyes intense. "Oh, he speaks. Doing what?" I asked, not bothering to suppress my exasperation. Either Jasper didn't notice my tone, or he didn't care. But either way it pissed me off more. "Blocking your emotions off from me," he answered, his dark-colored eyes look intently into mine. I gaped at him in astonishment. Since when could I block Jasper's powers? Before my change Edward had said that I could block powers from my mind, but Jasper's talent is purely emotional. He can actually make someone feel things. My change must have amplified the ability I had as a human. I wonder what else Jasper's venom altered. Oh, that reminds me. I ignored Jasper's question what he deserved it, and went to go look for the bathroom. I heard whispering voices from behind me and my subconscious registered that I could listen to what they were saying if I really wanted to. But I was preoccupied with something else right now. I looked up into the mirror above the sink and held back a gasp. Was that really me? Could that really be me? The enchanting girl in the mirror lifted her hand up and touched her face. It was me. As a human I had been constantly plagued by my insecurities, but now I could stand next to any member of my family and know I looked like I belonged with them. I trailed my hand up to my bright crimson eyes and frowned at my reflection. They were so red. "The color will fade," Jasper murmured, appearing behind me. I nodded absently and avoided looking him in the eyes. I couldn't talk to him now and keep control over my emotions. There was just too much going on for me to keep track of, even with my heightened senses. "Don't do that," Jasper said suddenly, sounding frustrated. "Ever since you woke up you haven't even looked at me. Is it not the same now that you can really see my scars clearly? Have you finally realized how dangerous I really am?" What the heck? How could he even say, let alone think that? He's the one who isn't speaking to me. I spun around and stood right in front of Jasper, glaring at him. "Don't say that, Jasper. You know that's not true. Do you think so little of me that you would really say that?" I saw his eyes soften and he had the grace to look slightly ashamed. "Jasper, you have saved me. Honestly, I don't know how I would have gotten through Edward and I's split without you. And now you and I can both move on from all that crap and just start over. Sure, we'll still see Alice and Edward, but we've grown and become completely new people through this," I said quietly, laying my head against his chest and inhaling his scent. He smelt like woods and the sun. "You can't deny its truth though," he finally murmured, the sound reverberating from his chest. "I've lived my whole life hiding my scars, and now that someone finally isn't afraid or disgusted by them, it's a little hard to understand and get used to." "Well, you better get used to it, because you're stuck with me." I quipped to lighten the atmosphere. He chuckled lowly and wrapped a long arm around my back, pulling me closer to him. I wouldn't want it any other way. Now, I know a certain newborn vampire who must be pretty thirsty, he trailed off, pulling back and holding me by the shoulders in front of him to observe my reaction. He wasn't disappointed when I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply, feeling a tingle in my throat. I shivered in anticipation. "Come on, let's go," he said, tugging on my hand. I allowed him to lead me out the door as we started running at a leisurely pace. Now I see why the Cullens always ran everywhere they went. Running was exhilarating. It was like an adrenaline rush, but for vampires. I smirked and increased my speed, giggling when Jasper ran faster to match my speed. He raised an eyebrow questioningly, a daring grin on his face. I pushed myself and ran as fast as I could, zooming through the trees at an impossible speed. After a couple of minutes I stopped and jumped into a tree, waiting a few seconds for Jasper to appear next to me. When I saw him I leapt from the tree I had climbed and landed on his back, aiming to knock him down. In half a second he had me off his back and in his arms, pushed against the floor. I gasped in a breath and heard Jasper's low, teasing growl from above me. "If you want to surprise me you'll have to do a lot better than that, darlin'." He growled in my ear amusedly, pushing me slightly harder into the floor. I felt a low rumble in my chest before I gripped his shoulders and flipped him over, straddling his waist and pressing my hands into his arms to hold him under me. I froze there for a second before I took in Jasper's stunned expression. "Oh my God, I'm sorry," I said, jumping off of him. I had just followed my instincts when I had pinned Jasper to the floor. I forgot that for a while I would be able to do that because I'm a newborn vampire. He laughed and dusted himself off before jumping up next to me. "Don't apologize. That was great," Jasper said encouragingly, pulling stray leaves out of my hair. "You're just lucky you have super newborn strength. Come on, let's go eat some animals," I grumbled, swatting his hands away from my hair as he chuckled at me. "You're going to have to get used to compliments, you know," my companion said matter-of-factly. I rolled my eyes and heard him add quietly, "especially looking like that." I bit my bottom lip and was trying to decide if he meant for me to hear that last comment when I felt the air change. There was a beating heart nearby. I tensed at the exact same moment Jasper did. "Bella, wait," he started, but I had already taken off in the other direction. Whatever that smell was, it was intoxicating. It was incredible. And I had to have it. I let my desire guide me as I flew through the forest faster than earlier with Jasper. I felt the fire in my throat ignite as I came within viewing distance of my prey. I crouched in the forest watching the two hikers. I would only have about half a minute before Jasper caught up. I would need to hurry. Just as I was about to step onto the hiker's trail I restrained the monster inside of me and flew back into the cover of trees. I held my breath as I ran eastward back towards where I could hear Jasper's approaching footfalls. Faster. I had to get away from them. I would not start my new life out by draining a person with a family, friends, and a future. My thoughts calmed my consuming bloodlust and I slowed down to a stop right in front of a cliff. I sat down a few feet from the edge and watched the water below me. It reminded me of Lapush, Jacob, and the past. I heard Jasper walk up behind me and sit down next to me. No one spoke for 2 hours as we sat together watching the sunset. "I almost killed them," I whispered, holding my legs against my chest. "Almost." At the last second I realized that they were people, and that draining them would be the worst thing I could do. I continued as Jasper listened quietly. "You know, most newborns would have attacked them without a second thought. Hell, some older vampires would have." The tall vampire next to me commented. "Really? I just thought about how significant that person must be to someone else and I couldn't bite them." "Amazing," Jasper said, shaking his head in awe. "You know, if I was human I would be blushing right now." "Ah, and you start seeing the benefits of being an immortal vampire." I opened my mouth to retort when Jasper stiffened. "You smell that?" he asked seriously. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply. "Dear," he confirmed. I nodded and looked to Jasper for permission to go after them. He nodded his head forward and I crept back through the trees stealthily. They were close by. I waited until I was on the edge of the forest and singled out one buck. Waiting. Any moment now. There. I pounced on the herbivore and sank my silver fangs into its life source. All too soon my prey was finished and I dropped it onto the ground, buried it, and darted off in search of another animal to quench my thirst. "There you are," I said, walking up to Jasper, who had been waiting on the rim of the trees, watching me hunt. I noticed that his eyes were darker than they were earlier, almost coal-black in color. "Ah, is poor Jasper jealous that I've been doing all the hunting?" I teased, shoving him lightly. "I think everyone will be, judging by the state of your attire," he retorted, nodding toward what used to be a pair of sweats and a t-shirt. Oh God, had I really been running around in this? My pants had dirt and blood on them, and my shirt was ripped from when I had tackled the deer. Jasper held out the jacket he had been wearing and I took it from him gratefully. I leaned against a tree and waited for Jasper to finish hunting for himself. I can't believe he didn't go hunting since the beginning of my change. Jasper really had stepped up and become one of the most important people in my life, if not the most important. I picked a small flower that was growing in the grass by where I was standing and spun it around between my thumb and pointer finger absent-mindedly. It really was like my life in a way. Just small, barely blossomed into what it could be, growing more and more each day. Bella paw. I darted back into the house to shower and change after my first hunt, while Jasper joined Carlisle in the living room. I walked into the gorgeous bathroom. Esme really had outdone herself, and turned on the shower to my normal temperature. I really think I'm handling being a vampire pretty well. I mean, I was expecting to be some crazy and uncontrollable monster. But I still am myself. I still can think and resist the vampire urges that sometimes surface. I slipped under the water and felt a shock at how different the water felt. What would be considered a warm temperature to a human, was barely different from my own body's temperature. I turned the knob all the way to hot and watched as steam billowed into the air until finally the water felt almost hot. Just almost. Disappointed, and seeing no point in prolonging my shower if I wasn't able to enjoy it, I hurriedly washing the remnants of my hunt away and went to change. I easily slipped on undergarments and a white shirt, but encountered trouble with putting on my jeans. By trouble I mean to say that I crushed the button when I was trying to close it. What the heck? I questioned, confused as I stared at what used to be a metal button. I grabbed another pair of jeans from the closet and tried again, only to have the exact same thing happen. Shit. It took me 5 pairs of jeans to realize that there was no way I was going to close the damn button without crushing it to dust. Frustrated, I grabbed a navy sundress from the closet and easily slipped it on. Thank God it had no buttons. I was going to be wearing dresses for a while. Foregoing shoes, I went to see what Carlisle and Jasper were doing. When I returned to the living room, they both looked impassive and unaware of my struggle with putting on my own clothes. They were probably pretending not to hear out of politeness. I took a moment to fully compare them both since they were consumed in their conversation. Carlisle probably was about 28. He's really not that much older than Jasper, who is 20. At least I'm not the youngest. A smirk crossed my face at that thought. Edward was still the baby in the family. At least by human years. I sat on the arm of the sofa and waited for the 2 other vampires to finish talking. It's very impressive for you to be been able to open doors and control your strength as you have been doing, Carlisle said finally, breaking the silence. Knowing he was just trying to lift my mood, I nodded and changed the subject. Okay, I know you have some questions for me, Doc. What do you want to know? Jasper chuckled and sat next to me on the sofa, while Carlisle chose to sit in the chair across from us. All the better to interrogate me, I guess. As you're aware, a person is out of control and finds it impossible to hide their uncontainable reactions to the pain. Bella, you were completely still and silent during your change. Do you remember anything? I may not have moved, but I definitely felt it, I said grimly. Jasper and Carlisle both let out deep breaths. It was like I was stuck in place and not in control of my own body. I continued, not sparing any details. I could hear you both at some points, but most of the time I was lost in the fire. It was a terrifying experience, and if Carlisle ever had to change someone else, I would not wish that upon anyone. But I seriously hope Carlisle isn't planning on changing anyone else too soon. The Volturi are already interested in our family enough without any more additions. Besides, I have to admit that you can only put so many people in one house before it begins to feel like one of those horrible reality TV shows that air on MTV. It didn't block the pain like we had hoped, Carlisle stated, troubled. It only rendered you powerless and unable to let out any of the pain you were feeling. Thank God Maria didn't know this. Jasper said quietly, a disturbed look on his face. I surveyed Jasper for a second. How had I overlooked him before? Besides being physically attractive, Jasper is a really enigmatic and compassionate person. And I was only just beginning to see this. Who knows how much of himself he keeps locked away? But after everything he went through, who can blame him? We sat in silence for a moment before Carlyle continued his cross-examination. How are you adjusting to this life? I know it can be overwhelming at times. Carlyle said knowingly, years of wisdom apparent in his gold eyes. Everything's been okay except for being unable to button my own jeans. I huffed. And running across hikers during my hunt. But that's about all. Hikers. Carlyle interrupted, his voice ringing with alarm as he turned to look at Jasper. Did she? No, I didn't. I answered for the bee, owned next to me, slightly annoyed that he asked Jasper and not me. Bella has this remarkable sense of awareness and self-control. Something I haven't seen in all my experience training newborns. Jasper spoke up, staring distantly at a spot on the wall behind Carlyle's light bee-owned head. This was something that I'm starting to notice Jasper does quite often. Maybe I was just too human to notice it before. Or just too consumed in Edward and my own life. Great. It's taken me becoming a vampire to realize my human faults. Thanks, I guess. Before someone could say something to embarrass me more, a cell phone rang. My cell phone. The three of us froze for a split second before I went to look for the source of the ringing. It's Charlie. I breathed as I clutched the phone in my hand lightly, so as to not break it. Bella, maybe you shouldn't answer it, Carlyle started before two simultaneous growls silenced him. She needs this, Jasper said with a nod in my direction. I shot him a smile before carrying the sole connection to my past life outside with me. Really, I would have answered it with or without Jasper's support, but I still appreciate the sentiment just the same. Hello, Bells. Is that you? Yeah, Dad. I croaked into the phone, feeling my stomach drop into my throat. Are you okay? You sound different, he trailed off suspiciously. If that Cullen boy did anything to you, I swear all. Charlie. Seriously, I'm fine. Oh, well, I'm sorry to call and interrupt your, honeymoon. But I really was hoping to just catch your voicemail. He admitted, sounding embarrassed. Well, do you want me to hang up so you can call back? I promise not to answer next time. I joked, almost laughing at how uncomfortable he was. Don't make fun of your old man now. I was just checking up on you. I have nothing to do but worry about you over here. Dad, don't stay by yourself all the time. I admonished him. Go over to Billy's sometimes. And I know you'll still be welcome at the Clearwaters even without Harry being there. Well, actually I have been spending a little time over there lately. He admitted. I smiled into the phone. So Charlie had been spending some time with Leah and Seth's mom. It's about time he got over Renee. So I guess I'll let you get back to everything then. He started awkwardly. Dad, are you happy? I couldn't help but ask hesitantly. You know what, Bells. As long as you are, I am too. Don't worry about me. Just spare some time for a phone call or a visit every once in a while, okay? Deal. Goodbye, Dad. Bye, Bella. I stared at the silent phone a second after he hung up before closing and returning it to my bag. I felt Jasper's presence in the room before I saw him. Saying nothing, he simply sat next to me on the bed in my room and scooted me up against the headboard to sit next to him. I laid my head against his shoulder and picked at a loose thread on the bed sheet. He seems okay, I said, my voice sounding strained even to me. It's you who can't let go. Jasper stated simply. I closed my eyes and pressed my forehead against his shoulder. Of course Jasper was right. How could he not be? He has always come through for me when I have needed him the most. I only hope I also provide him with the same comforts and don't just take from him. I will though, I replied firmly. I just need time. Well then, time is what you'll get. He responded, patting my knee. We watched the forest through the floor-length window across from my bed. It was a full moon tonight. It was beautiful with my new eyes. The rays of light streaming in between the trees, the sounds of the night creatures speaking amongst themselves, the small movements of the trees with the wind, all things I wouldn't have noticed as a human. I was truly missing out on everything before. Unfortunately, we do have to talk about some things. I lifted my head off him and cocked an eyebrow at my companion in question. He smirked, the light glinting off his teeth. His dirty owned hair looked almost ethereal in this lighting. I blinked to focus on what he was saying. "We need to talk about how you're blocking me." I shrugged in response and curled myself closer to his side. He chortled at my attempt to avoid his question, but didn't push me away. Instead, he wrapped an arm around my back and laid his head on top of mine. I closed my eyes and pretended for a second that I could sleep. I had a feeling that Jasper was doing the same. "That's one of the things I miss most about being human," Jasper said quietly after some quiet. "Being able to lie down, close my eyes, and go to sleep. Being a vampire is like living one continuous day. We are called creatures of the night, yet I hate the moon because it reminds me of something I can't have. You have to admit that this is pretty close to sleeping though," I muttered, reluctantly opening my eyes. "It's still not the same," he insisted, moving his own head so I could sit up. "Well, since you're technically my maker, I guess I should listen to you," I responded airily. "Damn straight. BPOV. So you can't feel my emotions at all?" I asked, feeling giddy at the idea of having an ability and some privacy. "Not a single one," Jasper confirmed, sounding disappointed. I felt a huge grin overcome my face. "I have a power." I wiggled away from the vampire next to me and stood up next to the bed where he remained sitting. "Where are you going, darlin'?" "To see if Carlisle knows anything about my gift," I replied as I walked back into the living room. "I need to find out as much about my power as possible. I want to be able to protect myself and my family and not cower behind others anymore. The last thing that needs to happen is a repeat of the Victoria issue. My helplessness endangered everyone more than I could have ever imagined it would." "Looking for me?" Carlisle asked, appearing in front of me. I nodded and asked him if he had any ideas about what my gift exactly was. "Sorry, Bella, but all I can really guess is that your unique gift as a human was magnified during your change. Do you know any way to find out more?" I asked pleadingly. "Well," he started hesitantly. "What? Seriously, I'll take any advice now. I figure that the surest way to learn more about your power is to talk to my friend Eliezer," Carlisle said, cautiously. "Okay," I said, excited at the prospect of figuring out my gift. "Where can we find him?" "He's part of the Denali clan." "Oh hell no. I do not want any of those three over here," I hissed, my eyes flashing. I had just managed to pry Irina's claws off Jasper and I was not going to let her shove herself back between us so easily. And now that I'm a vampire that has no chance. Before, when I was human, I couldn't do anything about her, but now I'm not going to stand by and let her walk all over me. "Do you want to learn about your gift?" I nodded resignedly. "Well then I guess you'll have to put up with them for a little longer," Carlisle said finally as he pulled out his cell phone. Jasper emerged from the room and came to stand with us, a pensive look on his face. "Can you handle being around everyone?" Jasper questioned. I knew what he was really asking. Could I handle being around Edward? For the sake of learning more about myself, yes I can. A small, proud smile appeared on his face before he told Carlisle to call Esme and inform her of our plans. "Looks like the rest of the Denali clan are going to be in Forks in a matter of hours. Please let me have the strength to be around all the chaos and maintain my self-control. I really want this all to go as smoothly as possible and to not have anyone regret me becoming a vampire." I slipped on a pair of flats, figuring that I should probably wear some shoes to run back to the house. Ready to head to the house. Eliezer should be there in a couple of hours since he's flying here. Ready as I'll ever be. "Why don't you go ahead, Carlisle? Bella and I will be a few minutes behind you so that you can prepare everyone," Jasper requested. Carlisle agreed and disappeared through the door. "That's unnecessary," I stated. "I'm completely in control of myself." "I know. It's them I'm worried about. I can already guess how Edward's going to act. And God knows what lies Alice has been feeding the Denali clan. Great. All I need is another excuse for them to hate me." I grimaced. "Well, you can handle yourself now," Jasper said with a smirk. "Besides, they'll be upset whether Alice lied or not." "What are you talking about?" I felt his eyes rove over me as he cocked a owned eyebrow. "Why do you think? You already intimidated them before the change. I can only imagine their reactions towards you now." I gaped at him in shock before slapping his shoulder. Jasper Whitlock. Did you just check me out? Maybe, he said with a wink before walking towards the front door. I followed him, shaking my head as I did so. Men. And how could I intimidate anyone? Especially three perfect vampires who could probably have anyone they wanted, until that person actually got to know them. In fact, if I remember correctly, Carmen is the only female in their coven that is married. I did a victory dance as I broke through the tree line into the backyard. Geez Jas, and I used to think you were fast. I said mockingly, after I beat Jasper back to the house. Oh, you have no idea, Angel. I swallowed at his response, my throat suddenly dry. He walked past me to the back porch and I shakily followed after him. As we approached the door, I sped up and grabbed his hand in one of my own. I needed all the support I could get right now. Everyone is on the other side of this door waiting for me. I opened the door at a human pace and immediately felt all eyes on me. A few tense moments passed where no one spoke. Guys, it's still me. The same old Bella. I finally said, unable to take the silence anymore. You'll never be the same Bella. Edward responded quietly, sounding resigned. I looked at him and felt a frown overcome my face. I really did feel sorry for him. He had this false idea of me that I had forced myself to pretend I was, but I couldn't do that anymore. I don't ever think I was the person you thought I was. I whispered as he refused to meet my eyes. Jasper squeezed my hand, reminding me that we had an audience. Emmett approached me slowly, looking like he was waiting for me to lose it at any second. I don't bite. I teased my brother, rolling my eyes. Instantly, I was pulled into a bone-crushing hug. I returned his embrace before he set me down. Your eyes scare me a little, he commented, ruffling my hair. I swatted his hand away as I told him to shove it. Oh, this little thing has a mouth on her. You've been spending too much time with Jas. Emmett crowed with a laugh. Probably. I confirmed with a shrug and small smile at Jasper. Bella, you look so beautiful, Esme said, coming to give me a much softer hug than the previous one. Thanks, Esme. And you will be happy to hear that I transformed the guest room into a bedroom for you. She continued, patting my arm affectionately. Really? If it's as nice as the other house, then I'm sure I'll love it. She beamed at me in response and went to stand with Carlisle. Hey Rose. I greeted my sister, wondering why she hadn't acknowledged me. Hey Bella, she said faintly, making no other move to talk to me. Okay then, that makes no sense whatsoever. She claimed that she supported my change, so she should be happy for me. I guess that's one less person I can count on. I felt surprise emitting from Jasper. I guess he wasn't expecting her cold response either. I'm glad you're back, Irina said, looking straight at Jasper. Somehow I feel that greeting wasn't aimed towards me at all. Yeah, well, we're both ecstatic to be back, Jasper responded, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. I laughed slightly, earning myself two sets of glaring eyes. Alice and Irina, you know what? I really don't give a shit about what they think. Whoa, I am spending too much time around Jasper. Or maybe it's just that I don't have Edward correcting me every time I curse anymore. I smirked and lifted an eyebrow at the two of them, daring them to say anything. Well, it looks like you survived the change. You must be happy, Alice said finally, not sounding too happy herself. Oh, I am, I replied, an edge to my voice. I knew Jasper could handle it. If she says one more degrading thing about Jasper, I swear she's going to regret it. As if sensing my anger, Jasper sent out a dose of calm around the room. Of course, it didn't affect me, but I could physically see everyone else relax their stances. All of a sudden I saw Alice stiffen before letting out a loud hiss. Her gold eyes met mine before she took an offensive stance. Immediately I copied her position, feeling a rumble start in my chest. Alice, Jasper said warningly, his eyes flashing. You don't know what she's brought down on our family. This is your entire fault. She shrieked wildly at me. I stared at her in incredulity. Has she completely lost it? Or was she always this dramatic and completely obnoxious? Alice, explain yourself immediately. Carlisle interrupted, his voice anxious. And for God's sake, Alice, quit screaming like AF King Newborn before I get pissed. Jasper threatened with a snarl on his face, fangs and all. She glared at her ex before listening to him and loosening up her stance. The wolves are coming for Bella. They found out she was bitten. The black-haired vampire answered spitefully. When? I don't know. She growled, frustrated. I can't see anything. I froze. Was I doing that? What? Edward thundered angrily, his gold eyes on Carlisle. Why didn't you tell anyone Bella can block our powers? Holy shit. Emmett muttered to himself. Then all hell broke loose. So you're preventing Alice from seeing anything. Do you want us all to get killed? Irina said loudly. Nope. Just you. We shouldn't have come here. Tanya said to herself, shaking her head in disbelief. Jasper growled and pulled me behind him, shooting out a wave of overwhelming lethargy. Unaffected, I remained standing with him as everyone else fell immobile to the floor. Nothing is going to get figured out unless everyone calms down, which you all apparently couldn't do without my influence. The bee, owned next to me, growled. I stayed still behind Jasper with my eyes shut, trying to hold on to the shred of control over myself I still had. I was this close to ripping off someone's head. Probably either Irina or Alice, maybe both. Now, as far as I know, Bella's power only shields herself, so there is no way that she is able to totally take away your power. He said, addressing Alice with a look I can only describe as distaste. And Tanya, if you want to leave, then you're free to walk out that door right now, as long as Eliezer is still going to come here. Jasper continued, making it obvious that there was no reason for the Denali clan to still be here. I was amazed at everyone's silence. They all really were afraid of Jasper. And they should be. He really can pull out the major that he was, and still is, when the situation calls for it. I'm actually surprised that he knocked everyone down, even Carlisle. But I guess he's upset with him for not keeping his guests and family under better control. What's going on here? My head whipped to the front door. There was a man who looked to be in his late 30s with black hair and gold eyes. He was built like Emmett, which made him easily tower over the dark-haired female next to him. Eliezer and Carmen meet Vampire Bella. Jasper said with a nod towards me, immediately letting everyone out of his emotional control. Hi again. Hello dear. You've changed a lot since I last saw you. Carmen said warmly, a smile on her face. I smiled at her in return. Why is this newborn around so many vampires? Is that why you had them all on the floor, Jasper? Eliezer spoke up, a frown on his face. You guessed it. Jasper responded, keeping a wary eye on Alice and Edward. Carmen shot a disapproving look towards her sisters. Well, I have good news and bad news. The older vampire announced, changing the subject. I returned my attention to him eagerly. Firstly, Bella, congratulations on being a vampire. You look absolutely stunning. And to answer your question, your gift is a shield. It looks like an extremely powerful shield too, probably more than Renata the shield arrow keeps by his side all the time. Do you know the extent of your gift? I shook my head regretfully. Well, I guess we'll just have to discover that later then. Secondly, I fear this gift you possess is something the Volturi have been interested in for a long time. Oh, so the wolves are after me, and apparently so are the Volturi. Well, if any of them threaten my family, I can help this time instead of hiding out in a tent in the middle of winter. Yeah, that was real smart. Bella paused. Exactly how interested would they be? I asked timidly, fearing the worst. Interested enough to plan on paying you a visit pretty soon. How do you know? You haven't been part of the Volturi in years. Carlisle questioned. I have dome friends that are there and word travels fast. Why are they even coming here? Didn't we say that it could take them up to 10 years to bother to come back here? Why are they following up so soon? Rose spoke up, sounding bothered. That's right. Everyone pretty much shrugged off the Volturi's warning and put it off for almost a year. And now all of a sudden we're in a panic because they are coming here. We're missing something. And why can't Alice have any visions? This is not the best time for her to have no control of her power. She's never had problems looking into everyone's business before over inconsequential things, and now, nothing. What could possibly have the ability to block her out? Oh God, I'm so stupid. I pulled my hand out of Jasper's and turned to look out the wall-length glass window facing the backyard. I felt more than one pair of curious eyes follow me, but I ignored them. I have to do something before this turns into an all-out war. I briefly contemplated taking a run for it without telling anyone where I was headed. But someone would probably follow me and demand answers, or worse, try and stop me. Carlisle. I spoke up, interrupting whoever was talking. I hope it was Irina. He immediately turned around and asked what was wrong. I just remembered something that Jacob told me back when I was human. I started solemnly as I struggled to remember the foggy details of that human memory. Jacob and I were sitting in my kitchen sometime after we had returned from Volterra as I prepared dinner. So the Bloods, Kerr really thought you had jumped off that cliff to kill yourself. That's why Edward called that night. I should have known that scrawny vamp had told him. Jacob snorted. Well yeah, for some reason Alice couldn't get a clear vision. I said with a shrug. At Jacob's silence I turned around. He had a guilty look on his face. Jacob Black, you better tell me what's on your mind this instant. I ordered, pointing the stirring spoon in my hand at him. Or what? You'll stir me to death. He guffawed sarcastically. At my pointed look he raised his hands in surrender and explained everything to me. You're kidding, I exclaimed in shock. I kid you not. More sarcasm. Thanks Jacob. Really? So you mean that the wolves can somehow block Alice's visions? Seriously? My companion nodded smugly. How did you figure this out? And why didn't you ever tell me? Well, when Alice showed up here that night spouting some nonsense about how you were supposed to be dead, I put the pieces together. And if you wanted to know, all you had to do was ask. He said with a shrug. I rolled my eyes at him and turned back to making dinner. Typical. As I recited this memory to the room I could practically feel the apprehension in the room. This means that we were expecting both the Volturi and the pack. And to make matters worse, we had no way of knowing when to expect either group. You really can't see anything? Edward asked Alice, looking distressed. She shook her head. Well, when the wolves get here I'm sure we can explain that we are moving and they won't do anything. Esme said hopefully. Having blind faith won't get us anywhere. Rose said pointedly. We have to do something. Rose was right. Sitting around waiting for the pack wouldn't accomplish anything. And I know that with Jacob gone there wasn't a chance for negotiating. Besides, practically all the wolves hate me for choosing life as a vampire over a life with Jacob. But if we all just march over to the border of the treaty line they will know, and I have a feeling they won't be very receptive of our attempts to explain. They were crystal clear the last time I saw them. Any human gets bitten and they attack. I think I should go. I spoke up suddenly. Newborns often succumb to their vampire instincts and can't control themselves. How do you expect to be able to negotiate with these volatile and unstable wolves? Eliezer asked, sounding concerned. Reminding myself that he really didn't know any of the history between the pack and me, I calmly told him that he just had to trust me. Trust you? Irina replied coldly. When have you ever given us a reason to do such a thing? I moved from where I was standing by the window and stopped a few feet in front of Irina, keeping my distance so as to not let this escalate. When have I ever given you a reason not to trust me? I demanded, amazed that she had the audacity to accuse me of being untrustworthy. Don't pretend to be innocent. You're the one who wormed her way into the Cullen family and caused this whole mess. We never had any problems visiting until you joined their coven, and now all of a sudden the wrath of the Volturi and a group of rogue wolves are after them. I don't even know how they can stand to let you be in this house. Irina continued recklessly, her yellow eyes resolved in her slandered opinion of me. Do you even hear yourself? Edward sighed in my defense before I could get a word in. She turned to him pityingly as if to feel sorry for him having to put up with me. I seriously hope for her sake that she doesn't hear herself. Because if she truly understood what she was saying she would see how ridiculous it is for someone who has been here a few weeks to make assumptions like that. I stated calmly, my anger brewing on the surface. Listen I don't know who you think you are, but... Everybody calm down. We all need to focus on the bigger problems we have facing us now. Carlyle interrupted her sternly. Alice, you don't have any idea as to when the pack or Volturi are coming. The second vision was with the wolves and was just flickers and very dim, so I can't give much detail. She responded. In the vision I had first I could clearly make out cloaked figures approaching us in a snow-covered field with 3 of the figures leading the rest. That's definitely the Volturi. Who else would it be? I don't think there are any other vampires that would come here besides them. Alice said that it was snowing in the second vision. If it's December now we probably have a 2 or 3 weeks until it's cold enough to snow. That means our days to prepare are seriously limited. And I have no idea how to fight. If it comes down to a battle I'll be a hindrance to my family again. Since the first vision was of the wolves we should deal with that first. Then we should prepare for the Volturi's arrival. And while we're at it, why don't we figure out why Arrow is even coming here? Jasper said, slipping into strategy mode. I should be the one who confronts the wolves. I repeated. It's my change they have a problem with. And it should be me who deals with them. Besides, I'm confident I can prevent any bloodshed. I don't know, Carlyle hesitated. Just let me do this. Finally, he acquiesced. And I was preparing to go pay a visit to my former wolf friends. If anything goes wrong, you just focus on sending me a blast of emotion and I'll be there. Jasper said as he brushed my hair behind my ear. I know you will. I responded softly with a smile. Don't forget to avoid breathing if you can. Emmett warned. If you think human food smells like shit, just wait until you get a whiff of those wet dogs. Thanks, Em, I'll keep that in mind. I responded sarcastically as I slipped out the back door. As I ran, the first took the time to gather my thoughts and to decide what I was going to say to Sam to convince him to avoid war. I think if I just express how my change was definitely not against my will and that I was in complete control of myself, that he'll be lenient. And maybe someone will have news about Jake. He was really there for me and I can't just forget that. Maybe after the Volturi problems are solved I can go look for him, if he would even want to see me. I ran through the forest, the trees flashing by me. I was almost to the boundary. If I just get there fast enough, I'm sure the wolves won't have time to get to me. Besides, they wouldn't kill me. That's why I made it clear to everyone back at the house that I had to do this alone. There was no way I would let anyone else endanger their life by coming with me. And I had to do this. I got everyone in this mess, and it's up to me to fix it. There, I can see the field where the boundary is from here. Just a little farther. Wait, what is that awful SME? Then I was tackled from behind and went sailing through the air and into a tree. Damn, the impact from my body knocked the tree down. Just as the tree hit the ground, I managed to flip over and land on my feet. With a growl, I spun around to face my attacker. Everything around me was clear even as I spun around midair. A wolf. It was an auburn-colored wolf. My new red eyes met his black ones. Jacob. Jake. I questioned hoarsely, disbelief coloring my tone. A rumbling noise sounded from his chest before he tilted his head to the side and darted a couple yards away behind a dense area of trees. I waited. Moments later he reemerged wearing a pair of baggy, worn jeans, looking like the Jacob I know. I watched him stare at me for a couple of seconds, as if looking for some part of me that remained unchanged. Untainted in his eyes. Jake, I murmured. It's still the same Bella, just in a new body. From the way you kept from falling earlier, I would have never guessed it was you. He remarked finally, an easy smile overcoming his features. You mean when you tackled me? I scoffed, before realizing that we couldn't just slip into the same old routine that we used to. As if sensing my change in thought, he sobered up, a grim look on his face. Why are you here? Seth said you had left. I knew that kid wouldn't mind his own business. Jacob grumbled. Well, when you invite his sister to go with you, it concerns him too. I replied, jealousy slipping into my tone. Well, yeah, she caught me trying to run off. What else was I supposed to do? Besides, she's not as bad as I first thought. Whatever. I replied dismissively, why did you stop me? I'm trying to prevent a war here. Bella, the pack's not going to treat you like they did when you were with me. You're a vampire. Now, you can't just waltz into La Push unless you want to get your head ripped off. Well, I had to try something. It's not like we have any other options. He sighed. Why would there be a war? I thought we had decided to let you guys around the treaty. Looks like you missed a lot while you were out playing around. I growled, holding on to my frustration with him. Well, if I'm being honest with myself, I'm more hurt than angry. He didn't tell me anything before leaving. Not even a phone call. Hell, I would have even been happy to get one of those childish notes I had Charlie pass between the two of us. Bells. Jacob said quietly, his dark eyes softening. I know I shouldn't have left without saying anything. It just took me a while to get my head around having my best friend turning into something I was taught to hate. I know. You're here now though. For good. For good. And I'm going with you to find out what's going on with the pack. He confirmed, hesitantly reaching out and lightly touching my shoulder, as if to anchor me in place, before continuing. Now why don't you tell me why you aren't on your honeymoon with your vamp? Bella paused. What do you mean he cheated on you? He put you through all that crap that nearly got you killed by the Volturi, Practically blackmailed you into marrying him, and then he decides to sleep with some stranger. Jacob exploded. It wasn't exactly a stranger, it was Alice, Jasper's wife. How have you not ripped Edward's head off yet? He asked incredulously. And Jasper's the tall bee, owned one with all the scars, right? I nodded. Damn, Edward should be scared shitless. I'd hate to have him as an enemy. He commented, barely suppressing a shudder. I laughed inwardly at Jacob's view of Jasper. Typical. After seeing his scars and rough demeanor, Jacob immediately concludes that Jasper's dangerous. I guess he is, but it's difficult to picture him hurting anyone. I know that it's impractical of me to think this way, but Jasper is completely different around me. He's easily the one Cullen I trust the most. I know that I can depend on him in any situation. Jasper told me all about his past, going into even more detail after I was changed, but still it's maddening to picture him in the horrible fights he was in with Maria. Her very name makes anger swell up inside me. I swear she better stay the heck away from Jasper now. I won't let her get her claws on him again. Ever. Anyways, we should probably continue to the treaty line. The rest of the pack has probably caught our scent already since we're so close. Jacob continued, pretending not to notice how I zoned out. I nodded in response and followed him to the boundary where the whole pack was already waiting. Swallowing my surprise at seeing so many huge wolves, I walked calmly to meet them with Jacob. Damn, had they always been this overwhelming? Jacob seemed to have a silent conversation with a midnight black wolf, Sam. My eyes flickered down the line of wolves. I recognized a few of them. There was Seth, the sandy brown one, who nodded towards me in recognition. There was a light gray wolf next to him, I assume that is Leah. Next to her was Paul, a bigger silver-colored wolf. Followed by a dark gray Embry, dark brown Quill, and 3 other wolves I was not familiar with. Finally, Jacob and Sam both disappeared behind the trees and re-emerged a few seconds later in their human skins. Bella, I guess the rumors are true. Sam commented, his dark eyes accusing as they moved over my immortal body. Depends on which rumors you're referring to. I responded cheekily, smiling to reveal my fangs. You're a vampire now, which means you were bitten, by the Cullens I presume. Well, we're planning on delivering retribution for this offense. I questioned. You know just as well as I do that I wanted to become a vampire. I thought all this was solved before my marriage to Edward. It was. Sam continued, looking slightly perplexed. But we were made aware that the marriage was dissolved. I nodded. And that they went ahead and changed you anyways. Something about having to change you to protect themselves. Well, this definitely breaks the treaty. Sam continued. My mouth dropped open at this. Changed against my will. Who would tell them that? Well, that is just ridiculous. I replied quickly. Yes, I broke up with Edward, but I still wanted to be a vampire. This only seemed to confuse the pack leader even more. Who told you that lie? I asked. We don't owe you any answers, Blood S. Cur. One of the wolves called. Oh, some of the other wolves changed back to humans too. Hey, back off, Paul. Jacob growled. What are you doing, Jacob? Being a traitor to your pack. Dude, she chose them. Get over her. Paul called spitefully. Noticing the quiet look overcoming Jacob's face, I intervened. He is not a traitor. If anyone is, it's you. How dare you talk to him like that and still call him a friend? I demanded, outraged. Bella, Sakay. Jacob muttered. Don't get him any angrier. But it was too late. Without warning, Paul changed into an enormous silver wolf and leapt towards Jacob. It was so quick Jacob had no time to morph into a wolf before Paul would reach us. Jake, I screamed, shoving him out of the way and moving into a defensive crouch in front of him. I noticed identical looks of horror on each of the wolves' faces before Paul seemed to stop midair and go crashing into the ground as a human. What the hell? Dude, what the hell? Jake yelled, voicing my thoughts. Paul looked up from where he lay on the ground, astonishment and humiliation covering his features. Put some clothes on, someone hissed before a pair of jeans were thrown in his direction. Seriously, no one wants to see that shit. I laughed quietly before noticing something. It was barely visible, but there seemed to be a force field surrounding Jacob and I. I looked around, but no one else seemed to have noticed it. As if to prove my point, a newly clothed Paul extended his hand forward but stopped at a certain point as if unable to move it anymore. A frustrated look overcame his face before he glared at me. How are you doing that? He demanded accusingly. Me? I'm not doing anything. Maybe you're just not as good a fighter as you think you are. I replied sarcastically, but knew that it wasn't true. I was doing this. I could feel the protective shield around Jacob and I, but was completely at a loss as to how I was making it happen. Bells? Jacob questioned before experimentally moving towards Paul and successfully walking past him. Paul, try to walk up to Jacob. Sam called. He shot me a glare before doing as he was bid. He stopped a few feet from Jacob, incapable of moving closer. A smile overcame my features. It seemed like the people inside the bubble could move anywhere, but those outside it couldn't go anywhere near those who were protected. I did have a power. And a wicked cool one at that. Seeing my smile, Jacob laughed, figuring everything out right after I did. Well, I guess I owe you a thank you. Jacob said, looking at me. Bella, she's doing this, I heard Leah say in disbelief. Then all of a sudden Sam suddenly transformed back into a black wolf and snarled lowly. Really, Sam? Come on, this is Bella. I seriously doubt she will hurt any. Seth's argument for me was interrupted by a sharp, commanding bark from his alpha. I heard a ripping noise behind me and knew Jacob had changed into a wolf also. This is not going as I had planned. Sure enough, I felt Jacob's hot breath against my back before he stepped up beside me in a protective stance. Okay, this is enough. I didn't come here to start any fights. I just want to get to the bottom of why the wolves decided to plan an attack against my family. I noticed Jacob and Sam locked in that telepathic, read each other's thoughts thing and looked towards Seth for explanation. Sam thinks your shield thing is threatening to the pack, he said shortly. I rolled my eyes. Seriously? Why on earth would I want to hurt them? That mutt has some serious trust and common sense issues. I brought my eyes back to Sam just in time to see him stiffen before he whipped his head over to look at Leah. She locked her canine gaze with his before trotting over to stand on my other side. What's Leah doing? Why would she want to help me? I barely even know her. Oh, she wasn't doing this for me. She's doing this for Jacob. Leah feels like she owes him since she didn't go with him last time he needed her. Well, good for her. Maybe she isn't as bad as I first thought. Everything fell into place after that. Seth, without hesitation, followed after his sister and stood beside her. This is something I had not expected, support. I had planned on showing up here and facing the wolves alone. But now I have 3 wolves by my side, one of which was still in his human form. I looked at him in wonder, but he merely smiled and winked at me before turning back to face his pack, or former pack. Sam let out a furious noise somewhere between a growl and a whine and dug his claws into the dirt. Leah merely sniffed in response and turned as if to walk away. Jacob nudged her and she stopped her retreat. Sam suddenly let out a mournful howl, startling me. Then Jacob quickly turned to me, a wolfish grin on his face before he dashed into the forest. What? I turned to Seth, a confused look on my face. He chuckled at my expression before exclaiming gleefully, looks like the battle is off. I know Jacob and Sam were talking through that weird wolf connection thing. What did he say to change Sam's mind? Jake threatened to leave the pack if Sam went through with it. Leah answered, rejoining us as a human again in a pair of jeans and a tank. He did what? Why would he do something so stupid? What if Sam wouldn't have backed down? Then Jacob would have been alone with no pack. Wait, that means, you guys said the same thing, didn't you? I stated, looking at the 2 siblings. Leah suddenly found the ground interesting as Seth answered me, his blue eyes bright. Well, yeah, we couldn't just let you be killed for nothing. I heard Jacob approaching our group and turned to look at him. Seeing my expression, my friend smiled sheepishly and shrugged. Then, I smacked him in the shoulder. Ow, what the hell, Bella? Why'd you do that? Call me sentimental, I said sarcastically. That, Jacob Black, was for risking your life pointlessly. I'd hardly call you pointless. He pointed out, holding his hand against the shoulder I punched. I guess it actually hurt him this time. Serves him right. Don't be such a sissy, Black. Leah remarked as she tugged her brother back towards the pack. Come on, I said, following Leah towards where Sam stood. I actually felt a little bad for Sam. It must be embarrassing to be undermined by your own pack. Especially Jacob, who is really supposed to be alpha. Honestly, Jacob would make a good leader. Sure, He was capricious and hot-headed, but he was also fiercely loyal and trustworthy. Bella, you and your family are safe from us. We won't attack any of the Cullens as long as the old treaty continues to remain intact. Sam said tiredly. Of course, I agreed readily. Okay, well, if that's all then. Actually, I did have a request, I said resolutely. He waited. Well, the Volturi are coming to Forks in a few weeks' time. I started. Immediately, his brown eyes hardened in recognition of the name. Ah, so he did know who they were. Maybe since he knows how dangerous it is to have them here, he will be more willing to help us. And you want our help? He finished. Well, yes. Of course we would listen to any conditions you want in exchange for helping us. If, and only if, the pack agrees to help, I would want Jacob's word that he will never use his freedom to leave the pack to gain leverage against me again. Sam said authoritatively. Secondly, I would want a promise that the whole Cullen clan will leave Washington for good after the battle. I agreed without hesitating. I figured he would demand something like that. And, I didn't blame him. If he got rid of the vampires, no more innocent lives would have to change into wolves. Well, we have an agreement. We'll be there as soon as they arrive. And we'll let you know when they do. I extended my hand for him to shake. He did so with a wry smile before saying goodbye and leading the pack away. Jacob lingered by me a second, encouraging Leah to continue without him when she hesitated by him. Thank you, really, I finally said, expressing my gratitude. Yet again Jacob had been there for me. When will I ever stop owing him for everything he's done for me? That's what friends are for, right? He said offhandedly, the tan skin of his face flushing. Yeah, friends. A sad smile overcame my face. At least maybe he was finally accepting that we would only ever be friends, nothing more. I guess seeing me as a vampire only solidified the fact that we could never be together. I can only hope that we can continue to be close despite everything. I really didn't want to lose my best friend again. Well, don't make everyone wait on you, I said, shoving him towards where the rest of the wolves disappeared earlier. Eager to get rid of me, he commented, shooting me a grin. You better keep in touch, Jacob. Don't wait till I'm in trouble to show up again. I scolded him, pursing my lips. Sure, he agreed easily before turning and jogging towards the woods, waving as he went. I watched him until I lost sight of him in the trees and took off back towards the house. I'm glad I could keep a lid on my emotions enough so I didn't alarm Jasper. In fact, I focused on sending him a good dose of success and contentedness. I hope he felt that. I mean, I'm still pretty far from the house. I immediately felt a wave of pride and admiration wash over me. Jasper. Bella paused. As I approached the house I couldn't help but grow excited. I had been able to complete my job, and more. Now that the wolves are going to help us stand up to the Volturi, we might actually have a chance. Jasper and Eliezer are positive that we will have to fight the Volturi, much to Carlisle and Esme's displeasure. According to Eliezer, when the Volturi have their eyes set on a vampire they want in their ranks, they will stop at nothing to get what they want. Which in this case is me. Not to mention they also want Alice and Edward to join them too. The only reason they never forced Alice or Edward to join them is probably because Arrow doesn't want to destroy his friendship with Carlisle. If you can even call that friendship. But I guess 4 gifted vampires in one coven are too many. Also, I'm a little wary about trusting Alice's visions. She's been so manipulative and secretive lately, I can't help but question her every action. But now that the pack has decided to join us, she can't see anything. She's completely blind to the future now. I saw Jasper quickly exit the back door to the Cullen house and walk over to where I had, unknowingly, stopped in the backyard. I felt your emotions earlier, he stated as he approached. I know, I replied, not bothering to hide the triumphant smile on my face. He took a minute to dissect my expression and emotions before sighing. And, once again, I can't feel anything from you. I have a feeling I'm not going to like this mental shield of yours very much, he commented, taking my hand and pulling me towards the house. Wait, I said, stopping him. Let's just stay out here for a second. I should probably hunt anyways. He raised his eyebrows at me curiously, sensing another meaning behind my words, and agreed. We took off running through the trees, not bothering to tell everyone else. They probably already heard anyway, nosy vampires. After we were about a mile away from the house we both stopped. I went and sat on the ground against a tree and he followed suit, leaning against the same tree, his shoulder touching mine. We sat in a comfortable silence for a while before he spoke. So what did you want to tell me that you wanted no one else could hear? I bit my lip hesitantly and swept my hair up into a ponytail. What should I tell him first? About my shield or the plan with the wolves? It seems like everything fell apart after Edward and Alice's infidelity was exposed. Everything is just so complicated that Edward and Alice's cheating has gone unaddressed, but not forgotten. I still am so at a loss with what to do. I know we need them in this fight, but it's hard. It's hard to be around them and watch them pretend like nothing has changed. But I swear that everything will change once we deal with the Volturi. Darlin', he questioned, running a hand through the very ends of my hair. I know. I'm just trying to decide on where to start. I replied before relaying to him what transpired between the wolves and I. When I explained the part about my shield, I saw surprise flicker across his expression and his hands froze where they were in my hair. And this shield stopped him midair. I nodded. He sat unmoving for a moment, his eyes staring away towards the distance, absent-mindedly playing with my hair again. How unvampire-like. I accepted the silence, figuring he needed to process everything I had told him. I wonder how everyone else will react to what happened. Will anyone be mad about having to leave Forks? They shouldn't be. We would have to leave soon anyways. Besides, moving was a small price to pay for a better chance at surviving. My question is why then? Why isn't your shield up all the time? He muttered to himself, running a hand through his dirty owned hair. Well, that would big time. I wouldn't want to keep you out. I teased, nudging him with my shoulder. I watched a curious look appear on his face before he met my eyes, a smile playing on his lips. God, Bella, why would I expect anything different from you? What? Where did that come from? I blinked at him, startled by his comment. Seeing my confused expression, he continued. When you saw Paul jumping to attack Jacob, you used your shield to protect him. Since you don't know how to control the shield, it just appears when you're in a high emotional state. I'm positive that if you were put in a similar situation that we would see your shield again. That actually makes sense. When I saw Jake didn't have enough time to transform, I was scared for him. And I thought of all the times Jacob had stood by me when I didn't deserve his loyalty and knew I had to protect him. You're right. I know. Shut up. I growled lightheartedly, narrowing my eyes at his smug face. He stood back up and extended a hand to me. Should we go hunt now, milady? Why, yes. Thank you, kind sir. I don't know what I would do without you here to help me stand up. I replied sarcastically before ignoring his hand and getting up myself. Stubborn. Narcissist. Oblivious. To what? I questioned, cocking my head to the side. He smiled sadly. It doesn't matter. I contemplated pushing him for answers but decided against it. He would tell me when he was ready. Silently I stood by his side and we flashed through the trees to hunt. Bella Pav, you did what? Emmett exclaimed after I told them what happened. I had refrained from telling everyone about my newfound ability for now. Jasper and I had arrived at the house after a quiet run back after having hunted. He was in a somber mood that I was at a loss on how to cheer up. Thankfully, no one protested Jasper and I's impromptu hunt. Everyone was just eager to hear what had transpired with the wolves. You heard me. I convinced the wolves to not fight us, but to join us against the Volturi instead. I explained, feeling slightly smug. Why would you do that? I don't want those mutts anywhere near me. Irina yelled, her anger-filled eyes focused on me. I just got us another 10 fighters and you want to scream in my face? I asked darkly, glaring at the Platinum owned. Well, they killed my Laurent. They are monsters that we should have taken care of a long time ago. Oh God, not this again. Seriously, I am sick and tired of you. So take your intrusive self out of my face and away from my family. I hissed before extending the protective shield out and slamming it into her, sending her flying across the room and straight through the wooden door. Finally. Quiet. What was that? Tanya asked with a gasp. I don't know. But it was about time someone shut her up. Rosalie said, glaring in Irina's direction. Rose. Esme scolded half-heartedly, sounding distracted. Rose shrugged before her eyes fell on me. She stared suspiciously for a moment until I allowed a small smirk to show on my face. Then she sniggered knowingly, causing everyone's stares to fall on her. Actually, it was my fault. I spoke up, stepping forward. What? Oh, so it was an accident. That makes sense, Edward sighed, relief in his voice. No, I meant to do that. I corrected him, nodding towards the broken door where Irina was slowly getting up. In their shock, no one moved to help her. That just made this all the more entertaining. I saw amusement flash across Jasper's face at their slowness. I'm so glad I told him about this before anyone else. Your shield seems to also be one with physical capabilities. Eliezer commented, being the first one to understand. Well, when I told Jasper about it, he guessed that my gift has to do with emotional reactions right now. I explained. Hopefully, I'll get better control over it soon. This is extraordinary, Bella, Carlyle said enthusiastically. This just changed the outcome of the Volturi's arrival in our favor. That is seriously cool, Emmett said in awe. Why are we all praising her for throwing my sister through a wall? Kate asked, sounding outraged. Maybe because your sister is a slew. Rose broke off her sentence when Esme shot her a warning look. Wow, remind me not to mess with her, Tanya murmured, glancing at me, before going to help Irina up. She was still lying on the floor. Seriously, you little Irina screeched, staring at me in anger. You ruined everything. The wolves were supposed to kill you. So Irina is the one who spoke with the pack. Why in the world would she want to do that? Does she really want to get rid of me that bad? I glanced at her face. Yes she does. I think you both should leave, Jasper said, stepping up to the two oldest Denali sisters. You don't mean that, Irina said, batting her eyes at him. I know you just feel obligated to Bella, but I think you misunderstood me. Jasper interrupted coldly, his eyes deadly. You are not wanted here anymore. Not by anyone, especially me. But why? I don't understand. You threatened Bella's life, he said lowly. It's out of sheer respect for your family's relationship with Carlyle that I have not ripped your head off yet. Irina and Kate gaped at him in horror. I see. Well, I guess we'll be leaving then, Kate said finally, her voice trembling. Tanya, the strawberry bee, glanced at Carlyle before shaking her head. I'm going to stay with the Cullens. Last time they needed me I denied them, so this time I will stay and help, she said as she hugged both of her sisters. I am staying also, Eliezer spoke up gravely. It's time I faced my past. Carmen, you go back home with Kate and Irina. Carmen nodded and gathered the other two vampires who seemed to be in states of shock. Please come back to me. Both of you, she requested, looking at both Eliezer and Tanya. See you in a few weeks, the black-haired vampire replied, quickly keying his mate before watching her leave with half of their coven. A feeling of relief seemed to flow through the room. One obstacle was gone. It seems like it was just yesterday I was wishing Irina was gone, and now she really is. At least I have Jasper all to myself now. Not because I was jealous or anything, I just missed spending time with him. Looks like everything is coming together. You must be so happy, Alice said mockingly as she walked past me. Oh right, Alice was still here. It's funny, I was sure she was the one who went to the wolves. But in the end I guess Irina and her are not all that different. Well, it looks like our numbers are dwindling down, Emmett said, pointing out the obvious. Please, those two would not count out on the battlefield, Rose pointed out before glancing at Eliezer. No offense. Actually, I have an idea on how to fix that, Carlyle replied. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this, but I have a few phone calls to make. Bella paused. Any luck calling people? Somewhat, Carlyle answered as he flipped through piles of old, dusty books in his office. It had been 3 days since Irina, Kate, and Carmen had left Forks. Since then I had spoken with Jacob over the phone every day, keeping him up to date with any news. Apparently, I had been named Wolf Vampire Mediator because that has been the only contact we've had with the pack. With the wolves agreeing to help us out, Alice is blind to the future, which can be a good or bad thing depending on how you look at it. That is why I came to Carlyle's office, to see if he had heard anything from the vampires he had decided to call on for help. I sat in the chair across from him and watched him work for a while before trying again. Is there any way I can help? He lifted his head and smiled. Well, it would probably be good to let the wolf pack know about the vampires who have agreed to come to Forks. So you have heard back from them? I commented, hope filling my chest. Yes. 2 of my friends in the Irish coven, one from an Egyptian coven, and another from the Amazon coven should be here any day now. Did they have any powers? I questioned excitedly. He chuckled at my enthusiasm. What? I had never met any other vampires, who didn't want to kill me, besides the Cullens. Yes. Safrina, from the Amazon, can put illusions in your mind. It's hard to explain, so you'll have to see when she gets here. Maggie, from the Irish coven, can tell when someone is lying. And Benjamin, from Egypt, controls elements. I felt my eyes widen. That makes it so easy for him to burn an enemy vampire. 2 ashes. Damn, I see your shock and I can guess what you're thinking. But his power does have limitations. He can't actually create the elements, they have to already be present for him to manipulate them. I nodded, but still felt a little anxious. All these powerful vampires in one place will be really dangerous, and not just to the human population. What if a fight broke out? I really need to learn how to better control my shield. It will really come in handy when the Volturi are here. Despite myself, I felt a little proud of the fact that I had a power. Edward had told me that a vampire with a power was rare, but it seems like almost every vampire I meet has one. Shoving the futile thought from my head, I thanked Carlyle and left his office. I needed to find either Jasper or Eleazar. And since I don't know Eleazar all that much, I'll go with Jasper. He's the only one who I can imagine being helpful with this. Predictably, I found Emmett and Jasper playing video games in the living room and I sat between them on the couch. Rose had gone hunting with Esme and Tanya. Even though Jasper and I had just hunted last week, he already needed to make another trip soon. It's probably because he has to feel all the emotional turmoil brewing in this house. I can't imagine that being easy. Speaking of which, Alice and Edward had managed to keep their distance from the rest of the family for the most part. Well, they stayed away from Jasper, Rose, and I mostly. Carlyle always had a soft spot for his first creation, and Esme and Emmett could never hold a grudge. What's up, Bellarina? Unfortunately for you, I'm going to have to steal Jasper away. I said jokingly. Why take him when you can have a real man? He questioned with a goofy grin on his face. I'll pass, I said laughing. And I'll make sure to tell Rose you said that. Jasper snickered and followed me to his study. Wait, Bella, I take it back. Damn, Rose is gonna kill me. Let me guess. Jasper said as after I shut the door to his room. You want me to help you control your shield? I nodded sheepishly. He smirked at being right and sat down next to me on his black leather sofa. The best way to go about this would be to have me try and project emotions onto you and have you lift your shield. Why? Aren't I trying to protect myself and others? I questioned curiously, crossing my legs and turning to face him. Well, you already have the part about mentally protecting yourself down. And for some reason you rely more heavily on the mental shield. Maybe it's because your physical shield didn't manifest itself until after your change. Okay. So, what do I do? He grinned at me and said to close my eyes. Closing my eyes allowed all my other vampire senses to be heightened even further. I could hear the leaves in the trees outside. It must be windy. There were birds in the trees near the window. The scent of leather suddenly seemed almost overwhelming. This must be a fairly new piece of furniture. I felt Jasper scoot closer to me on the sofa, but managed to keep my eyes closed. Okay. I'm going to try and send you some emotions. Tell me if you feel anything at all. We sat for a while before I heard his sigh. Well, that didn't work. What does the shield feel like? I mean, how do you know it's there? He asked quietly. It's different from the physical shield. I can barely see the physical shield, but I only feel the mental one. It's like a wall that I feel cemented around my mind, if that makes any sense. I trailed off nervously. It was hard to describe something that only I could see and feel. No, I get it. Picture that wall. Now imagine a way through the wall. It could be a door, a window, a hole, anything. He instructed, slipping back into therapist mode. Seriously, I felt like a patient or something right now. Nevertheless, I did as he said. Then I felt it. Determination, hope, affection, trust, sorrow. My orange-red eyes snapped open. I felt everything. I breathed in excitement, grabbing Jasper in a hug. I felt him smile against my hair. Pride, enthusiasm, contentment. Dang, I'm so used to not having to control my emotions around you, darling. I'll have to get used to it, he commented, pulling back from the embrace. Whatever, Whitlock. I know you're happy you can finally feel my emotions, you can't fool me. I responded playfully, grinning at the bee-owned vampire. You know me so well, he admitted with a laugh before refocusing. Now it's time to test your other shield. Try to stop me from getting too close, okay? What? How? I started, but he was already on top of me, his teeth an inch from my throat. Immediately, I recoiled and jumped across the room. What the F, K? I spat. Do you want me to attack you? I'm a newborn, remember? You've only used the shield when someone's been in danger, he said calmly, as if that explained anything. Well, a little warning would have been nice. I huffed. I really don't want to have to deal with the guilt of having ripped your arms off. Sorry, Angel. Forgive me, he asked, humoring me. Always. I sighed, shaking my head at him. Come on. If we want to continue training, then we're gonna need some help, he said as he pulled me through the door and downstairs. As we walked through the kitchen, I heard a melancholic tune coming from the living room. Ugh, not again. Edward had apparently decided that, since I refused to speak to him, he would expose his feelings to me through his piano. In other words, he had been playing the lullaby he wrote for me the past 2 days now. I could tell it unnerved Jasper even though he never said anything. But, the glare he shot my ex was proof enough. Truthfully, I felt sorry for Edward. Clearly, he was not recovering from our split as well as I was. I certainly was not ready to forgive Edward or Alice, but I was no longer pining for a relationship with the overbearing vampire. I was sad it had ended, but I realize now that Edward and I would have not lasted. Now that I'm a vampire, I see that it is impossible for a vampire and human to have a relationship like that work, and not just in the physical sense. Mentally, vampires are quicker and just see things differently than humans do. It would have been like a race where I could never catch up. You were looking for me. Eliezer appeared at the back door. He must have been outside. I had noticed that the 2 members of the Denali clan that remained here kept to themselves for the most part. Tanya stayed with Esme a lot of the time and Eliezer was alone every time I saw him. Yeah, Jasper thought you could help us strengthen my shield. Sure thing. Let's go outside so we don't break anything. I don't want Esme getting after us, the older vampire said with a chuckle. We walked outside and moved to a small clearing about half a mile from the house. The only ones home were Emmett and Edward, so I figured no one would interrupt us. Why don't you show us what you can do? Eliezer suggested, glancing at me. I bit my lip and hesitated. Well, I can try, but so far I haven't had any luck controlling it. It's not about luck, it's about practice. I'm not going to be of any help with the mental shield, but we can work on the physical one now, he continued, his topaz eyes staying on me. Suddenly I felt nervous. Have you had any training in fighting? No. Good. And then he leapt at me. Reflexively, I met him midair and we went crashing down to the ground. The loud crashing sound rang in my ears as I pinned him to the ground, my teeth digging into shoulder. Hearing his sharp hiss of pain, I flew off him, horrified that I attacked him. What was I thinking? Oh my God. I'm so sorry, I gasped, mortified. He had volunteered to help me and I had bitten him. Nice going, Bella. Sake. I should have known better than to surprise a newborn. It's not even that deep, and probably will barely leave a scar, he reassured me, as he held his hand against the mark on his shoulder. I cringed as a drop of his venom fell from the wound onto the grass. That has got to hurt, no matter how small. Don't sweat it. I tried the same thing and got reamed out for it earlier, Jasper said to Eliezer before he winked at me. Well, you deserved it, I said pointedly to the bee-owned vampire. He just grinned. Damn, cocky empathy. Wait, you mean she didn't attack you? Eliezer questioned, shocked, as he turned to Jasper in surprise. Bella's pretty controlled for a newborn, Jasper explained. This is the first time she's shown any sign of not having control over her instincts. Maybe you two should practice then. After all, you're closer to her than I am, the black-haired vampire suggested. If she didn't attack you before, she won't now. You up for it, darlin'? As long as you're not scared, I retorted, moving back a couple of steps to face him. Realistically, I was probably the only one scared of hurting him, that is. He smirked before his face turned serious and he bent into a crouch. Immediately, I mimicked his motion and shifted my weight from side to side in anticipation. Waiting. Suddenly he moved and I just barely jumped back out of the way, barely avoiding his attack. Before I even had time to prepare myself, he was airborne again, aimed straight for me. Quickly, using my newborn speed, I ducked under him and crouched defensively. Eventually you're going to have to stop running, he goaded, moving into an offensive position. Ignoring his comment, I just barely dodged yet another attack. It seemed that I was just a tad faster than Jasper. Obviously, he had more experience fighting and wasn't even really trying to hurt me. I cringed inwardly at the thought of having to engage in a real fight against my opponent. Suddenly, he knocked me off my feet and had pinned me to the ground. I struggled uselessly and he increased the pressure where his hands were holding me down by my shoulders. He quickly used his knees to hold my legs down, rendering me completely defenseless. He waited until I quit struggling before leaning down. Stay focused on the fight. Distraction could be the difference between winning and losing. He jumped off me and extended a hand to help me up. This time I took his hand and stood back up. It was actually quite humbling, to be beaten like that. Rationally, I knew I had never stood a chance against Jasper, but my shield didn't even make an appearance. Let's try again, I prompted, letting my brown hair out of the loose ponytail it had been in. This time don't focus so much on avoiding me, but try and bring the shield up. I nodded and closed my eyes to concentrate a second. Then I heard it. There was someone else here watching just in the trees. I straightened up and felt a growl building in my chest. Whoever it was, I had never met them. My instinct screamed at me to run, but I held back. I couldn't just leave Jasper by himself. The intruder got closer and appeared on the edge of the clearing before stopping suddenly. I stared at him unwaveringly. One more step and I was going to lose control over my protective instincts. Then the stranger spoke. My name is Garrett and someone named Carlisle called me here. I'm just looking for him. Jasper told him that we were in Carlisle's coven and gave him the directions to the house, but the man just stood there unmoving. Then, he spoke again. I can't move forward. Is one of you blocking me? Bella paused. Jasper looked at me impressed. Great job, Bella, but you can let him come over. I didn't budge or move the shield. I did not trust him. Bella, I know it's hard, but you're gonna have to fight those newborn instincts, all right, darling. He's not a threat. I promise, you're gonna have to trust me. At Jasper's calming words, I was able to draw the physical shield back, but stretched a mental shield over myself and the bee-owned vampire next to me. My eyes remained locked on the dark-haired vampire as he and Jasper talked. I stayed by Jasper's side and kept quiet, watching for any change in the cordial atmosphere. Is she a newborn then? Garrett asked, shooting a glance at me. Yeah, as of 5 days ago. Jasper replied, smiling wryly at the red-eyed vampire's awestruck expression. I felt his eyes rove over me again and I met his stare unflinchingly, causing his gaze quickly flit back to Jasper. And she was the one who put up that shield around you too. Bella, I interrupted. My name is Bella. Sorry. Bella, that shield was your doing. I'm impressed. Ignoring his flattery, I asked why he was looking for Carlisle. Because he called me. Carlisle and I met a long time ago and well, he helped me out of a tight situation. So I'm here to repay the favor. Garrett explained, glancing around the forest anxiously, as if he was waiting for someone to jump out of the trees at any second. Come on, Bella, and I will take you to the house. Jasper said before we all three took off into the trees. Refusing to let the other vampire follow behind where we could not see him, I let myself fall behind him, bringing up the back of our line. This way, if he tried anything, I would be able to stop him. As we entered the house, Carlisle and Esme were sitting on the living room sofa, but their presence is not what surprised me. It was the two unfamiliar vampires sitting across from them. Well, it looks like everyone chose today to arrive, Carlisle commented, standing up to greet Garrett. It's good to see you, old friend. I had no idea that you were coming or I would have met you. It's quite all right, Carlisle, the visitor replied, glancing warily at the two other guest vampires in the living room. Oh right, this is Maggie and Siobhan from the Irish clan. Maggie and Siobhan, this is Jasper and Bella, who are both in my coven. And Garrett, who is an old friend that just arrived. I looked at the two other guests. Maggie was a shockingly young vampire. She looked about 16 and had honey-bee-own hair just past her shoulders and shining red eyes. There was a certain innocent air about her that made it hard for me to picture her in a fight. Siobhan was her exact opposite, looking to be in her early 30s with short black hair. Immediately, I could tell she was a mother figure for Maggie with the way she was eyeing Jasper's scars cautiously. Jasper nodded at both vampires and I smiled softly at them. Tanya and Eleazar chose that moment to come down the stairs. I saw Garrett's eyes widen at Tanya's entrance and felt my lips tug upwards into a grin. I saw a flash of amusement appear on Jasper's face for a second before he quickly covered it. Introductions were made and we all remained in the living room and discussed the Volturi's impending visit. This topic eventually moved on to the different powers that each vampire had. Eventually, I was able to relax and found that Garrett was actually a really kind vampire, even if he was a little reserved and quiet. Siobhan seemed very outgoing and had a witty sense of humor. She and Carlisle got along really well and I wondered if there was ever anything between them in the past. But Esme didn't seem put out, so I swiftly discarded the errant thought. Maggie was really observant and smart for her age. I noticed myself feeling a pang of sadness at how young she was when her human life was taken from her. But I was also really impressed with how observant she was. I guess that she had to be for her lie detecting power to work. "Hey Bella, can I talk to you for a second?" A voice brought me from my thoughts. I looked at Tanya, mildly surprised that she was addressing me directly. Sure," I agreed, hiding the confusion from my voice. We walked to the front steps of the house, to at least keep up the illusion of privacy. The sun was setting, painting the sky in orange and pink. Even as a vampire I could tell the air was cold outside. If I was still human I would be wrapped up in a huge jacket. Leaning against the pillar on the porch I waited for the strawberry bee-own to begin speaking. I never did get to really apologize for Irina. Tanya began hesitantly, her gold eyes looking at the forest to our left. I felt a slight pang of jealousy at her eye color. Jasper had said it would be about a year before the red completely was faded from my eyes. "You don't have to apologize," I responded automatically. "Really, it's in the past." "Okay if you say so. And I also wanted to make sure you knew that I am sorry for not helping you guys with the last fight against that red-haired vampire," she continued, meeting my eyes finally. "Oh, yeah, really it's all water under the bridge, Tanya. You're helping us now, and I know that means so much to everyone." "Okay. And, just to let you know," she lowered her voice suddenly to barely a whisper, "I didn't stay around just for Edward. I really do like the Cullens and consider them family." It was a little strange talking to Tanya about my ex-husband when she was clearly interested in him. I think I hid it well though. I know that Tanya, and you could do so much better. She laughed lightly, a high-pitched and delicate sound, as she headed back into the house. "Well, it looks like things between Tanya and I are patched up, for now at least. We're not best friends now or anything, but I think we can afford to be cordial and occupy the same room without the awkwardness." I decided to remain outside and savor the peace and quiet. I knew the minute I went back inside I would be constantly watched by someone and have to watch my expressions. There are so many people in this house that I can't help but feel almost suffocated. I can only imagine how Jasper is doing since he has to feel everyone's emotions, which probably aren't at ease right now. "Hey, what was with you and Tanya?" Rose asked as she joined me outside, unable to mask her curiosity, not that she would anyway. Rose was not the type of person to sugarcoat things. She said her opinions without caring if she offended anyone. It was a trait I greatly admired in her. "Why? Jealous that I'm replacing you?" I teased, bumping my shoulder against hers. "Like you were with Jasper and Irina." She shot back. I rolled my eyes and ignored her comment. I wouldn't expect her to understand, but that's okay. It's probably one of the reasons we were able to become friends so quickly. Our differences, I mean. Speaking of which, how are things since the Ch twins left? She continued, smiling mischievously. "What things? Don't play ignorant with me, Bella," she said, narrowing her eyes. "I'm a woman too, so I know how those games go." I swallowed the venom in my mouth and glanced back towards the house warily, fearing someone was listening in on this conversation. This was a conversation I would rather keep quiet. "Fine," she acquiesced. "But don't think you've escaped this conversation. We're going to talk about this eventually. Not if I can help it." I muttered, watching her go back into the house. Oh yeah, Esme wanted me to tell you that Edward is on his way back now. She commented, laughing when she heard my exasperated sigh. Why? Aren't you excited to hear more of that lovely piano music? At least Carlisle has been inventing things for Edward to do at the hospital so that you can have a few hours without being stalked. She continued before continuing her retreat into the house and shutting the front door behind her. Probably off to do God only knows what with Emmett. I wanted to practice my shield but figured it would be best to wait until after I hunt again. I was still new at my shield and using it for a sustained period of time wore me out. For the past couple of days I had been expanding it, whenever I was strong enough, to mentally guard the other vampires in the Cullen house so that Jasper wouldn't have to feel the tense atmosphere. Having to monitor and influence everyone's emotions really took a toll of Jasper, especially with the number of vampires here. Jasper and I had become hunting partners since we both needed to hunt often, an arrangement which didn't bother me in the least. Truthfully, at moments I could almost feel this connection with Jasper, and it scared me. It was almost as if I could hardly bear to leave him alone. It's completely involuntary when I find myself feeling this way. Thank goodness that so far I have been able to hide this confusing thought from him. The last thing I need to do is scare away one of the only people who have stood by me through everything. Besides, it's probably just his venom coursing through my veins. I never thought about it but almost every vampire maker changed their mate in the Cullen household. Rosalie changed Emmett, Carlisle changed Esme, and Edward, but that would explain so much. Edward never even wanted to make me a vampire. That just proves everything more. This explains why I feel so close to Jasper ever since I became a vampire. He changed me. Part of himself is flowing through me and keeping me alive. Okay, so maybe that sounds a little dramatic, but it makes sense. These feelings should fade eventually, I just have to get used to immortality and the new experiences that it brings. Penny for your thoughts. I froze as the speaker sat down on the front steps a few feet away from me. Hi Edward. Bella paused. I remained motionless as he came and stood by me. I was expecting for it to be difficult to be around Edward. And it was, but not in the ways I anticipated. I expected to feel that gaping hole in my chest that appeared when he left me in the woods. I imagined I would feel a longing for the love I felt when we were together. I mean, standing next to him now I feel sadness, but there's no regret. There's no all-consuming feeling of devotion that only a few months ago I was filled with for Edward. And this fact relieved me. I was completely done with my feelings of love for the vampire next to me. What do you want, Edward? To go back to that night and make sure it never happened. I swallowed thickly, knowing immediately that he meant the night with Alice, the night he broke all the promises he made me. That would make everything easier. I acquiesced quietly, keeping my orange eyes on the trees in the distance straight ahead. We stood in uncomfortable silence a few minutes. I was adamant not to break it. But the vampire next to me began. I know that whatever I say won't change your mind, will it? Feeling his eyes on me, I turned to face him. It won't, I replied, an icy edge creeping into my voice. He sighed, the noise filled with regret, and nodded acceptingly. He paused, hesitatingly. I hope that in time you'll forgive me. You know, for everything with Alice and then acting like a complete asshole. I supplied helpfully, if not a little indignantly. He pursed his lips at my foul mouth but shrewdly refrained from commenting on it. That would have opened another new can of worms, which would have ended in him being thrown on his ass via my shield. I'm not saying that it will happen overnight, but in time I would like to be able to start over. I forgive you, but it's impossible for me to imagine trusting you or being completely comfortable around you right now. But in the future, he trailed off. Edward, I'm not looking to make any promises to you. I warned severely, noticing the hopeful gleam in his eyes. Our romantic relationship is finished. Over. Done with. I'm merely saying that maybe after time I will be able to stand in the same room with you without feeling sad, pissed off, or a combination of the two. I'm just content with the fact that you haven't completely shut me out of your life. He replied earnestly. That's only because this is my family too. If it wasn't for our family would have probably hightailed it to Phoenix. I commented honestly. I could tell he didn't take my last words well, yet we remained outside until the sun disappeared from the sky, and the full moon was out. Jasper paused. Something was up. Alice had been avoiding me. Normally I would be King relieved that she was keeping her distance, however I can't help but feel suspicious. In the few times I did see Alice, her emotions would switch from pride to nervousness and a whole plethora of other emotions that only made the small vampire seem more deceitful. I shut the book I had been trying to concentrate on with a sigh and glanced out the window. The sun was setting, so I had been in here for a couple of hours. I'm surprised that no one came in and interrupted me. They know I'm in my room and not to come in here though, something that every member of the coven learned pretty quickly when I first joined them. Except Bella. She was the sole person that was able to come in, the only person I actually wanted in here with me. Even Alice seldom came in here while we were married. We spent all of our time in our, really just her, room. It was nice to be in my own element for a change. Alice attempted to control every part of our relationship, from what to where to hunt. Everything was so ked up that I was even dressing to please her, khakis and polos instead of jeans and t-shirts. King nightmare. Esme, has anyone seen Alice? I asked the older vampire as I entered the living room. She looked up from the interior design magazine in her hands. She just got back and is off shopping with Rose now. She wasn't around here for a couple of days. Where'd she disappear to? Shopping in Italy, I think. It was Carlisle and I's suggestion that she get out of the house for a while. Esme said, a knowing smile overcoming her face when she noticed my grateful expression. Smart move, I commented, before quickly adding. But don't tell anyone I was looking for her. Wouldn't want dear Alice realizing that I was catching onto whatever she was planning. Esme reluctantly agreed before going to check on Carlisle, who was in his office. Just as she left the room, Bella came inside the front door. I felt a grin overcome my face until I saw who followed her inside. Edward. Was he still bothering her? Could he not take the hint? She did not want to talk to him. I opened my mouth to speak this notion, when I realized the Bella did not look angry or aggravated at all. Instead, she seemed fine. Not at all bothered that her ex was following her around like a freaking stalker. Jasper, whatcha doing? The brunette questioned, coming off more distant than usual. Oh, nothing. Just catching up on some reading. You two seem to be getting along. I retorted as I nodded towards her and Edward, unable to completely hide the jealous tone to my voice. Bella gave me a bewildered look and, after realizing that I wasn't going to explain myself, continued upstairs. Shit. Nice going, Jasper, way to isolate one of the people you care most about. I ran a hand through my own hair and groaned, completely put out by how the night was going. I saw Edward watching me out of the corner of my eye, reading my mind most likely, and turned to shoot him a venomous glare that caused him to quickly turn and go upstairs. Bastard. Not able to stand another second trapped in this house, I slipped outside and onto my black Ducati motorcycle and sped off down the driveway, just barely managing to keep myself from looking back at Bella's window. What the hell was wrong with me? That woman brought out sides of me that I had never experienced before. For once I was finding myself thinking of someone else before myself. And the worst part was that she was completely and utterly unaware of the turmoil her very existence was causing. Even when I wasn't with her, she was present in my thoughts and actions. I was probably just as in control of my bloodlust as Edward was, because now whenever I found myself fantasizing about ripping into some bypassing human's throat, her face popped up in my head. Her pure emotions, long brown hair, expressive eyes, lithe body, petite hands, goddammit, just stop, Jasper. I pulled off onto the side of the road and, figuring Bella's shield was still over me, slipped out my phone and dialed. She answered after the third ring. Hello, Jasper. Where are you? I don't see what makes you think you can call and just demand. Rosalie. I interrupted impatiently with a growl. Just answer the question. I heard her sigh on the other end before replying. I'm in Italy with Emmett. I felt a vicious fury overcome my being. I squeezed my eyes shut, shuddering with suppressed rage. I was right. Where's Alice? I asked calmly, a storm brewing under the facade. Oh. Well, she ditched me yesterday in Venice, so I got Emmett to meet me up here. No need to waste a trip. She explained, clearly sensing my overwhelming anger. I hung up without another word. She could ch me out later, but now I had a vampire army to train in 3 weeks to do it. Alice better not hold her breath, because as she expected to live after threatening my life and Bella's, she had another thing coming. I walked back to my bike at a human pace and turned, speeding in the direction of the house, gray dust spitting into the air behind me. Bella Pav. 1 week. That's how long it had taken for me to understand the basics of controlling my shield. Every day Jasper and I, sometimes joined by Eliezer, Emmett, or Garrett, would trek into the woods and practice using and deactivating my shield. So far I was able to block any attacks that came from a vampire's power. Such as Jasper's ability to influence and sense emotions, and Eliezer's to see the abilities that vampires were gifted with. And I was starting to get the hang of the physical shield, but it took almost all of my concentration to keep up. And using both shields at the same time was really draining on my strength. Over the past week I had gotten to know the other vampires pretty well. Maggie from the Irish Coven was really quiet and rarely strayed from her other Coven members' side. Siobhan, also from the Irish Coven, was really entertaining. She was always full of stories from past experiences, some of which made her seem a little crazy, or eccentric as Jasper puts it. Garrett was just really overwhelmed by being around such a large group of vampires, and it took him a couple of days to warm up. But he's really just sweet, and has eyes only for Tanya. Everything was always busy because there were a couple of new vampires that arrived over the past 7 days. Safrina, the illusionist from the Amazon Coven, showed up alone about 5 days ago. With a height of almost 6 feet, unbelievably long, straight, black hair, and caramel-colored skin, she stood out among all the rest of us with her surreal beauty. Then, just yesterday, 2 other vampires arrived. Their presence shocked everyone until Carlyle was able to discover the reason for their arrival. Vladimir and Stefan were the Romanian Coven. They claimed to be even older than the Vulturi, a notion I believed because of their otherworldly look. Their skin was even more translucent than arrows, and their eyes were the brightest red I have ever seen. Everyone seemed wary of the latest 2 vamps to join us, but I was interested in them. How much history they had witnessed. Jasper seemed to share my sentiments and held a certain amount of respect for them. I sighed, wishing I could feel the sunlight that was beating against my skin. I had managed to escape the house and come out to the old meadow that Edward had shown to me all those years ago. It seems like that day was a lifetime ago. I felt someone approach me and heard them lay down a foot away from where I was laying. I was wondering when someone would find my hiding spot. I decided to start coming here because I figured this was the last place anyone would look for me, seeing how disastrous Edward and I's relationship ended. The one thing I miss the most is the sun. I cracked an eye open at his statement and watched the look of contentment on Jasper's face. I miss sleeping, in dreams, I replied, turning on my side to face my own companion. Well, you seem to make up for it with all the daydreaming you do during the day. He chortled, earning a smack on the shoulder. Jasper Whitlock, are you looking to get your ass kicked? No ma'am, he responded, letting a southern drawl seep into the words, eyes twinkling mischievously. I was unable to keep the smile off my face. I loved it when Jasper was carefree like this and let go of all the issues we had to resolve before the upcoming fight. I rolled my eyes at his response and turned back over to face the blue sky. The grass around us was lit up from the light reflecting off us. It made his hair look as if it was glowing. Why don't you always have your accent? Years and years of practice on covering it up. Why? A southern accent in Washington, or anywhere else, would only make me stand out more. Besides, it would be strange for only one member of the Coven to have an accent when we go places. People would notice and ask questions. Oh, well, I like it, he chuckled. Well, thanks darlin', I guess. I didn't respond and allowed us to slip into a comfortable silence for a while. You know, he began, interrupting the quiet. If you remove your shield, I could try and put a really strong dose of calm, tranquility on you. That's probably as close as a vampire can get to sleeping. I readily agreed and allowed my shield to slip away, eagerly waiting to see if his idea would work. It crept up slowly, but eventually I realized that everything had faded into the background. All the sounds, smells, and tastes had dimmed so that I could barely sense them. I felt light, weightless, and unconnected from the world around me. It was something completely indescribable. Not quite sleep, but something else that was almost as invigorating. Eventually, I felt his emotional influence ebb away, and I sat up quickly. That was amazing. How did you figure out how to do that? I questioned breathlessly as I gave him a quick, grateful hug. It actually just appeared in my head a minute ago, I've never actually tried it on anyone. He admitted before standing up. You're heading back already. Bella, you were out for 3 hours. 3. What? But how is that? I mean, it only felt like a few minutes. Just like real sleep for humans. Oh yeah, I had almost forgotten that. We left the meadow at a human pace, neither of us in any hurry to get back to the house. So why'd you go to the meadow anyways? He asked suddenly, causing me to stop in the middle of the forest, still a good 2 miles from the house. What do you mean? I just wanted some peace and quiet to think. No, I mean why did you go to that meadow? That meadow. Jasper, where are you going with this? He groaned in frustration and raked a hand through his messy hair before responding. Why, of all the places I looked, did I find you in y'all's meadow? After checking my room, your room, the baseball field, and even the La Push boundary, why did I find you there? I don't understand why you're attacking me about this. I responded in confusion before it hit me. Wait, is this about Edward? Because that was the meadow that he showed me a long time ago. His unwaveringly fierce expression answered my question. Jasper, I gasped. That meadow means nothing to me anymore. It was just a place for me to gather my thoughts. But are you sure, Bella? Because I know you and Edward spoke a week ago out on the porch. And you don't seem as angry at him anymore. And I fear that I'm losing you. He said, his eyes alight with something that made my heart catch. I spoke to Edward because I was finally able to without feeling like I was going to lose it. I began quietly. And you know what I discovered after that conversation? That I was finally, completely through with Edward. No more tears or thinking about what we used to have, because truthfully I realized that I was over him. It didn't hurt to think about him with Alice because it didn't matter to me anymore. I didn't care. And that. My speech was interrupted by Jasper suddenly grasping my face in his hands and bringing his lips to mine. I inhaled sharply through my nose and tried to pull back, but he held me steadfast, and after a few seconds I felt my body relax as I fell into our first key. So why'd you go to the meadow anyways? I asked suddenly, my attempt at nonchalance failing miserably. I thought that after everything she had been through that the last place on earth Bella would want to go in that meadow. But then again she always surprises me. What do you mean? I just wanted some peace and quiet to think. She responded, her face looking up at mine in naive confusion, dim sunlight breaking through the trees and shining in her hair. Did she even know how she affected me? She had the major of the Southern Vampire Wars noticing things like sunlit hair. No, I mean why did you go to that meadow? I stressed, meeting her orange eyes with my auburn ones. My eyes were still not restored to their golden colors since I changed Bella, but they would be back to normal before hers even got remotely close to being the eyes of a vegetarian vampire. Her body had to cleanse out all of her human blood before turning gold, which takes about 9 months with her eating animals. That meadow. Jasper, where are you going with this? I groaned in frustration and raked a hand through my hair in exasperation, a habit I retained from my human days, before responding. Why, of all the places I looked, did I find you in y'all's meadow? After checking my room, your room, the baseball field, and even the La Push boundary, why did I find you there? I don't understand why you're attacking me about this, she said defensively. Wait, is this about Edward? Because that was the meadow that he showed me a long time ago. I didn't reply but kept my face a stony mask of apathy. Jasper, she gasped. That meadow means nothing to me anymore. It was just a place for me to gather my thoughts. But are you sure, Bella? Because I know you and Edward spoke a week ago out on the porch. And you don't seem as angry at him anymore. And I fear that I'm losing you, I said fiercely, wishing I could taste her emotions. It wasn't like me to be this open with anyone, but once again it just shows how much Bella has changed me, for the better. I wonder how our relationship would have gone if I had made an effort to know her a year ago. I think about that often. Would we even have been able to be as good of friends as we are now since we were both still with our respective partners? I doubt it. I spoke to Edward because I was finally able to without feeling like I was going to lose it. And you know what I discovered after that conversation? That I was finally, completely through with Edward. No more tears or thinking about what we used to have, because truthfully I realized that I was over him. It didn't hurt to think about him with Alice because it didn't matter to me anymore. I didn't care. And that. Thunder roared in my ears at her words. She didn't care about Edward. When she spoke these words she dropped her shield, whether purposely or by accident I'm not sure, and I was able to feel the truth of her words. She felt convicted in her platonic feelings about Edward. She was in disbelief and confusion as to why I was asking her these questions. Overwhelmed with the tension of the moment and her heightened senses. Love and discouragement were pouring out from her in waves so strong I nearly buckled under their weight. Euphoria and possessiveness swallowed me up and I reacted on instinct. I grasped her face in my hands and brought her lips to mine. I heard her inhale in shock, but didn't let it faze me. She loved me. No one would ever hurt her again. I would follow her to the ends of the earth. I would take her somewhere where no one would try and steal her. Damn it, I would slaughter every other vampire on this earth if that's what it took to protect her because she was my mate. How could I not see this before? It was never Alice or Maria or Jade, one of my sister's friends, that I fancied as a young human. It was always Bella. Only when I felt her melt into my embrace did I deepen the key. I slid my hands around to her lower back and pulled her closer, and tighter against me. She gasped and I took the chance to slide my tongue into her mouth and felt a purr rise up in my chest. She returned the key, eagerly, pressing into me and unfortunately making me remember that we were in the middle of the forest. She must have sensed my hesitation because she pulled away from me with wide eyes. We stared at each other, each of us breathing heavily. "What was that?" she said finally, her eyes locked on mine. "That is what I've wanted to do for weeks." I replied honestly, my thoughts catching up with my actions. "Shit, that was not how this was supposed to go. I don't know what to say," she said hesitantly, biting her bottom lip. I willed my eyes not to follow the unconscious action. "If you don't know what to say then I guess that settles things," I said resolutely, my voice sounding steely even to me. Why would she lie? I know what I felt from her. I couldn't have been mistaken, unless she was thinking about someone else. "No, Jasper, that's not what I meant. Gosh, sorry, I've never been good with words," she exclaimed urgently, grabbing onto my arm as if to keep me from leaving. I waited patiently. "What I meant was I'm glad you Ed me," she said quickly, sounding embarrassed at saying the words out loud. I chuckled at her embarrassment, causing her to glare. "If I knew you were going to laugh, I wouldn't have said anything. If I knew you weren't going to say anything after I finally Ed you, I wouldn't have," I said, raising my eyebrow challengingly. "Okay, I'm sorry, but I don't exactly have much experience when it comes to that." "Certainly not as much as you do," she said with a scowl on her features. Says the girl who returned the key, very eagerly, if I do say so myself, I said with a lazy smirk. Her mouth dropped in indignation and disbelief. "Jasper, me?" I questioned cheekily, trying to hold back a grin. She sighed with a small laugh and a shake of her head. "Does that mean I can you again?" I asked, moving closer and placing my hands on her hips. She swallowed, her emotions quickly shifting to match mine. I'm waiting," I murmured quietly, letting my breath wash over her face. It was my turn to be surprised when she suddenly pressed her mouth to mine. I felt her smile against my lips at my shock, which I must have projected. I tightened my grasp on her as the brunette in my arms moved her hands up into my hair on the back of my head. I purred again, involuntarily causing her to giggle. I pulled back with a devilish grin. "Are you laughing at me, Ms. Swan?" "Maybe," she trailed off teasingly, tilting her head to the side. "God, you don't know how much I wanted this," I said seriously, dropping the playful banter. "I just wasn't sure if you felt the same, or if you wanted Edward." "Well, are you sure now?" At my nod she smiled and jumped into my arms, embracing me in a tight hug, her head tucked against my shoulder. "Thank you, Jasper, for being there for me during the hard times. For seeing me at my absolute worst and still wanting me," she said softly against my neck, probably referring to all the tears the shed for Edward and how she clung to our friendship as if it was the only thing she had. But in reality I had depended on her too. Me, an immortal vampire, needing a human. It was the strangest, most wonderful thing. I pulled her closer protectively. "I'll always want you," I replied seriously, closing my eyes and inhaling her scent. "I think we were supposed to be together from the beginning," she said, stealing the thoughts right out of my head. "Alice led you to the Cullens. Edward brought me into the Cullen family. But it all led to us meeting and you changing me so we could be together." I let out a shaky breath and pressed a key to the top of her head. Forever. I murmured against her soft brown hair. Forever. I spoke to Edward because I was finally able to without feeling like I was going to lose it. And you know what I discovered after that conversation? That I was finally, completely through with Edward. No more tears or thinking about what we used to have, because truthfully I realized that I was over him. It didn't hurt to think about him with Alice because it didn't matter to me anymore. I didn't care. And that. Thunder roared in my ears at her words. She didn't care about Edward. Love and discouragement were pouring out from her in waves so strong I nearly buckled under their weight. Euphoria and possessiveness swallowed me up and I reacted on instinct. I grasped her face in my hands and brought her lips to mine. I heard her inhale in shock, but didn't let it faze me. She loved me. What was that? She said finally, her eyes locked on mine. That is what I've wanted to do for weeks. I replied honestly, my thoughts catching up with my actions. I think we were supposed to be together from the beginning, she said, stealing the thoughts right out of my head. Alice led you to the Cullens. Edward brought me into the Cullen family. But it all led to us meeting and you changing me so we could be together. I let out a shaky breath and pressed a key to the top of her head. Forever. I murmured against her soft brown hair. Forever. Bella Pav. I inhaled a deep breath of the woods around me and sighed. It had taken a while, but I was finally getting accustomed to the wide range that my senses could reach. From where I stood I could hear a small stream about half a mile away. I could see every small movement the trees made in the wind. I could taste the trees and pine in the air. I could smell a small group of deer a mile away. Immediately I moved into a crouch and took off in the direction of my life source. Taking down 2 deer was easy, albeit not the most neat task in the world. As I buried what remained of my breakfast I remembered how everyone always complained about the taste of animals. The Cullens always spoke of how consuming human blood, although immoral, was the greatest high a vampire could experience. They made it seem like compared to human blood, animal blood was muddy water or something equally distasteful. Briefly I wondered what it would be like to be able to taste something I actually wanted to. I broke out of my thoughts when I smelt a foreign smell invade my senses. Another vampire was approaching. Quickly. I felt my fight or flight instincts kick in and I swiftly made a decision. I climbed up into the nearest tree and leapt onto another one a couple of yards away, hopefully to throw the other vampire off my scent. 15 seconds later a dark-haired vampire appeared in my view from the trees. He stopped running when he was in the area I had been standing. Damn, he probably noticed my scent. I waited, watching him for any sign of noticing me. I shifted my weight anxiously, causing the branch I was on to barely creak. Suddenly his eyes snapped up to meet mine, and I pounced. I landed on the ground directly behind him and took up an offensive position, growling low in my throat. Thank God I was wearing blue jean shorts and not a skirt. He flipped around and took up a similar position to mine. As we stared at each other I took a quick inventory on how much of a threat he was. About 6 feet tall, dark brown hair, pale skin, red eyes. We continued to stare at each other, snarls on our faces, when suddenly he straightened from his offensive position. I didn't mean to frighten you, newborn, he said, breaking the tense silence. I didn't speak or soften my position. I'm here looking for a friend, well, a friend of my coven's. I don't mean any harm. Maybe you know who I'm looking for, he continued, ignoring my threatening posture. Suddenly it dawned on me. He was probably here to help us with the Volturi. The Cullens. You do know them then, he replied, brightening up immediately. Despite myself, I felt a little embarrassed about jumping out of a tree and almost attacking someone who was trying to help. You must be another friend of Carlyle's, I take you to him if you'd like, I said with a small and apologetic smile, reaching my hand out to shake the dark-haired strangers. It's a pleasure. My name's Benjamin, he said with an open grin, his red eyes bright. Are you also a friend of Carlyle's? Well, I'm actually the newest addition to his coven, I replied as I led him out of the woods and back to the house where everyone was. Oh, so you must be Rosalie. Oh, well no. Sorry, I guess I forgot to introduce myself. My name's Bella, I said with a laugh at my forgetfulness. Sorry, I haven't seen Carlyle in decades and the last I heard he had changed a beautiful girl named Rosalie, he explained unabashedly, looking at me with interest. Oh brother, This guy is so lucky Jasper did not come with me to hunt this time. I rolled my eyes at his comment and heard him chuckle lowly. So how old are you anyway? He asked randomly as we ran towards the house. Human or vampire years? I replied, raising an eyebrow. Both. Well, I was changed 2 weeks and 2 days ago when I was 19. Wow. I can't believe I've only been a vampire 2 weeks. It feels like it's been a whole lifetime. 2 weeks. Benjamin repeated incredulously. I nodded. You already have that much control over your newborn instincts in just 2 weeks. He said awestruck. It took me 2 weeks to learn how to put on my pants without ripping them in half. I smirked, glancing at him out of the corner of my eye. I guess I'm not your average immortal vampire. I said jokingly, earning a laugh from Benjamin. Guess not, so do you have any abilities? He asked curiously. What is this 20 questions? I replied, sarcasm practically dripping off my words. Sure. Well then I do believe it's my turn to ask a question. I said, looking at him expectantly. What coven are you from? Egyptian coven. He answered promptly. Now about my question. Egypt. That is really amazing. I've always wanted to travel the world, and now that I was a vampire I had all the time I needed to see everything I wanted, with Jasper. Yes, I do have abilities. Now how old are you? I asked, moving right on to my second question. What? You didn't even tell me about your abilities. He protested. You didn't ask what they were, you asked if I had any. So I answered your question. Now how old are you? Benjamin shot me a dirty look before telling me that he was 18 when he was changed 20 years ago. Just as he finished we arrived at the house and stopped in front of it. He seemed not at all surprised by the house's extravagance as I was the first time Edward brought me here as a human. Everyone probably already knew we were back, but were waiting inside politely like good little hospitable vampires. I snorted out loud at the thought, earning me a weird look from Benjamin. Ignoring him I swung open the door and was greeted by an ecstatic Carlyle and a pissed-off Jasper. Benjamin, I had no idea you were coming. Carlyle exclaimed, shaking hands with his friend. It was kind of a last-minute decision. Benjamin replied. Their conversation faded to the background as I met eyes with Jasper. Hey, I said, moving to stand with him. His arm snaked around my waist and pulled my chest against his. Hey, I rested my head on his chest and reached up on my toes to key his neck. I felt a rumble roll through him and glanced up to see he was glaring intensely over my shoulder. I placed my hand against his cheek causing him to glance at me. I gave him a questioning look, but he just shook his head and pulled my hand from his cheek to his mouth and ed it softly. I felt my insides warm and I smiled shyly at my mate, biting my lip. Suddenly the moment between us was gone, and again he was glaring over my shoulder, a growl building up in his chest. Finally, I turned around and saw it was Benjamin that Jasper had a problem with. Benjamin was still talking to Carlyle and Esme, but every once in a while his gaze strayed to Jasper and I, an unreadable expression adorning his face. Apparently, Jasper had enough and he pulled me to his side and snarled lowly at the dark-haired guest, much to everyone's shock. What was going on here? Why was Jasper so upset with Benjamin? Jasper what? Emmett started, but was interrupted by a sharp look from Rosalie, warning him to stay out of it. I heard Benjamin telling someone he had no idea what was wrong, but I blocked them out and focused on calming Jasper. Jasper, honey, look at me. I spoke quietly, coming to stand directly in front of him. Maybe if I put myself between him and our new guest, he wouldn't look like he wanted to kill him. I clasped each of Jasper's hands in one of mine and whispered soothing words to the incensed owned vampire. Should she be so close to him when he's like this? Edward whispered to Carlyle, earning a shush from multiple vampires in the room. All of a sudden Jasper pulled me in an embrace and buried his nose in my hair, inhaling my scent. I stroked his back as I felt him work to calm himself. I tuned everyone out and listened to my mate's breathing, waiting for him to speak. After a few minutes he grabbed my hand and pulled me out the back door and into the trees. We ran for a few miles, out of hearing range of any nosy vampires. Jasper, why? I stopped mid-sentence when Jasper grasped my face in his hands and pressed his lips to mine aggressively. I gasped in surprise, but quickly allowed him to dominate the key. I felt dizzy, and intoxicated with an onslaught of emotions and realized that Jasper was pouring out what he was feeling into me. My hands gripped his shoulders as he pulled me impossibly closer, setting my skin ablaze with his touch. He trailed his lips down my neck, and I hummed in approval low in my throat. I wrapped my arms around him and he allowed himself to be pulled into my crushing embrace. I felt his hands wrap themselves in my long brown hair and nuzzled my face into his neck in response. "I'm sorry," he murmured, pulling back and allowing his eyes to drill into mine. "When I saw him with you and felt his attraction to you, I just couldn't control myself. You're my mate," and in that moment he was a threat. I swallowed at the overwhelming honesty and sincerity in his voice. "You already know I love you, not some strange vampire I barely know," I pointed out. "Yeah, well, he doesn't seem to reciprocate your platonic feelings, darlin'," Jasper said darkly, the feral glint returning to his eyes. Jasper. When I first realized he was coming, I climbed up in a tree and then jumped down and tried to attack him. I seriously doubt that he really feels that way. You're not the empath here, Angel. I know what he was feeling and it wasn't anything I'm going to allow to continue," he stated, a smirk adorning his face. I rolled my eyes and accepted that this was a disagreement I was not going to win. "So will I be that way too when female vampires are around you?" "Well, you did throw Irina through a wall. She was so rude. And she always stole you away from me," I exclaimed defensively, shooting him a glare. "But I wouldn't hesitate to do it again. That's my girl. Bella Pav. I don't think I've ever seen so many leeches in one place." I turned and glared at the person who spoke. "Sorry," he shrugged. "Force of habit." I rolled my orange eyes and threw myself onto my bed in exasperation, landing on my back. Jacob moved and sat at the head of the bed, his back against the headboard. "What's wrong, Bells? Being a Blood's you, vampire not as great as it seemed?" he asked carelessly, closing his eyes. "Damn, your bed is a hell of a lot more comfortable than mine, and you don't even need a bed. How is that even fair? You don't even know what it's like to go through the change. And you, Jacob Black, of all people should know what I had to give up," I replied sternly, not moving from my spot on the white comforter. He put his hand on my arm to apologize and let it rest there as the room lapsed into silence. I was afraid that me being a vampire would completely sever my friendship with Jake, but it hadn't. I think the fact that we've been friends so long makes it easier to overcome our initial instincts as opposing creatures. Who would have thought a vampire and werewolf best friends? We have about 1 week until the Volturi arrive, according to Alice. But she's been gone for 2 weeks now and no one's heard a word from her. Personally, I think she hightailed it out of here once she realized that she didn't have a place here anymore. Abruptly, there was a knock on the door before it swung open and Jasper was standing in the doorway. I felt a small smile appear on my face as my mate walked into the room. "Jacob, I had a quick question. How many wolves are willing to participate in the stand against the Volturi?" "My whole pack, so that's 6. Add Sam's 7 and you've got yourself 14 wolves ready to kick some immortal ass," the dark-haired shapeshifter answered, in typical Jacob manner. "Nice math, sweetie," I commented sarcastically, patting his head. "Sometimes I wonder why Belle is even with me," Jasper remarked good-naturedly, rolling his light-colored eyes with a fake sigh and gesturing towards where my hand was on Jake's head. I snorted at his lame joke and shoved Jacob off the bed. "Go away, I want to spend some time with my mate," I called before laughing at his horrified face as he quickly left the room. After the door shut, my eyes snapped to Jasper as he stalked closer to where I lay sprawled out on the bed. My eyes remained locked with his blazing ones as he leaned down and stopped, leaving a mere inch between our lips. "Do I have some more competition to worry about?" he questioned lowly, his breath washing over my face and sending a tingle down my spine. "No one can compete," I responded simply, surprised at the breathless tone my voice took. He trailed his nose down my neck before pressing a feather-light key to my collarbone. "My mate," he rumbled before moving and pressing his mouth to my shoulder. "My angel." He moved his face back up to mine. "My Bella." Unable to hold back any longer, I roughly grasped the back of his head with one hand, held myself up with the other, and pressed my lips to his. He responded immediately, fighting to take control of the key. Determined, I managed to flip us over so that I was on top, and I smiled against his mouth when I heard a strangled noise leave his throat. As my long hair formed a curtain around us, a thought hit me abruptly. "I love you," I said suddenly, realization dropping on me unexpectedly. Jasper froze, his movement stopping instantly. Then came my second realization, I had just said that out loud. I opened my eyes and let them meet his. I love you, I repeated, this time with more strength. Then we were flipped back over and Jasper was pulling me into embrace, his arms wrapped protectively around me. You must have known, I continued, my voice shaking with emotion. I don't know how I didn't realize it before now. God, I love you so much, darling. Jasper murmured, pressing a hard key in my hair. I need you in a way I never thought was possible. His words brought on a feeling of euphoria that I had never known. I knew Jasper had been with many, many women. And I didn't hold a grudge against him for that. I mean, he didn't even know me then. Hell, I probably wasn't even alive for most of them. But his profession showed me that these feelings were as new to him as they were to me. A knock on the door interrupted our precious moment. My mate and I ignored it, instead choosing to continue what my impromptu confession has interrupted. Jasper, this is serious. Emmett called through the door urgently. Jasper growled threateningly to his brother, refusing to move from his spot above me, which I was completely fine with. The door burst open and my favorite brother continued speaking, uncharacteristically ignoring the position Jasper and I were in. The Volturi are coming. I stared at Emmett uncomprehendingly. We already knew this. That's why everyone was gathered here. Seeing our lack of response, he clarified. The Volturi are coming now. Jasper, can I talk to you a second? I turned from the back window, faced my dark-haired brother, and nodded in consent. We walked outside to the edge of the forest to have a little more privacy. I could tell from his emotional turmoil that this was a serious conversation. When Emmett wasn't cracking jokes, you knew it was important. What is it, Emmett? I know that lately everything has been completely chaotic and we haven't gotten to talk much since the house is packed with guests, but I just have a few questions, he trailed off, a serious look in his eyes. I have a guess at where this is going. I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but how are you and Bella? I know after we learned about Edward and Alice's affair a few months ago, the both of you were really devastated. And now all of a sudden you guys are together and it's like that never happened. I had been anticipating questions like this. In fact, I was surprised that it took this long for someone to ask them. How could I explain Bella and I's relationship in a way that he could understand? I had never been this connected to another person, vampire or human, before. My thoughts were full of her. I think the fact that our relationship didn't start out as a romantic one, but developed into that, only made it stronger. You have to understand, neither Bella nor I expected a new relationship to emerge out of our broken ones. You know how sheltered Edward kept Bella. I was barely allowed to be in the same room as her. But after both of our relationships ended, we were free to develop our own. Believe me, I did not anticipate giving my whole self to a human girl, let alone one who was just divorced from another vampire. It just happened. Before I knew it, all I wanted to do was touch her, hold her, talk with her. I was completely fixated. I admitted, pouring all my thoughts and feelings out to the only person I felt comfortable doing so with, besides my girl. A wide smile broke out across the dark-haired vampire's face. I'm happy for you then, man, he said, patting me on the back. But Bella is a sister to me, so if you break her heart like Edward did. I know, you definitely don't have to worry about that. Edward got off easy though. I still want to rip his head off at times. I grumbled, earning a chuckle of agreement from Emmett. Just then we heard his phone ring from inside the house. Emmett shot me an apologetic glance before darting back inside to answer it. I remained outside for a while, happy to be out of the crowded house. Even though I remained civil and calm around everyone, I was still pissed at Edward. He ripped the most amazing girl's heart to shreds and had the audacity to worm his way back into her life just when she was moving on. Granted, he did apologize, but that just doesn't King cut it in my mind. I have to respect Bella's decision to forgive him, but that doesn't mean I have to speak with him. The only person I'm more worried about than Edward is Alice. She is one deceitful, angry, vengeful vampire. I have a feeling Alice is behind the Volturi's sudden decision to pay a visit. When I first walked into that bar and saw Alice, I thought she was an angel sent to rescue me from that hellhole life I was living. And for a while we were happy. I held Alice up on this pedestal and believed she was perfect, and could do no wrong. It took Peter's help to make me see how controlling and manipulative she really was. Then, I just stayed with her out of habit. And I think I was always hoping we could go back to the way we were in the first year of our relationship. I was hoping I could fall back in love with her. But that did not happen, and her betrayal with Edward only strengthened the feelings of distrust and disdain I had for her. Within the first week of Bella and I moving on from our failed marriages, I think I knew deep down that she meant more to me than any other person ever. I heard Bella and Jacob's muted voices inside the house and decided to go see my mate. I walked through the living room and saw almost all the female vampires gathered around some chick flick on TV. I felt a small smirk overcome my face. Who knew vampires fell for those same sappy stories humans did? I walked up the stairs and found Jacob and Bella lounging lazily in our room. I was really glad that their friendship had survived her change. He really was good for her, and made her happy. Bella greeted me with a beatific smile on her face and jokingly shoved Jacob away. I rolled my eyes at their antics. How had Edward ever thought it was okay to try to prevent these two from seeing each other? After the door shut, I moved toward my mate. Do I have some more competition to worry about? I asked, questioned lowly, leaning in close to her. No one can compete, she replied instantly, her fierce eyes on mine. I moved my nose down her neck before pressing a chaste key to her collarbone. My mate, I rumbled before moving and pressing my mouth to her shoulder. My angel, I moved my face back up to hers. My Bella. Suddenly, she roughly grasped the back of my head with one hand and pulled me down into an aggressive key. After I got over my slight surprise, I leaned over her, fighting to take control of the key. We hadn't gotten much alone time these past few weeks, and I was going to take every second I could get. I held myself above her with one hand and let the other bury itself in her long, soft brown hair. Both her hands trailed up my chest and rested in the hair at the nape of my neck, her legs wrapping around my waist. I pushed into her, in a desperate frenzy to get closer. Just when I thought I had the upper hand, Bella managed to flip us over so that she was on top. I could feel her smile into the key, and couldn't stop the deep growl that left my throat. I love you. It took a second for my brain to catch up to her words. I pulled back from her and opened my eyes to see her staring into mine intensely. I love you, she repeated, this time more strongly. I pushed myself up and pulled her into a tight embrace. You must have known, she continued, her voice shaking with emotion. I don't know how I didn't realize it before now. God, I love you so much, darling. I said, dropping a key on her head. I need you in a way I never thought was possible. Before we could continue what we had started, an urgent knock sounded on the door. I distantly heard Emmett calling my name, but ignored it in favor of giving my attention to my mate. Then, the door busted open and Emmett stood in the doorframe. I growled threateningly and was about to attack him for being a jackass when he explained his actions. The Volturi are coming. The room was silent as we digested his words. The Volturi are coming now, he reiterated. Immediately, I snapped into the major persona and was by my brother in a flash. How do you know this? After I got off the phone with Rose, Peter called me. He said that whatever we were preparing for was coming sooner than we expected. Confused, I slid my phone from my pocket and realized that it had run out of charge. So that explains why he called Emmett. Does everyone know? No. I thought I should tell you first because, well, you've kind of been our leader through this. My brother explained as we moved downstairs, Bella following behind us. When? I asked finally. They should be here sometime tonight. I looked out the window at the setting sun and cursed. Hearing the commotion, everyone had gathered in the living room. The Volturi are on their way. Safrina asked in shock. Our facial expressions answered her question. A tense silence filled the room. They should be here sometime in the night, I said, knowing we should get everyone informed quickly on how tonight would play out. The snapping sound of several pairs of fangs descending filled the room. The goal of this confrontation is no bloodshed, I continued, but if they come in determined to spread their twisted sense of justice and wipe us out because they feel threatened, then it is our duty to destroy every last one that does not stand down. Do we know how many are coming? Tanya asked, a worried expression on her face. I shook my head and glanced at Eliezer, seeing if he had anything to add since he had experience with the Volturi. I had tried to stay the hell away from them because of my violent past. I know for certain that they know my name and it would not bode well for me to ever encounter them, but I see now that it's inevitable. I'm not going to run away and hide, leaving my mate here to face danger. They will probably bring the most strong of their guard and plenty of witnesses. I can't imagine them bringing their whole guard because they wouldn't want it to look like they are scared and need many on their side. Eliezer chimed in, a look of concentration on his face. The ones we need to be especially cautious of are Alec and Jane. Carlyle spoke up. The witch twins. Vladimir and Stefan intoned together, fiery looks on their pale faces. Edward was watching them in surprise, probably reading their violent, revenge-filled thoughts. Jane can cause an illusion of immense pain to paralyze any number of vampires at once. Alec has the power to blind all of a vampire's senses, making them completely vulnerable. The passive vampire continued, earning gasps and hisses from almost every vampire in the room. Maggie pressed her face into her mother's shoulder. I'm going to go call Jake. Bella murmured to me before pressing a chaste key to my cheek and darting into the other room. I saw Benjamin and Edward's eyes watching her walk away and snarled warningly at both of them before returning my attention to the rest of the group. Everyone was engaged in quiet conversations and I watched as they gathered together. If I saw Alice tomorrow she would find no mercy for her here. The home phone rang and I saw Carlyle answer it, and a look of unconcealed shock overcame his face. Then I watched as he followed after Bella, the phone still in his hand. BPOV. We stood in the middle of an empty field, awaiting our enemy. Everyone was in their own private groups, some talking quietly amongst themselves, while others stood in silent waiting. I saw Esme and Carlyle standing with Siobhan, Maggie, and Eliezer. Watching the saddened look Esme carried made me realize how much she had lost recently. Alice was a very dear daughter to her, even if the pixie was a bi-ch. And Edward was, let's face it, their favorite son. And he had let them down in ways he probably didn't even know. Rosalie and Emmett were nowhere to be seen, but I would probably venture a guess that they are off in the forest on their own. Edward was standing in the middle of everyone, yet his face looked distant, as if he was mentally scanning the forest around us for the Volturi. I saw Jasper and Jacob talking, and assumed Jasper was briefing him on what was about to happen. The other wolves stood behind their alpha, looking intimidating and even bigger than when I had last seen them. Garrett was standing next to Tanya and they were engaged in a serious conversation. I turned and saw Vladimir and Stefan talking to Benjamin before all three of them made their way over to where I was standing. We just wanted to say that in all our years we have never seen a stronger group willing to face the Volturi. Ever since they took the throne from us no one has dared to try and steal power, but today we actually have a chance of revenge. Stefan said, his eyes alight with excitement and something more feral. Well, we aren't aiming to overthrow them or cause any bloodshed. I replied. Only to show them that we won't lay down and let them walk all over us. We drink the blood of other creatures and somehow you still manage to be a pacifist. Benjamin commented sarcastically. I rolled my eyes and told him where he could shove it. He just laughed before glancing over my shoulder and walking away. That one wants you, but is scared to death of your mate. He wouldn't stand a chance anyways. Vladimir commented offhandedly before walking away with his brother. He's right, you know. Jasper said as he wrapped his arms around me from behind and set his chin on my head. I would rip him to pieces and start a bonfire with his ashes before letting him take you. Take me, I teased. I'm not your property, Jasper Whitlock. I beg to differ. You belong to me, he replied seriously. Just as I belong to you. I smiled at his words and turned my head to him. I love you, I said quietly, turning around to face him. Love you too, darlin', he replied, pressing me tight against his chest. We stood in silence, enjoying the precious time we had before the inevitable arrival of the Volturi. What if it got to the point where we had to fight? Would we stand a chance? I thought of the wolves and everything they were giving up to make a stand with us. I know they are doing it for their families in La Push, but I am still grateful and owe Jake more than I can ever repay him. I caught Jake's eyes across the field and mouthed two words to him. Thank you. Not just for fighting with me, but for being my friend in one of the hardest times in my life, for not letting the fact that our species are natural enemies stand between us, and for the constant support and love he gave me. The copper wolf inclined his head before a wolfish grin overcame his face and he rolled his big eyes. I could practically hear him telling me to stop being such a girl and to get my head in the game. Then Edward's head turned sharply to the left and he started murmuring thoughts he heard out loud. It was kind of creepy if you ask me. We smelt them before we saw them. I was overwhelmed with how many individual vampire scents I could sense in the air. Then they emerged from the trees. I recognized the 3 taller vampires in the front from my visit to Volterra, Arrow, Keys and Marcus. Behind them were a dozen guards and about 15 other vampires behind them. They brought their wives. I heard Eleazar say, alarm clear in his voice. They had wives. Someone actually agreed to marry them. Friends, I am going to be frank with you. We are not here under the best of circumstances, but I would like to give you the benefit of the doubt. Arrow said before turning to Carlyle. Carlyle, it's been a while. Likewise. Carlyle replied politely. I hope that this doesn't have to end in bloodshed. Or yet you brought these dogs here for exactly that. The pale vampire observed his glowing red eyes on Jacob and his pack. A few wolves growled at Arrow's word choice, but most remained as stoic as their alpha. Arrow then turned his eyes to the man by my side. I moved slightly closer to him. Jasper, your reputation precedes you. I wish I could say it was a pleasure, Arrow greeted in a composed voice, his calm red eyes appraising the scars that covered my mate's body. I tensed and felt Rosalie's warning hand on my shoulder. Arrow, Jasper said, his voice cold and unyielding. I know you didn't expect a warm welcome from us, and am surprised that you decided to stay and face your fate. Arrow continued, realizing that Jasper wasn't going to continue speaking. Everyone has to face their past at some point. Arrow watched him quietly, a pensive look on his face. Arrow, you can't possibly be thinking of sparing him. Keys demanded, turning angrily to the other ancient vampire. He is one of those responsible for all the massacres and wars in the West. The standard consequence of this is death. An enraged hiss of outrage left my throat and I immediately stepped forward by my mate protectively. How dare they contemplate ending his life so nonchalantly in front of me? Jasper grabbed my hand to stop me and pulled me back behind him, warning me to stay back. Ignoring my outburst, the 3 Volturi continued talking between them. Finally, Arrow turned back with a sigh. I'm afraid my brother is right. You have broken numerous of our laws and must serve the punishment, your life is forfeit. A strangled snarl left my throat and my gaze whipped to Jasper's unwavering face as I moved forward and placed my hand on his shoulder. No. My voice rang out across the field. You can't. Jasper was not the only one who did what you are accusing him of, and you can't just punish him for everything because it's convenient. Marcus stared at Jasper and I intently, and I remembered that his power was to see relationships. In a desperate moment I wished he would say something to stop what was happening. But he didn't. You should learn to control your mouth, newborn. Keys spat. It seems all you've done is cause trouble for our kind. I felt a rumble roll through Jasper as he suppressed his natural instinct to attack the offending vampire. Keys, we are not here to cause fighting, only carry out the law. Arrow reprimanded lightly. But Bella, you really do not have a say in this matter, so I suggest you quiet down. He's my mate. Of course I have a say in things. I'm not just going to step aside and let them destroy Jasper. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I allowed this to happen. Bella, you have to stay out of this. Jasper murmured to me urgently, his eyes pleading with me to give up. I'm not going to lose you. I whispered back to the bee, owned before turning to face the Volturi. What if I can offer you something better? Arrow returned his attention to me, raising his hand to silence any argument Keys was ready to voice. I'm intrigued. What if we killed Maria instead? I said determinedly, stepping forward. The ancient vampire looked surprised at my request. Maria, my dear child, that vampire is gifted in the art of stealth and is nearly impossible to find. Even our most talented tracker was unable to find her. Besides, the last thing we need is her inciting another war. Well, yeah, with a huge number of vampires looking for her, she will definitely find out and run. But if it was just one vampire, I trailed off meaningfully. Jasper's head snapped down to look at me, but I kept my gaze on the Volturi. You mean to capture Maria yourself? Arrow asked incredulously. The vampire who was behind the death of hundreds of thousands of vampires. No, of course not. I scoffed. I mean to rip her King head off. Gasps sounded from behind me, but I ignored them. I felt Jasper reach down and grab my hand in his. I looked up and met his golden eyes. If you go after her, I'm going with you, he announced resolutely, his eyes steely with resolve. Now wait just a minute. Arrow interrupted quickly. What makes you think we are just going to let you go without any assurance that your promise will be fulfilled? What do you want? Jasper asked, anger clear in his voice. Bella dear, I think your talents would be better suited with us in Volterra. A murderous roar filled the air around us. I squeezed my mate's hand to soothe him and recalled the phone call I received prior to this confrontation. Peter was right. I couldn't throw my life away and agree to join the Volturi's ranks. I would be miserable, and Jasper would feel guilty that I had taken the burden on for him. I have to decline your offer, I said lightly, noticing the way Arrow's eyes tightened at my rejection of his suggestion. Are you sure? This is the last time the offer will be open. I'm positive. Well then I'm afraid we have no other choice, Arrow said with a sigh as he turned to his top guards. Jane, the light B-owned vampire stepped forward, a twisted expression on her face. I immediately stretched my power protective shield around everyone on our side, making sure not to leave one vampire uncovered. Then I stood gleefully, watching an outraged look overcome the sinister vampire's face after she realized her power was useless. I saw the unsurprised faces of the Volturi and knew at once that Alice had helped them. She had told them all about my power and this was just a test to see if she had told the truth. And she had passed. With just one simple hand gesture Arrow sent his whole guard rushing forward towards us. I bit my lip anxiously and concentrated on expanding the physical protective shield. It was completely transparent, just like the first one. The vampires on our side moved into crouches, ready to defend themselves if my unpredictable shield failed. Fangs snapped into place as the guards were mere yards away from us. Then they stopped in their tracks, unable to move an inch closer. I heard the whispers of congratulations from my friends behind me but continued to devote my full concentration to the shields. Having both up at once, protecting so many people was difficult to control. But I was able to get a little satisfaction from the shell-shocked expression on the Volturi's face. I felt Jasper pushing love and appreciation towards me and I accepted it gratefully. I had done it. I had managed to control both shields at the same time. The game had now changed. We had a lot more control than the ancient vampires had known. Well, this I was not expecting, Arrow said after ordering his guard to stand down. Looks like you have even greater power than I was made aware of. Suddenly I was meeting the eyes of the vampire who had caused my mate and I more pain than I could ever describe. The vampire who I had vowed would never leave my presence unscathed again. Alice. BPOV. The black-haired vampire danced over to Arrow's side, her expression devious. I glared at her the entire time, furious that I couldn't do anything about her presence. She ran and cowered behind the only people who could offer her protection from the consequences of her past actions. I know the fury must be radiating off me and onto Jasper because I saw him clench his fists in anger. I immediately made an effort to calm myself for my mate's sake. But only until I had the chance to get Alice alone. Alice offered her left hand to Arrow and he took it in both of his long ones, closing his eyes in concentration. Everyone waited while he accessed her every thought. It took all of 3 minutes. Then both of their eyes snapped open and the older vampire was looking at the other in slight surprise. Well, I have to say that I never suspected. You were capable of such things, Alice. There's a lot no one knows about me, she replied easily, before turning to face where we stood on the other side of the shields. Hello, Jasper. Alice practically cooed, her eyes raking over the B-owned next to me. Mine. An aggravated rumble started in my chest. Somehow I knew you were behind this, Alice. He replied coldly. You think you know me so well, don't you? Well, there are a lot of things you are unaware of, Jazz. She spit the pet name out sarcastically. Now is not the time to go over the insignificant personal problems this coven seems to be infested with. Keys barked, glaring at Alice. Looks like she hadn't made as many friends in Volterra as she thought. I see you learned some new tricks, Bella, she remarked, ignoring Keys, her heartless eyes on my shields. Getting some training from my husband. Last time I checked, you and my mate were divorced, I replied, anger brewing below the surface. Oh please, newborn. You wouldn't know the meaning of the word mate if it slapped you across the face, she shrieked in her shrill voice, much to my annoyance. That is quite enough, Arrow barked, tension in his normally conversational voice. Alice, we brought you here as a witness, not to scream at everyone who tells you no. I felt a small amount of amusement radiate from the bee-owned beside me and held back a smirk. Looks like no one would protest me ripping her to shreds. This is good. Now, as I was saying, Bella, a power like yours should not be wasted. We could use someone with your talents in Volterra to help keep order. I see you seem to be struggling to maintain the shields for an extended period of time, and we could offer you help in gaining better control over your power. Arrow continued persistently. Out of the corner of my eye I saw an anxious look overcome Alice's face. She knew I would kick her ass the second I had a chance and was nervous. Lucky for her I wouldn't leave Jasper for anything, not even a chance at revenge. I think I'll stay on the side that didn't just try and attack my friends and me. I replied sarcastically, unable to hold back the venom in my voice. The old, decrepit vampire sighed in reluctance. Well, I can't just leave with just your flimsy promise to destroy the rogue vampire Maria. How can I know that you will come through on your word and won't build another army against us? He questioned rhetorically. It is too much of a risk to allow this coven to remain intact. I grit my teeth in fury. Arrow was just threatened by the number of vampires willing to go against the Volturi. This had nothing to do with not trusting us to follow through with hunting down Maria. He just didn't want to lose power. And Bella, by the looks of things you won't be able to keep those shields up for much longer. What's going to happen when they fall and every single vampire on your side is killed because of that? Arrow continued patronizingly, causing me to shut my eyes in concentration. Unfortunately, he was right. I could feel my control over the shields waning as the seconds passed. If only I had more time to prepare beforehand. If only I could save everyone. I felt Jasper wrap a supportive arm around my waist and bury his face in my neck. His scent washed over me and at once I was filled with conflicting emotions of love and loss. We were going to lose because I didn't have enough control over my shields. Then one shield fell. It was invisible to everyone else, but it was only a matter of time before everyone realized that the physical barrier was gone. I focused my remaining energy on the shield guarding us from Jane and Alex's torture, but I knew I wouldn't be able to hold it up and fight at the same time. As if feeling my hesitation, Jasper grasped my shoulders and moved to stand in front of me. Open your eyes now. I allowed my gaze to meet his and was fairly surprised at the amount of emotion in them. Jasper mostly kept what he was feeling to himself, but his feelings were clear in his dark eyes in that moment. Don't even think about it. He ordered, the major coming through in his voice. I bit my lip and found myself unable to speak. I didn't have another choice, right? The only thing that would save everyone would be for me to go to Volterra. One life to save so many more. I won't let you do this. Jasper denied, his voice rough as he shook me. You can't. I can't let everyone die because of me. I choked out, tears of venom streaking down my face. I can't watch them kill you, I just can't. My mate sunk down to his knees in front of me, wrapped his arms around my waist, and pressed his cheek against my stomach. I tangled my hands in his dirty own hair, a simple gesture I always took pleasure in. His tears stung when they hit my skin, but I welcomed the slight pains. Please, don't do this to me, to us. He murmured, his voice hoarse. Oh God, no, please don't. I just got you, and I can't lose you already. His words tore at my core, leaving me to feel as if I had physically been ripped in two. But at least this way everyone would live. No one had to die. I would rather be burned at the stake than watch them destroy Jasper. Peter would probably hate me for not listening to his instructions. When Carlisle had handed me the phone, Peter was the last person I would have expected to be on the other line. The southern vampire had told me that I was to not, under any circumstances, adhere to the Volturi's demands. I felt a pang of sadness that I wouldn't get to meet someone who was Jasper's only friend in the past horrors they went through. Then a voice broke the tense silence. I'll go. My eyes snapped open at those two words. What? Why would he do that? Sounds of surprise and of protest rose from under the remaining shield. Don't be an idiot, Rose hissed, turning to face the speaker, her eyes livid. Wah no. Esme choked, her face seeming pale and fearful as she grasped for his hand. Edward. Well, this is a surprise. Arrow replied, his eyes shining with delight like a kid's on Christmas morning. Ignoring the Volturi leader's creepy fascination, Edward responded, if anyone deserves such a fate, it's me. The only reason this is happening is because I was too stupid to keep from making a mistake, and then cowardly enough to try and hide it. And then my former love stepped out of the protection of the shield. My eyes were probably as wide as saucers as I stared at the vampire I had come to forgive. What the hell was he doing? Well, as heartwarming as this is, I am really f***ing tired of how long this is dragging on. Keys barked sarcastically. If you allow me to go with you, I can provide you with an unlimited source of knowledge about those around you, including the Cullens. If you just let me show you, Edward explained as he moved toward Arrow, his hand extended. Bella, remove your shield. Edward sighed. I tensed, and despite myself, a growl escaped. Instead, I moved the shield back, uncovering myself, and waited. Arrow touched the back of his hand and seemed to go into a trance. 5 minutes later, Arrow released Edward and moved his blood-red eyes to me. I see now that you really do intend to find Maria. Whether you will be successful or not, it cannot be determined. He said. Therefore, I require Edward to remain with us in Volterra. And the Cullen Coven cannot remain as large as it is now. It must be divided as of today, permanently. I was stupefied. Had we really just traded Edward in for our lives? I saw Esme lean against a distraught Carlyle. His makeshift family was falling apart before his very eyes. Rosalie looked surprisingly distressed for a person who had been ignoring Edward the past few weeks. I wasn't sure what to feel. On one hand, I could easily claim that my ex was getting what he deserved. But when I saw him standing unprotected next to the devil himself, I was deeply disturbed. He would become a pawn in Arrow's dark, selfish game. You have 2 weeks to track down Maria and dispose of her. Arrow said. In 2 weeks I will send Dimitri and Felix down to ensure you kept up your end of the bargain. If you haven't, let's just say that meeting won't be as casualty-free as this one was. He turned to the newest member of the Volturi. Edward, you won't need any of your things. We are returning right away. Then, as quick as they had arrived, the elusive Volturi were gone. Previously. Hello, Jasper. Alice practically cooed, her eyes raking over the bee. Oh, next to me. Mine. An aggravated rumble started in my chest. Somehow I knew you were behind this, Alice. He replied coldly. You think you know me so well, don't you? Well, there are a lot of things you are unaware of, Jazz. She spit the pet name out sarcastically. Now, as I was saying, Bella, a power like yours should not be wasted. We could use someone with your talents in Volterra to help keep order. I see you seem to be struggling to maintain the shields for an extended period of time, and we could offer you help in gaining better control over your power. Arrow continued persistently. Out of the corner of my eye I saw an anxious look overcome Alice's face. She knew I would kick her ass the second I had a chance, and was nervous. Lucky for her, I wouldn't leave Jasper for anything, not even a chance at revenge. I think I'll stay on the side that didn't just try and attack my friends and me. I replied sarcastically, unable to hold back the venom in my voice. The old, decrepit vampire sighed in reluctance. Well, I can't just leave with just your flimsy promise to destroy the rogue vampire Maria. How can I know that you will come through on your word and won't build another army against us? He questioned rhetorically. It is too much of a risk to allow this coven to remain intact. I grit my teeth in fury. Arrow was just threatened by the number of vampires willing to go against the Volturi. This had nothing to do with not trusting us to follow through with hunting down Maria. He just didn't want to lose power. And Bella, by the looks of things, you won't be able to keep those shields up for much longer. What's going to happen when they fall and every single vampire on your side is killed because of that? Arrow continued patronizingly, causing me to shut my eyes in concentration. Unfortunately, he was right. I could feel my control over the shields waning as the seconds passed. If only I had more time to prepare beforehand. If only I could save everyone. Don't even think about it. Jasper ordered the major, coming through in his voice. I didn't have another choice, right? The only thing that would save everyone would be for me to go to Volterra. One life to save so many more. I won't let you do this. Jasper denied, his voice rough as he shook me. You can't. My mate sunk down to his knees in front of me, wrapped his arms around my waist, and pressed his cheek against my stomach. His tears stung when they hit my skin, but I welcomed the slight pains. Then a voice broke the tense silence. I'll go. Edward. Well, this is a surprise. Arrow replied, his eyes shining with delight like a kid's on Christmas morning. Ignoring the Volturi leader's creepy fascination, Edward responded, if anyone deserves such a fate, it's me. The only reason this is happening is because I Was too stupid to keep from making a mistake, and then cowardly enough to try and hide it. And then my former love stepped out of the protection of the shield. Arrow touched the back of his hand and seemed to go into a trance. 5 minutes later Arrow released Edward and moved his blood-red eyes to me. I see now that you really do intend to find Maria. Whether you will be successful or not, it cannot be determined. He said. Therefore, I require Edward to remain with us in Volterra. And the Cullen Coven cannot remain as large as it is now. It must be divided as of today, permanently. I was stupefied. Had we really just traded Edward in for our lives? You have 2 weeks to track down Maria and dispose of her. Arrow said. In 2 weeks I will send Dimitri and Felix down to ensure you kept up your end of the bargain. If you haven't, let's just say that meeting won't be as casualty-free as this one was. He turned to the newest member of the Volturi. Edward, you won't need any of your things. We are returning right away. Then, as quick as they had arrived, the elusive Volturi were gone. BPOV. I sighed and leaned back against the hard chest behind me. It's beautiful, I said softly, the silence of nature making me feel the need to whisper. I felt more than heard the rumble of his answer, sending a delicious feeling across my skin. We lapsed back into a lazy, comfortable silence, the only sound being the occasional neigh from the horses. Jasper had suggested we take them for a ride and watch the sunset. Who knew he was such a romantic? At first glance my mate could seem hard and impassive, but I could see through this facade at the man underneath. The man who was protective, possessive, caring, and devoted. Jasper and I have been sharing peaceful moments like this one lately, to make up for all the chaos that filled our lives only a mere week ago. My mind flashed back to a brief moment months ago before Jasper and I got together. It was the first time I really got to know Jasper as a person instead of Alice's husband who wasn't allowed near me. Edward and the others hadn't trusted the bee-owned vampire to be around me, and that was the first time I hadn't allowed their fear to rule. Flashback. Jasper paused at the door with his hand on the knob. My room, he explained before opening the door and leading me inside. Wow. I breathed, my eyes flickering over the tall shelves of books on one side of the wall. If Edward's room was a music store, then Jasper's room was a library. He chuckled at my reaction and shut the door. I thought we'd have more privacy in here. I looked at him questioningly. Had he forgotten that the occupants of this house all had supernatural hearing? It didn't matter how far away from the others we were, they would still hear. Soundproof walls, he said, tapping one of them. Nice, I said appreciatively. How come all of the rooms didn't have this? It would sure be useful with the lack of privacy even if it didn't block against their gifts. I ran my hand along one horizontal shelf of books before sitting down on one of the chairs in the corner of the room. Taking it as an invitation, Jasper sat on the black leather seat across from me and I waited for him to speak. As much as I wanted to deny it, I had no idea what to say to the vampire in front of me. I didn't really know anything about him besides his past life, which I didn't have many details of, just a basic story of what happened. Jasper was, sort of an enigma. He was older than everyone in the Cullen family, with the exception of Carlisle. He had seen and done so many things, and I was only 18. It was surreal to imagine living, or existing, for that long. Then I realized something I had missed earlier. Why did you call this place your room? I mean, I thought the other room was the one you stayed in. You know, the one you shared with. I trailed off awkwardly, regretting bringing up something that could cause painful thoughts about Alice. Don't hesitate to ask me anything, okay? I'm not going to lose it if you say Alice's name, Bella. He rolled his eyes, and, predictably, I blushed. And I referred to it as my room because it actually reflects who I am. And I like to spend my time here whenever I can. He explained, motioning to the walls where my eyes automatically looked. Is that a real flag from the Civil War? He finished my thought, looking at it with an unidentifiable emotion on his face. It was the one that flew when I led my troop for the last time before I was changed. So how old exactly is that? I asked, awestruck. I had no idea Jasper would keep something like this in the Cullens' house. April 12, 1861. Which makes that very flag exactly 148 years old. Jasper, that's amazing, I said, turning my eyes back to him when I heard him scoff. What? I think it is, I responded defensively, crossing my arms. No, It's just that out of everyone I've showed this to you were the most positive about it. He explained. And if I would have known that you would have had this reaction to it, I would have showed you it long ago. Why didn't you? I questioned, anxious to hear his answer. He thought it would bring up unpleasant thoughts and questions. Jasper said, his tone showing his distaste for the choice. Edward, I said, knowing it was my overprotective ex who Jasper was referring to. But what do you mean I was the most positive about it? Jasper chuckled lightly before responding. Well, let's see. Carlisle wanted me to turn it into a museum. Alice wanted to get rid of it and buy a new one that didn't come with all the dirt and holes. Rose really didn't have an opinion about it. Edward was enthusiastic because of the death the war where it flew caused. Emmett wanted to reenact the whole battle vampire style. And I think it almost made Esme cry. Okay, I see what you mean. I said, grinning at each of the Cullens' predictable reactions. Jasper sighed, drawing my attention back to him. What? Carlisle wants to talk to you now. I guess we'll have to postpone this conversation until a later time. Jasper said wryly. Or we can ditch the meeting and run away. I suggested, grinning, and successfully improving his mood. Where would we go? He asked, playing along, his gold eyes shining. Texas, of course, I said immediately, giggling at the surprised look off his face. I had just caught a vampire off guard. I smirked inwardly, feeling pretty accomplished. Why exactly? Jasper questioned, his eyes serious and probing now. Because Jasper, even if all your memories from there aren't good, it's still where you were born. Well, that in. I've always secretly wanted to learn to ride a horse. I confessed, expecting laughter from him. He didn't disappoint. As much as I would love to continue talking about our escape to Texas, Carlisle will be at the door in a few seconds if you don't head down to his office. He said, standing and opening the door for me. Oh right. Well, talk to you later, Jasper. I called, turning and walking down the hall. Bella. I turned back around from where I stood halfway down the hallway. I might just take you up on that idea of yours. He said, winking at me before disappearing back into his room. End flashback. I hadn't realized it then, but I remember walking downstairs with the first real smile on my face in a long time. Angel, you with me? My mate's voice brought me back to the present, snapping me out of my reminiscing. Sorry, I replied sheepishly, turning my head against his shoulder and looking up into his brilliant eyes. What's got you thinking so hard? I was just remembering a certain promise you made that has officially been fulfilled. A smile overcame his face as he caught on to the moment I was referring to. You mean the day I felt your more than friendly emotions around me? He questioned, his voice teasing. My jaw dropped in indignation and I turned around in his lap to glare at him. He was referring to earlier that same day months ago when I had walked into his room and found him lying on his bed with his eyes closed. I had taken that moment to appreciate his devastatingly good looks. I was only doing what any hot-blooded female with eyes would do, so give me a break. Besides, it's not like he could deny his attractiveness. He was an empath, for God's sakes, probably couldn't walk outside without feeling lust pouring towards him in waves. Luckily for him, I would be there to warn off the salivating females from now on. Don't be embarrassed, darling. I had a similar epiphany that day. He assured me, tucking a strand of my dark hair behind one ear. I raised an eyebrow at him, waiting for him to continue. What was that? You have very, very nice legs. He rumbled, running his hands up my jean-clad legs. I laughed loudly, before resting my head on his shoulder to calm myself. We were so alike it made sense our relationship developed rather quickly. I hadn't really known Jasper until after we each split with our significant other, but I quickly came to trust him more than anyone. It got to the point where just seeing him would make me smile. That's when I knew I didn't just think of him as a brother. He was my best friend. My confidant. And I didn't know it back then, but he was my mate. My other half. I felt his arms wrap around me like steel bands and closed my eyes in contentment, pressing my lips to his neck. You don't know how terrified I was on that field. He murmured seriously, as I rested my head in the crook of his neck. You thought those old, grumpy vamps could beat us? I teased, attempting to brighten the mood. He pulled back away from me to look me directly in the eye, and I immediately was regretful of my dismissive tone. His hands came up and held each side of my face as he replied. I almost lost you. But you didn't. I reminded him, leaning into his touch. It was close enough. he said wearily, his eyes tormented with past events. Hey, baby. A brief grin crossed his lips at my rare usage of the pet name, but his eyes remained tight. I'm sorry for worrying you, but I can't apologize for doing what I felt was right. I continued, maintaining eye contact so he could see my sincerity. The thought of going with Arrow only crossed my mind when I realized the dureness of the situation. They were out for blood that day, Jasper, you and I both know that. We're just lucky the wolves were there to scare the shit out of Keys. My mate smirked knowingly. And as for what happened after the Volturi left, I had to make sure that she wouldn't be a threat to us ever again. I finished, my eyes hardening at the memory. Flashback. You have 2 weeks to track down Maria and dispose of her. Arrow said. In 2 weeks I will send Dimitri and Felix down to ensure you kept up your end of the bargain. If you haven't, let's just say that meeting won't be as casualty-free as this one was. He turned to the newest member of the Volturi. Edward, you won't need any of your things. We are returning right away. Then, as quick as they had arrived, the elusive Volturi were gone. Everyone stood there in shock, staring with disbelief at the empty field across from us, well, almost empty. My eyes slid across the field and connected on my target. 2 sets of eyes locked and I tensed in preparation. Then she turned and ran. With a snarl I brought the remaining shield around myself, protecting me from Alice's visions, and took off after the dark-haired vampire. My heart-shaped fangs snapped down as I ran. That CH was not getting away without consequences, and maybe a little pain. As I quickly gained ground and caught up to her, Alice spun around just in time for me to tackle her to the ground. I grabbed her arms and shoved her hard into the dirt, delighting in the fear filling her eyes. Get off me, she screamed, shoving me away and jumping back up. What's wrong? Not so confident without your power. I taunted as we circled each other warily. Her dark eyes were wide as she frantically tried to gain the upper hand without the use of her ability. She had been using her visions as a crutch during battles for so long I doubt she knew how to fight without them. You're one to talk, Bella, she said cynically. You get a shield and suddenly you know what's best. You'll always be the weak little human that Edward picked up from this dump of a town. Nothing, not even the venom of my husband, can change that. Fiery rage pumped through my veins as I feinted to the left before racing forward and sending a roundhouse kick directly to her chest. Alice stumbled back, and then I was on her. I gripped her right arm from behind and twisted it back agonizingly, causing my enemy to hiss in pain. She lashed out and scratched me across the face with her free hand, before I imprisoned that one in my grip as well. I jerked her back and leaned forward, my mouth at her ear. Is this how you envisioned your future, sister? I growled mockingly, ignoring her pathetic whimper. This wasn't supposed to happen. She cried disjointedly. My visions, it wasn't supposed to, all your fault. You took everything from me. I didn't take anything. You lost everything when you decided to stab your coven in the back. But Jasper was Jasper is my mate. I interrupted coldly. You tried to tear us apart but you couldn't. Your manipulative actions pushed us even closer, despite your desperate attempts to separate us. He'll just leave you. You're not enough for him. She snapped, shifting in my grip and wincing in pain. Despite what you seem to think, this isn't just about Jasper. I replied. We were sisters and you betrayed me every chance you got, didn't you? Nothing you didn't dare. She howled in agony as I jerked suddenly on her arm, dropping the severed limb to the ground. Goodbye, Alice. I honestly wish we could have been friends, maybe if you weren't such a controlling ch. Bella, wait. Then she fell silent. I quietly gathered branches and leaves, forming a pile in the dirt. Benjamin approached from behind and then abruptly flames were eating at the foliage quickly. Jasper appeared suddenly at my side and I quickly averted my gaze, afraid of his reaction to the burning remains of his ex-wife. I stared unwaveringly at the hypnotic flames licking at branches and ignored the feeling of Jasper's stare intent on the side of my face. A thick purplish smoke soon filled the clearing and Benjamin slipped back to rejoin the others on their trek back to the house. I searched through my emotions and found, not sadness, but emptiness and a sense of loss. Even though Alice had never been truthful towards me through our entire relationship, I had still come to love her when I was human. Before I knew her true intentions, she was the closest thing I had to a sister. And then there was Jasper. He probably hated me right now. I mean, I know Alice cheated on him, but he probably didn't want her dead, especially by my hands. I know I'm his mate, but somehow I feel as if I've disappointed him. I'm not the perfect, innocent human he first fell in love with. And now here's the proof in the form of the dismembered, burning, body of his former lover. Bella, are you alright? The object of my thoughts asked, breaking the tense silence. So I was Bella again, not such an angel anymore, I guess. I shrugged, tensing when he approached slowly. I bit my lip in apprehension, dreading the conversation that was about to happen. The one where he ended things and told me I wasn't the same person he fell in love with. Mates are not like imprints for wolves. When one of the pack imprints, both sides feel the inescapable draw toward the other. Vampire mates have the choice to leave the other rather easily if they feel the need to end things. And finding your mate isn't as cut and dry as finding your imprint. Ironically, Jasper had explained this to me a few days ago. A vampire could wander years and never find their true mate. Jasper had stayed with Alice under the misconception that she was his mate, only to find that he was mistaken after he met me. On the other hand, Rosalie and Emmett were two of the luckier vampires. They found each other relatively quickly compared to most mates. I know that must have been extremely difficult for you. He continued, not bothered that I still hadn't turned to face him. And I'm sorry. I whirled around in disbelief, the emotion probably written all over my face. You're sorry. Jasper, I'm the one who's sorry. I just dismembered your former wife and lit her remains on fire right in front of you. You should hate me. I dropped my head into my hands, my throat feeling tight despite the lack of tears. Then, I was in Jasper's arms. I gripped his shirt in my hands and pressed my face against his chest, taking the comfort he was willing to give. His hands tightened around my waist and pulled me impossibly closer. Finally, he pulled back to look me in the eyes before breaking the silence. You are my mate. I'll stand by you through anything. But, no. Just hear me out. He interrupted sternly, I don't give a f**k about Alice. She's in the past and I don't give a damn if you decide to dance around her burning pyre. All I want is you. All I need is you. But next time you decide to unnecessarily endanger yourself, I swear to God you are going to regret it. I bit my lip and ducked my head submissively, instantly sensing the Major's presence. His hand tilted my face up and then we were locked in a fervent embrace. My arms twined themselves through his hair as his hands snuck onto my hips and dragged me closer. His mouth moved to my neck and I arched my back, dropping my head back against the tree I was suddenly pressed against. A moan escaped my mouth without my consent, and I felt my mate's smirk against my throat. He wasn't the only one who got to have fun. Growling playfully, my hand snuck down to his belt, which, much to my pleasure, brought a rumbling growl from Jasper's chest. This sent him into a frenzy and suddenly my shirt was in tatters on the floor, and my pale skin was exposed to the cool air. I shivered at the predatory look in his eyes, feeling a heat begin to pool low in my stomach. I love you, I said suddenly, knowing that I couldn't hold it back any longer. A genuine smile broke out across his beautiful, scarred face as he repeated the sentiment. I love you too, Angel. End flashback. The scent of a nearby herd of deer brought me out of my thoughts, my fangs snapping down at the aroma. I glanced quickly at my mate, slightly embarrassed by my obvious newborn reaction, but his eyes were on my mouth. Puzzled, I stared at him uncertainly, my mouth dry at the darkly possessive gleam in his eyes. He reached his hand forward and lightly trailed a finger over one of my fangs, sending an erotic tingling down my spine. I closed my eyes and shivered, unable to stop my response to his tender action. I opened my dark eyes and caught sight of his heavily hooded gaze just before he lowered his mouth to mine. Our tongues tangled together as we were swept away by the euphoric feeling of living in the moment. We had allowed our lives to become monotonous routines of following orders and pleasing others, and only through each other had we found what it meant to truly live. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what-if stories.